Rwandan women say this about Black Americans. Okay, so who am I speaking with?
My name is Lorraine. I'm Rwandese. I'm a student.
All right. And they say it goes both ways. The nitpicking, the jabbing. Nah, we always maintain that we're defending ourselves, and sometimes we preemptive strike justifiably.
Hi, my name is Lorraine.
Listen to
I'm
this.
Tony. I'm Rwandese. I'm a student.
And so, what do you know about Black Americans?
What I know is that they are black, and most of them they are born in America, and it's one of the minor but big racial, racial what do we call that?
Minority groups,
Yeah,
ethnic groups. Okay.
Black Americans people, I don't like them.
Look, this woman is literally in the slums of Rwanda, and she's saying she don't like us. She don't like the lineage, foundational Black Americans.
Because they take lots of drugs.
She just made an absolute statement. She don't like the lineage because we take lots of drugs. Foundational Black Americans, we're just, all of us are drug addicts.
They do fucking job.
Okay, and then she said that we do sex work. So and that is amazing because that prostitution and sex trafficking is far more common in shithole countries like this. Like, people literally leave America to have freak offs in these countries, and they said we are the sex workers. You want to talk about projection? It's wild.
But I don't like them.
They do what?
They fuck a lot. I don't like them.
And Rwandans don't fuck.
They don't like.
Yeah. So hold on. I give people wrenches. I call them lineage wrenches. I give you a wrench because most likely you're part of the lineage. That means you consider yourself having a lineage that tie yourself to slavery. You can call that lineage FBA, ADOS, Freedman, whatever you like, TI style, whatever you like, still part of the lineage. All right, so JR and Abdul, I gave y'all both lineage wrenches, just like the video. We call that a lineage, like, you dig?
Like they don't like it. Yeah.
But I don't believe you.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Okay, so who am I here with?
Kelia. Eme.
Okay, and what do you guys do?
I'm a student.
Also,
And so, what do you guys think about Black
DMV.
Americans?
Yes, sir.
I think they are hot and I don't know.
Leonard, peace.
Is that just you,
B1.
or do you believe that most Rwandans don't like to have sex?
Most of them, like the Rwandans, I know, my friends, my family.
Peace, Chad Smith. All right.
so what do I think about them? Ooh, I think they are strong, resilient, and
Okay, she's giving us her
sometimes
flowers.
egoistical. And that's it, really. That's what I think.
But have you met any Black Americans in real life?
No, like
Okay, so she never met us in real life, but she can sit here and tell us how all these negatives, I can't even say stereotypes, because where is she getting this from? So a lot of Pan-Africanists want to justify this and say, hey man, the white man is telling me this. No. This ain't no white man there. You dig? This is just a projection. This is what they live like, and they're casting it on us. They want us to swap. They want us to live in Rwanda and they come to the great United States. Not likely.
In the movies,
Mister
I didn't meet
Peace.
them, one of them.
Okay, but how do you know that the movie is telling you the truth?
Okay, so now
Like the
family, document this. When I have these tethers come on, when I have these Afrocentrics come on, they will make up reasons why they believe this about us. So their own account doesn't count, right? So when they say it out their, so listen, family. When these tethers say it out their mouths, why they hate us, Pan-Africanists want to revise history and act like they didn't say that. They want to make up their own reason. Well, the colonizers, right? No, she didn't say that. She said movies. So she never watched Malcolm X. She never watched Mo Better Blues. She never watched all these great shows that cast all the sitcoms that cast the Cosby shows, Ghost Dad. So you never seen these great movies that put us in the best light imaginable. You only watch ratchet movies. Okay, then let's hold you to the ratchet movies and ratchet cartoons. So they get mad when we look at them with bones in their nose. But aren't we justified? Because we got it from the movies, right? What about Shatas? What about Belly? Shouldn't we just look at all Caribbean like that? Because we got it from the movies. What movie paint these tethers in a positive light? So we want to play the movie thing. I believe there's a black superhero FBA around here somewhere. Besides T'Challa, they haven't had one. So we want to play the movie thing. You guys are depicted way worse than us. See, but we call them African booty scratchers and say we got it from the movies. They'll act like they're traumatized and it's irreversible. We need to go to hell. So you see, it's one-sided. That's why we say it's a one-sided war. We can call them something, say we got it from the movies, and we're the most hated blacks in the world. But they can say it, and it's like, well, the colonizers, I'm telling you, man. Yeah, that's. But you're gonna see Yvette Carnell. I'm a player. She's gonna explain it exactly the way I'm trying. She's gonna explain it a little better. But what I'm trying to say is that Pan-Africanists, a lot of FBAs who are Pan-Africanists, they have a sick, undying love for tethers, and they have a sick, undying hatred for their own FBA family members. Like they want to trade us off with these motherland folks who they never met, by the way. So she said she never met us, and these Pan Africans never been to Africa, not for more than for a week. They never really met them either. But they got this sick, undying love for tethers they never met. Take your ass over there and live for a year or two, and let me know how you like it. Let's see if they're your brother.
I didn't meet them, one of them.
Okay, but how do you know that the movie is telling you the truth?
Look,
Like the movies, likely they play the real life.
okay, so this chick said movies are real. So she thinks Training Day is real. All right, so now this goes to why we call them stupid. It's like, yo, you don't know the difference between a movie and a documentary. You don't know the difference. See, you can't be smart and want to be down with us. You dig? FBA, Alliance, and all this stuff where we shouldn't divide, we shouldn't delineate. But you can't be that damn dumb and think you're gonna align yourself with us. So the movies, he said, he said, why do you believe the movies are real? Oh, because the movies they play real roles, like a documentary. This is like cops. You dig? Like this is cops, like they're riding around with a camera crew or how to catch a predator type shit. Listen to this lady.
Like
Family, we
like the
can't do any family.
movies.
Stop. We can't do anything with these people, man. They need to stay their ass over there. We don't know alliance. You stay over there. You deal with, what you got over there, man. Stay over there.
Likely they play the real life stories. They play real life stories.
Okay, so you think Denzel is really dead then? Because he played training day. So he's dead. Because he died in the movie. Stupid.
Let's ask about the differences between Rwandan culture and African American culture.
Exactly, for laying peace. Yeah. These are some sick individuals. But Pan-Africanists want to act like we're the crazy ones. These guys are innocent. They're just, dealing with Stockholm syndrome, I guess. The colonizer kidnapped them and forced them to view the greatest blacks in the world a certain way, which are us, the lineage, foundation of Black America. Look at this penguin. She's walking like a goddamn penguin. Listen to this hateful woman.
Now, what do you think about the Black American culture?
FBA
Fucked up.
Ronnie.
I'm sorry. Is it
So
like
our culture is effed up.
okay, the fucked up humanity group that's Black Americans. Yeah, and I actually feel bad for
You
saying
feel bad
that.
for it.
It's true. It's true. I know it's true
Now, why do you believe that?
because they mostly don't belong where they are. They're Americans. We all know they're Americans. They know they're Americans.
You don't have any homeland niggas, but you're Americans, but you don't belong in America.
But they don't belong there because they are minor. One for that, they are minor, and the racism and everything. They don't belong there actually, so they belong here and they are not here. So they are fucked up.
Okay.
They are fucked up.
We belong in Rwanda.
So you think Black Americans should return to Africa?
They shouldn't. That would be bad. That would be bad. That would be the end of Africa.
What?
Not to Russell Westbrook. Yo, she said that we will be the greatest blacks in the world. Everybody is dying for us to be involved in their economy, either, electronically or physically come into the country spending with them. $1.7 trillion spending budget, or not spending budget, but just spending, right? And they don't want us in that country because we will be the end of it. No, we're gonna clean it up. We're gonna come into your stores and ask that you wash your hands before you serve somebody. We're gonna ask that you buy soap. You dig this detergent. We're gonna ask you don't wash your clothes with the crocodiles. We're gonna ask that you invest in a washing machine and dryer and electricity instead of risking your life washing your damn clothes with the 18-foot crocodiles. So we're gonna teach you how to be black and excellent. But we'll pass. That's all hypothetical. That's if we came there, but we'll pass.
What
Babbling.
do you guys think is the difference between the Black American culture and the Rwandan culture?
I don't think there is any different. Do you think there is?
Too many.
Renaissance woman.
We are so different.
Yeah, that's
We are
garbage.
so different.
Pretty racist.
Like, okay. Let me see. Like, we as a
Lower-
people, we are
lower
shy,
birth.
we are
Pretty
timid. We Rwandans, Black Americans, they are not.
Tashi D.
They put their business out there. We don't do that here.
Okay.
That's it.
Mhm.
Yeah, for me, I say they are the same.
We're gonna
You
tell
are,
her,
we
okay?
are.
Okay, but you said they're fucked up in America, but you don't want them to return to Africa. So what do they do?
Do we want to be fucked up in Africa? We don't. We don't. We just want them to fuck up, and then they should think. They should be. They should know what they should do, instead of
Now, meanwhile, she's talking all this shit. Her asylum seeker status is pending in America. This chick applied for asylum seeker application, so her status is pending. While she's talking all this shit, right? She's trying to get here, and ICE will be here waiting on her.
being white, trying to belong, trying to victimize.
We're trying to be white. We're playing. She said we're playing victim. You guys literally banned cake soap from your region because all y'all be red bones if they didn't do that.
Everything. they should know what they should do instead of like being white, trying to
Same
belong,
day.
trying to victimize everything. I'm black. I'm for black people, but you guys should stop.
Okay, but let's be a little bit
Now, a
specific.
Rwandan black person ain't do shit significant in the entire world history. This world been around. People been on this world for 100,000 years, or you know what I mean. And these folks have contributed to nothing. Like they can literally just never exist in the world. With nothing would change. If we didn't exist, so much things wouldn't even be here right now. So much technology, science, and creativity, innovations, inventions wouldn't even be here. This world would probably be chaotic as hell if we were not here. If they were not here, this world would be perfect. It'd probably be better off. Probably less crime and tethers.
Right? When you say they're fucked up, what exactly do you mean by that?
Let me put this right. The black people, they all belong to Africa. They come from Africa. They don't belong to Africa. They came from Africa. So
Exactly.
I think
Projection.
they're trying to blend, be the Americans. They're trying to belong so bad that they try in different things.
Yeah, I would have loved for him to ask her. Then what about Jamaicans? Are they trying to belong so bad because aren't they from Africa and they're not coming back? I would have loved for her to do that. The answer to that.
Which are not good.
Like what?
The culture thing, the Americans doing what Americans, victimizing their blackness, like they are black for what black. We are black. They know. Everyone knows they are black.
Some Rwandans have an inward-facing culture where they focus on working within their group instead of outsiders. To them, the African-American fixation on racism and mainstream acceptance might look strange and counterproductive. The conversation begins to take a more negative tone.
Uh-oh.
Okay, they take a lot of drugs, but Rwandans don't.
Lovejoy, we take a lot of
They
drugs.
they are not likely
Mental.
into it. Most young people of
True that.
Rwandans are like nowadays learning to take it, but they are not like Black Americans people. Yeah.
They are the drug dealers. They are
Oh,
the killers. They are not sticking together. So I think you guys are fucked up. I'm sorry. I do.
Now, do you get that from movies and TV, or do you
Look at this.
have real life experience with Black Americans?
Actually, we have families in Africa who, when they are either by being immigrants, so we know people, our cousins, our
Look, look,
family.
look, look, look. Their cousins and yeah, I'm telling you, man. That's why I don't rock with none of them. Like y'all can keep over there somewhere. She said their families report back to them all of what she knows. So now this one surpasses. She got firsthand. She got primary sources basically. She got firsthand knowledge. It would still be secondary knowledge because she's getting it from a family member. All right, so it's still secondary sources, secondary knowledge. But where is Unc at? These Pan-Africans. Now I guarantee you, I would have to mute him and put him in the back room because he would justify all of this. Like he won't be like, "Damn, she wrong. That's crazy." He will justify everything she's saying. Dr. Umar would justify it. Now with us, we say we defend ourselves. We're the worst. Oh, you hate Africa. Oh, you hate yourself. But this right here, this self-hatred, they would be like, "Oh, nah, man, that's just her reality, bro." You know, she'll realize the truth. They'll make up every excuse for these goddamn tethers.
They are trying to be Americans. They are Americans by the nationality. The originality, they are Rwandese. They are Congolese. They are Burundians. They are. We know them. We see them.
Yeah.
And movies, no, actually, I don't think movies are real.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that you get your opinions from the relatives who live in the United States. They tell you these things about
You
Black
see?
Americans.
Yeah, I watch documentaries too. I watch many like things. I read.
So these damn tethers come to the country, tethering, align themselves with white supremacy, and then head up and buy, nigga, do shit like that, and then go behind our back. And when they send the remittances back home to their broke ass relatives, It comes with a telegram saying, yo, these niggas are terrible. Don't come here. Some sick people.
I see everything.
Reaction
Social
media
media
TV.
has become like the
Yeah,
world has
exactly.
become so little. You know what's going on. You know
And it's
what's
all lies.
happening everywhere.
We tell, let me pause real
Okay,
fast.
but what's the
Okay, what they say about us, everything she's saying, nobody will agree it's true. But what we're saying about them is the truth. That's the difference. You gotta lie to kick it. We just tell you your reality and you hate it. Third world shithole country, Tethers, ain't got shit going on. Under the thumb of your former colonizers still. Country ran by yourselves, still can't get shit done. No innovations, no inventions, nothing. Nothing. Just talking shit. Letting white folks buy up your country and make it a tourist zone.
difference between the Black American culture and the Rwandan culture?
JJ Bars.
Oh, we have culture. Guys, we have culture. We have culture. So,
What's your culture?
the children moving out of their parents' house at
No,
18,
yeah, but what's your culture?
you don't even know what you're doing. You don't know what you're supposed to do. That's bad.
I
First
agree
of all,
with you
that's
on
bad.
that one, yeah.
Eh? And then the
You should have
drug
asked as a husband white.
things, the drugs, the depression, the things.
Yeah, they said drugs. Drugs over here are actually illegal. Drugs in your country, they're actually legal. Like, I mean, there's no there's no law. It's not. I can't say legal. There's no law against it. You dig? Like, we get our drug smugglers go to your country to get the drugs.
All the bad stuff is in America and by black people. Why are you depressed? Why are you so sad? Why
It's
is
like
the people
1865.
changing? Like our generation, people are so much changing. People are going to drugs. People are sex addicts. People are doing what and what. All that you will find
Movies,
in
right?
black
You got some
face
movies, right?
everywhere.
But it sounds like Rwandans have some of the same problems as Black Americans.
Oh, that's not big. They're not big. Actually, they are from people. I'm sorry. There are people from America
Oh yeah, our population
coming
went off
here
strong.
and telling our youth, taking youth money, sending money, doing that stuff. I think we are in peer pressure of our relatives living abroad.
Right, Tashi D. I was waiting to hear her culture. Tashi D said they never answer the question whenever they're asked what exactly is their culture. It's okay. You can tell us. Trust me. We don't want to steal your culture. Right. We're going to be bush meat, clipping toenails as you cook dinner, like goofy shit that we don't want to do. Unsanitary stuff. Message says, what about the orphans in your homeland? Yeah, exactly. Renaissance woman says, still said nothing about their culture. Israelite 1865 says, BS, same day. Parlay said, bush meat and hairline is the difference for sure. Four Lane says, they all bring that same mentality with them over here, but we are the divisive ones. Exactly. I mean, she just said her relatives bring back the Minority Report to them. So they come here with that mindset, but these Pan-Africanists, these Afrocentrics that come to the channel, they act like we're delusional. Like they're trying to gaslight us, like we're just crazy, like we're just projecting on them.
Abroad.
Oh, okay.
Or black Americans living abroad. Yeah.
Do you consider Black Americans to be Africans?
No, they are not Africans.
Thank you.
Yeah, they are like Black American.
Thank you.
So it's like they are born in America.
Oh.
They are not born in Africa.
I gotta clip that.
Do you consider Black Americans to be Africans?
No, they are not Africans. Yeah, they are like Black American. So it's like they are born in America. They are not born in Africa. But I think like we have the same spirit, the same color. So yeah, I don't think they are Africans. I think they are Americans.
Thank you.
But they have the roots from here, so they are African American, more like.
No, for you to be an African, you have to be born in Africa. Yeah, so they are not born in Africa. That's why they are not Africans.
But they have their roots here, like their ancestors came from here.
Yeah, but okay, let me ask you something.
Okay.
how can I say that you are Rwandan? How can I tell that you are Rwandan?
Okay, touche.
But if a Rwandan is born in Uganda, are they not Rwandan?
They are. They are Ugandans because they are born in Ugandans. They might be maybe hierarchical Rwandans, but you can call a person Rwandan because he's born in Rwanda. I think, yeah, for me.
No, no. But okay. But I feel like they are African. To me, they are African.
Okay, so where do you guys get most of your information about Black Americans from?
Internet, right?
Internet.
It's the social media, I think. Yeah, most of the information we get, it's from social media. So probably we are wrong and we don't know them.
But so have you ever met a Black American?
Sometimes,
Look at
yes.
this. Sometimes.
And what was your impression?
They were inviting, I might say. Like they are friendly. And we are not friendly. We us Gwendans. So for us to be friendly, we have to know you. But them, they're friendly to everybody. So
Yes,
it's
we are.
kind of intriguing.
Okay. Do you think more Black Americans should come to African countries like Rwanda?
Yeah, they should. To me, they should they should know their roots, where they're coming from. So they should visit sometimes to see the Africa we know. Maybe if it's the same Africa they know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what about you? Do you think Black Americans should visit African countries like Rwanda?
Yes,
Mhm.
because like I want them to come in Rwanda and see like in Africa to see their root, to see where they're coming from, and also because we knew them from social media, they might know us from social medias too. And I think people like Black Americans or other people that doesn't live in Africa, they think like Africa is about maybe hunting, those kind of stuffs. So I just want them to come and see, like they look for themselves.
Nah, we definitely, I thank you for the invitation, but it's too many. See, your tether class, you see how that works? She is saying the opposite of her tether class, right? So they got like the whole Republican Democrat thing going over there, good cop, bad cop. Listen, we don't want to play those games. Hold your tether class accountable, right? Before you ever invite us over there or want to seek an alliance with us. So you already know what y'all could do with the African Union, right? That offer. That you could trash that. You can completely trash the African Union offer. We don't want that. We don't want to be part of nothing, and you're damn sure gonna take lead in nothing. Not with this mindset. Well, you won't do it anyway. But with this mindset, you definitely not taking lead in nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, have you ever met a Black
Here we
American in
go.
real life?
Yeah, I did.
Uh-oh.
And what was the impression you had?
Actually, they have like an open mind. Like, yeah, it's easy to talk to them. It's easy that like they understand, which we don't do here, like in Africa.
From what I can see, the Rwandans who have actually met Black Americans have a much more positive impression than those who got their information from the media. Let's talk to another lady who demonstrates the transformation.
I think about the Black American people. At first, I used to think
Shit.
about them like I used to think that they are bad people, they are selfish, but now I realize that they are good people, polite, they are friendly, social. Yeah.
Okay, so why did you think they were bad before?
Right.
Yeah,
You don't know
like
anything
when I was
about
still
it.
young, I used to hear people like saying that Black American people, they are bad, they don't like other people, they are selfish.
Look
But
at this.
after that,
All
I
projection.
realized that they're not bad people.
Okay, have you met many Black Americans here in
No,
Rwanda?
of course not.
Yeah, I met them. Once upon a time, I was somewhere with my friends, and then I met them. They come to us, they talk to us goodly, they are friendly. So I saw that the way I used to think about them are not true.
Okay, now would you ever date a Black American?
No. No. No.
Why?
I wouldn't date out of my culture,
I can
actually. Yeah.
respect that. We respect that.
Okay, would you ever date a black American?
Now it can depend. Like if I met him and we convince one another, we can go on. Me, I don't have any problem with
Maybe you
them.
got a hold of that.
So, would you ever date a black American?
No, I can't. I can't.
Why?
Because of their culture, their behaviors. I can't. I can't resist it.
Now, what if the guy was rich?
No, I'm trying to be rich. I'm trying to be rich.
Oh, you could
So
kiss that
I
goodbye.
don't care. I don't care about money. I don't.
Now, but what if this guy didn't have that culture that you don't like? Like, what if he was different?
I don't
So you
like
want
them
stop. So
actually.
you want
All of them, I don't like them.
okay.
Would you ever date a black American?
Yeah, I can. Because like as I told you, they have an open mind. So
Yeah, look how split they are in their culture. You dig? You go from love to hate. Some of them love us, the other half hate us. Like we can't do anything with that. Like, y'all gotta fix your tether class. Turn that down. Yeah, y'all gotta fix your tether class.
I don't want complications. Yeah.
Yeah. It depends on the person I'm meeting. Yeah, if we have the same values and we connect, we vibe, yeah, I can date them. Yeah.
Now, if you had to pick between a black American man and a Rwandan man, which one would you
They trying. It sounds like they trying to get citizenship. I don't know. Y'all let me know.
pick?
Oh God, my people are going to hate me, but I'm choosing the Black American. I
Okay,
mean,
you see, it's like night and day with these folks. They said, yeah. So now they saying Foundation Black American Men, and I think they eyeing that green card.
we as a people, especially our guys, they are another topic. Let's keep it for
Damn.
another day.
See,
What I can say, American people, to those who think they are bad, they are not bad, because when you have never met a person, you can never know the true color
yeah.
of
Well,
him.
you gotta tell your other tether class, man. You gotta tell your other tether classmates that.
Thanks for watching. While some of the opinions here might be offensive, they provide valuable insights into how social media culture shapes perceptions about African.
You see, it's night and day. You know, it's night and day with these folks. Some rock with us and say, "Nah, we don't have an issue." You know, they're cool. And the others like, man, we hate them. Our relatives went there and said they're terrible. They're like werewolves. All right. So let's keep it moving with these diaspora wars. So this woman, listen to her story. She's FBA. Listen to her story. She's of the lineage. Hold on. Let me get to it.
All right. So it's the
These easy balanced meals quick takeout to the curb. Factor helped me take control over what I'm eating and spending on
You gotta
takeout.
try to make sure I'm on.
way you use it. That's why we know it's derogatory. So I went to Chat GPT because if it's a word,
So she went to chat. This Foundation Black American woman went to Chat GPT to do some research on the word akata, because some Africans say it's offensive, some say it's not. The good cop, bad cop thing all over again. So let's go. So she's gonna show you her research. Sam, you like the video? Thank you.
even a foreign word, it would know the meaning
Oh
of
yeah.
those
Okay, you know what
foreign
it says.
words.
Yeah,
Remember,
I don't
Chat
know who she is. I just came across. This is updates and news. You dig? I'm realizing some of these channels for the first time. So yeah, I don't know this channel, but let's see what she got.
GPT is used in hundreds of different languages. So even if it's something pertaining to a non-English word, it should be able to tell you what it is regardless to whatever language it's in. So I want y'all to hear the answer that it gave about the word akata.
Okay, you're mod there? Okay. I'll check her out then.
The word akata is a Nigerian Yoruba term that has sparked controversy, especially among Black Americans. While it can simply mean wildcat or refer to someone from the diaspora, it's often perceived as a derogatory insult when used to describe Black Americans. What does Akata mean literally? In Yoruba, a West African language spoken in Nigeria, Akata literally means wild cat or wandering cat, an animal that's not domesticated or not from home. In slang, it has come to refer to African Americans or Black people who are not African born.
There you go.
Why do some Africans use Akata to insult Black Americans? 1. Cultural disconnect. Many African immigrants grow up with negative media portrayals of.
You think we just heard a bunch. So you see, they play word games, family. So the word Akata, they'll simply say, no, it just means like, so they'll go with the denotative definition. It just means wildcat. That's foreign born, undomesticated. That's all it means. It don't mean a human being. Okay. Now we know about connotatives. The connotations, we know about slang, we know about, it's how we know about context. And like Tariq Nasheed says, and everybody who came across this word says, it's always used to us in a derogatory sense. It's never used in like, admiration or it's giving us flowers or appreciation. And look, they don't say, hey, the drug dealer class in Black America, those are Akatas. They don't separate us. They don't say, the bad of us are Akatas and, the good of us are just family like we do. We say, hey, your Tether class are your sellout class. They're disrespectful. They're undermining. But other people in your same homeland, they might be feral. We don't have a blanket statement to represent that's negative, that represents an entire country or continent. They do that with us with the word Akata. They don't differentiate who's Akata and who's not. Okay, and it's all projection anyway. So let's finish.
Of Black Americans, crime, poverty, gangs. Without direct exposure, some form biased views and use Akata to label them as lost, disconnected, or unruly. 2. Colonial influence and division. Colonial powers divided African descendants, creating hierarchies that persist today. Africans were made to view those in the diaspora as inferior or uncivilized. 3. Jealousy or class tension. Some African immigrants, especially those who rise economically in the U.S., adopt anti-Black sentiments to align with whiteness and distance themselves from U.S. Black struggles. 4-point internalized racism. White supremacy conditions all people, even Africans, to adopt beliefs that devalue Black.
No. I'm not going to chalk it up to white supremacy. I'm not doing that. It's tether supremacy. No. They say, white folks say what they say because they feel a certain way about us, and tethers say what they say because they feel a certain way about us. They're not getting it from white supremacy. It's tether supremacy. Okay, so nope. I'm not giving them a way out. They're humans. They can make up their own mind, and they did. They got the word Akata. White folks got their word, the N word. Okay, cool. All right, check this out.
We are witnessing a sort of ethnocide. It's not just because obviously people say, oh, people just don't have no munties. They don't have no.
Okay, so remember somebody said earlier, they were speaking about Bobby West, about why is he so self-hating, why he's filled with so much animosity towards his own people, because he's supposed to be FBA. Yvette is going to give you an answer to that.
No, people don't have no cash, right? People don't have no. Essence has been sliding for a while, and it's not just because of the lack of money, right? It's been sliding downhill for a while, and this may not be something that absolutely that resonates with people. And because it's interesting that people always say to me, well, Yvette, ADOS is a psyop. It's a psyop. It's a psyop project. Well, if we're going to have a conspiracy off, I can make a far better case that Essence is a PSYOP project, right? Because if you want to get the ADOS community to believe and begin to believe, right, that we are not.
Don't forget, when she say ADOS, when Tariq says FBA and when Freedman is used, it's always in the context as the lineage. They're not being divisive with the lineage. That's the term she just want to use because she's the founder of it. Tariq, and she wants to use FBA, the founder of that. And Freedman is something Abraham Lincoln came up with that black folks use. But either way, don't get caught up with her saying ADOS and you're saying I'm FBA. She's still speaking about you. When she says ADOS, she's speaking about the lineage. When Tariq, now she says FBA, for those who rather say ADOS, doesn't matter. He's speaking to the lineage. He's not only speaking to people of the lineage that claims FBA. Yvette is not only speaking to the people of the lineage that only claim ADOS. They're speaking, both Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell Tone Talks. When they say Freedmen or FBA or ADOS, they're speaking to 43 million Black Americans. That's foundational and descendants of American slavery in the United States. You can't tag on foreigners. Okay, now listen.
And begin to believe, right, that we are not American descendants of chattel slavery and this is not our liberation struggle and we are not this, then you have to kind of supplant that in the minds of ADOS.
Right.
And so if you supplant that in the minds of ADOS, women who have kids and all that stuff, if you supplant that in there, they will begin to believe
this is Unc's problem.
That instead of being ADOS, they are women who are a part of a global diaspora.
You see, so what she's saying is the trick is to believe. The trick is to make FBAs believe that they're not FBA. They're really African and they're really part of a global lineage, not a domestic lineage in America. And once you do that, this is what happens next. Listen.
And then they will see these other diaspora women as their real sisters and their enemies as ADOS men who are part of the same community that they're in.
Okay. So when you're able to sell them on this African lineage bullshit, these FBAs, these ADOS, the lineage people of us, we start to see Africans as our real sisters and brothers, as our real leaders, and we start to see our people from our own lineage as the enemies, the psyops. They're in the way. So that's how Unc West looks at us. That's why he had no issue with Tethers anchoring in on our reparations. That's not for them. That's why most of these people would say the things they say and always justify bad habits from Africans. When Brother Reggie Goofy ass came on my show, same thing. He was condemning our behavior and justifying their behavior that was identical. So because they see they were tricked and they're tricking. So they were tricked because, hurt people. So they were tricked and now they're tricking other people of the lineage to buy into this global African lineage and reject their domestic lineage in America. That's what's going on, family. That's why they can hate us so much and be from the same lineage and give so much love to these Tethers.
Right? There was a point in this event where people started talking about how scared they was.
Okay. So that was a great breakdown. So I've been trying to say that for the last couple of weeks. Okay. But she put it together. She packaged it way better than I ever could. But that's what I was trying to say. All right. So I'm glad it was out. So this is a case in point of an FBA person trying that. Right. So I think Professor Griff is a FBA. Listen to this fool.
We are absolutely not doing that. I'm going to say it again before I go into the check-in to see who's on with us.
Good. Here you go.
We are not going to boycott any businesses from Africa. Not African hair salons, braiding salons, not African herb shops, not whatever they are. Tire shops, wherever our Black African brothers and sisters are, That's where we are.
You see that? Okay, you just caught that? He said we're not going to boycott these tether businesses, no matter what they are, restaurants, dry cleaners, tire shops. And then he called them his brothers and sisters. So he is confirming Yvette Carnell's point. That's what they want us to believe. They want us to believe that those folks are our brothers and sisters, and the people of their lineage domestically are the enemies, the troublemakers. That's what he just did. That's what he just did.
African herb shops, not whatever they are.
Georgia,
Tire
please.
shops.
Listen, see
wherever
quiz.
our black African brothers and sisters are, that's where we are. All right? Okay. Now, who's on the check-in?
All right, he's going to continue.
Rick, what's up, man? Griff, how you been? All right. You could just dismiss yourself if that's the way you feel. You can
Let's go back.
understand it. I've been all right. All right. We are not boycotting. Salah, if you want to stay in, you could just dismiss yourself. If that's the way you feel, you could dismiss yourself.
I would love to know what they said. See, he doesn't have chat replay. Let me see. I would love to know. Maybe he does. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Maybe he does. I would love to know what that person said. Hold on.
We're not boycotting any.
It says chat replay. Let me refresh this. I would love to know what they said. I'm sure they said something that we would say. All right, let me see if we can get it. Let me see if we can get what they said with the chat replay.
We are not boycotting. Salah, if you want to stay in, you could just dismiss yourself.
All right, hold on. Hold on, family. Let me try to. I can't see the chat replay. Yeah, it won't show it. Yeah, it's not. Dang, I wanted to see what they said, man.
In Trinidadian.
Well, let's go back. Okay, one more time.
We are not boycotting any African.
Okay, here, take another one. Yeah, so narratives and dialogue says, salute my brother. He says, Kwafi Nino, salute to you. There you go. Go. This one? Here you go. All right.
African business. We're not boycotting any Caribbean, Jamaican, Trinidadian. We're not. We're going to show some unity, and this is the time to do it. Africa is on the rise, and so
you heard this guy? I told you. Listen what he said. Was Yvette wrong? He said Africa. He didn't say we're on the rise, Black Americans, whatever he think we are. He didn't say that. He didn't say African Americans. He said Africa. So somewhere foreign. He don't want his domestic reality to be on the rise. He named somewhere foreign. So now keep in mind, because we're gonna write this down. We're gonna write this down. He said Africa, because he's gonna contradict himself in a second. So I want his words to be. I'm gonna do it. I don't always write on the screen. Africa is on the right. Okay, but I want to just point out his words. Watch how he contradict himself. Just let you know I pay attention when folks be talking. How do I change the font? I always forget to change the, there we go. How do you change? Because I want y'all to see the contradiction. Okay, so I'm gonna just do this because I don't want two lines. Africa rise, right? This is the first thing he's gonna say. Okay, here, take another turkey sausage. All right. Why do I forget how to change the font? That shit pisses me off, man. Anyway, let's go with that. All right, here we go.
Was the spirit of Africa that lies within all of us.
Okay, so you see, the spirit of Africa is in all of us. Told you, Yvette wasn't wrong. They're trying to make Africa a priority over where we live at, which is wild. But now he's saying Africa. When he says Africa, is he saying it as a country or a continent? Watch this. He's going to contradict himself.
All right. That's right. One love.
Watch this.
Yep. We will not be boycotting any business from Africa.
Yeah, you got your goddamn mind.
Anyway,
that's why like old people need to sit down, bro. And I say old, it's not just
comment section.
And when I say old, it's just not age, it's in thoughts. When your thought process is 1980, 1990, sit down. When you're dressing like you're in the 1980s, 1990s, sit down, man. Sit down. Really. It's a distraction. I'm still trying to figure out how to change this font. It's pissed me off that I forgot how to do the font thing.
I'm going to offer some suggestions by the time we get off of here for all those individuals that think that we're not one people.
We're not
anyway,
one.
Let me start it up by saying this. Some reports and social media
discussion. Now remember, people like him takes no calls. You remember, somebody had a difference in opinion and he told them to remove themselves. I don't do that over here. I say call in. We want to hear your difference in opinion. We want to make sure we have the correct stance.
Just indicate that some Black Americans are experiencing dissatisfaction and in some cases boycotting African-owned salons due to concerns surrounding
Ms. Hart,
professionalism. Well, you find that same kind of instances in Korean, Asian, Chinese, whatever. You find that with different races of people, different cultures of people.
Okay, I found the font change.
Nothing but a conversation that you should have. All right? Because I do have some questions for those individuals talking about boycotting.
Yeah, so why don't you allow us to call in?
When you're talking about boycotting.
Hold on. So I found out how to get rid of this. All right. I was able to change the font. So I want to document his talking points. Okay. So Africa is on the rise, right? That's the first talking point he gave us. I like to follow people's logic.
African salons. What part of Africa are you talking about? What Africa, in case you haven't checked, is a continent. And you have countries inside of Africa.
Oh, okay. How many? Watch this. How many?
Hold on.
Yeah, you got time.
You have 54 countries inside of Africa. So when you say boycott African restaurants, African salons, African businesses, to what people are you talking about? I'm curious.
Okay, got it. You heard that right. So now number 2 is this. Africa has 54 countries. So which country? Basically, he was asking. All right. Watch this.
What African people are you talking about?
Oh, wait. Document that. What African people? Okay. 54 countries.
All right.
Hold on.
So it also goes on to say they having concerns surrounding professionalism, customer service, pricing, and a cultural understanding. If it's a cultural conversation we need to have, let's have the cultural conversation.
Okay, so family, he said Africa is on the rise. So he used Africa as one big Negro, right? One big African. Then when somebody challenged him in his chat, he said, well, don't forget, Africa has 54 countries. So which country are we speaking about? And number three, he said, which African people? Exactly. Those same questions and concerns that he asked is what we ask when you say we're African. We're like, hold up, how are we African? It has 54 countries. Which country? And then we say, well, which African people we belong to. So everything he asked when he got the criticism, he asked everything we ask when we're told we're African. He just cooked himself. We'll say which country. It's 54. And we'll say which African people do we belong to specifically. So that's why I say, family, they know and they understand our position. They just play dumb and they play stupid on purpose to not get it. Because once you get it, you gotta like do something with it. You gotta do something with it, right? You gotta make a decision. So they just play stupid. It's called, well, white folks do the same thing. And what's it called? It's called benign neglect. Just act like we're just making shit up. And that's what these Afrocentrics and Tethers has bought into. Benign and neglect. So when he gets criticized about Africa, he'll say, which countries? 54. What people? Oh, really? So we're African, right? Yeah. Which countries? 54. And which people? Right back at you.
You go so far as to say let's boycott African, and African is a big, broad umbrella, big kind of generalized description. What part of Africa? What country in Africa? What people in Africa?
Right. We want the same question. What people are we in Africa to call us African? Remember, it's a big umbrella. You got to divide it up to 54 countries, and you got to pinpoint which country you're speaking about, which countrymen, women you're speaking about. Well, same thing with us. If we're African, why are you using it as a big umbrella to categorize us? So we can't categorize them with the big umbrella, but you can categorize us with the big umbrella and call us African, knowing there's 54 countries, knowing you got ties to a people of Africa. You can't do it. Dumb logic. So Aspiring Heights said we had a cultural conversation for over 50 years. Yeah, that's over. Mental OG says no means no. What part of that they don't get? I don't understand, man. Lavania Frank, welcome. This man is a nutcase. He always been a nutcase. He is part of the problem. He's the reason why Chuck D and Flavor Flav and Public Enemy fell apart. He is the reason. Chuck D does not speak to him today. He was almost the reason why Nick Cannon was shut down. Remember, it was the interview with this guy when Nick Cannon almost got canceled. Okay, family? So everywhere he's been a cancer to his company. He is the sole reason. Family, look it up. Look up why Public Enemy lost their contract. I think with Def Jam. I think with Lyric Cohen. And don't cook me on the record label. I forgot. But he is the sole. His comments is why Public Enemy lost their record label contract and could no longer perform. He's the sole. His comments, his crazy ass comments, like he's doing today, and he is the reason why Nick Cannon. He was the interviewer. He changed the subject. He got Nick Cannon on that shit. Okay. And he got Nick Cannon almost canceled. He's a cancer. He's a cancer wherever he goes. All right. Let me read some chats. Yeah. Okay. So Ms. Hart says, what cultural conversations can we have? We have different cultures. Exactly. So Aspiring Heights, did you want to call in and explain that conversation? Because I kind of thought I know what you was talking about, but maybe I don't. Reaction Media TV says Muhammad Ali said all snakes look the same. Yep. He said don't, and he got that from Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad said you can't go and you can't put your hand in a den of snakes to find out which ones don't bite, which ones are not poisonous. He said you gotta look at them all as snakes and just throw fire on all of them. All right. Same day Parlay says, "Dag." My mentor G says, "Exactly." DSA1 salute. He said, hey, "Yo, Jaquan's in the building. Goofy ass Griff. I remember that chick that said he broke up with that he broke up with. Oh yeah. I remember this. Griff was just a grifter and a backup dancer in P. Yep, and he's the reason why they were no longer. That was a dope ass group. Chuck D had that shit going, bro. David Flavor with the clocks, like they had that thing jumping and moving, man. They had the culture in their hands, and this dude ruined their career. Single and the stupid ass. It has nothing. What he did was in the background. He had nothing. He was an S1W, SWV dancer. He was an SWV1. He was an SWV backup dancer. And his comments on behalf of the group got the group blackballed. Okay, blackballed. And he almost got Nick Cannon blackballed. Well, he did get him in trouble, but he almost got him blackballed and canceled. It's this clown. You know Nick Cannon don't talk to this fool. Chuck D don't talk to this. I bet you Chuck D called Nick Cannon. I was like, dude, don't ever invite that guy ever again. Matter of fact, he has never been on nobody's platform since. He's a cancer.
So
they are trying to have
the
us
protest
right.
So-called boycott needs to make some sense. All right.
It does make sense.
Some common sense.
It does, because you see that they have their eyes on our $1.7 trillion spending power, and they want some of that. But if we're boycotting, that means we're going the other way. That means their dream is a nightmare.
It also goes on to say customer service and professionalism accounts of the last minute cancellations. Every business does that. Unprofessional behavior, every business does that. Dissatisfaction and in some cases boycotting African-owned salons due to concerns surrounding professional.
Fact, Renaissance Woman says all Griff did was march, but he started to believe he was the leader of the group. Yeah, so I'm not. So listen, family. So when I play people, channels, right, the content creators or whoever's talking, they might be part of a video. I'm just giving you my views and opinions, and I'm gonna give facts along with it, right? I'm not saying you gotta unsubscribe. I'm saying because we're 43 million, right? I'm gonna like what I like, you're gonna like what you're like, and you're gonna hate what I like, I'm gonna hate what you like. That's fine. If you're a follower of Griff, no problem. If you subscribe and listen, no problem. If you listen to Severe Debate, no problem. Because these are all FBAs. So I get it. It's not an issue like that. If you listen to Lord Jamar, okay, each his own. But I'm gonna give some history. I'm gonna give some receipts about this guy and how he's cancerous to Black people. I just gave you 2 examples of big dogs that he brought down single-handedly. Public Enemy, Chuck D, Flavor Flav, and Nick Cannon with his crazy ass rhetoric that he's doing right now. That's all I'm saying. And he thought he was leader. Like he, in my opinion, he comes off as he needs to be the face of something.
Professionalism, blah 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 blah. Yes, towards customer hair. And okay.
I never known that. Wait, so Tariq Nasheed and Griff got into it. I'd never known that. Put that link in the chat. I would love to review that. Put that link. If you could find that, Jay, put that in the chat. I would love to see that. Tashi, yeah, she just be low now. I think I knew. Y'all talking about the light skinned girl? I don't follow Griff. He's full of, I believe the same thing. Renaissance women as well. But I'm not gonna, this show ain't to tell you not to follow him. This show is just to expose like people trying to push Pan-Africanism on us at our own expense of our unique cultural identity. Yes, that's the problem. So people like him are saying push Africa first, push a foreign culture, foreign nation, foreign movement over our domestic culture, domestic movement, and I think that's just goofy.
Other people do not know how to do your hair.
Go get it.
Black women. All right.
Is this fool crazy? Yeah, listen, I'm not condoning this, but so many Black women get their hair done by the Dominicans. I don't know. What you want to do? Okay. So this dude is just making shit up. Yeah, in New Brunswick, damn near every barber in New Brunswick is Spanish. Yeah, this dude is nuts. I think he forgot how. Now he's from New York, I guess, and he must have forgot how diverse New York and New Jersey is. You dig? No, you can Dominicans be doing them hairs, doing their hair and nails and all that shit. I'm not saying you got to go that route, but what I'm saying he's capping. There's black women who can do your hair. There's FBA. There's Latinas who does your hair well, and there's some tethers.
If anyone's going to come on the broadcast, you have to show your image. I'm just not doing avatars. Thank you very much. You have to come on live. All right. I'll be with you in a minute. Let me just finish this. Pricing and extra charges. Some customers complain about. They consider extraordinary
Ramon
costs,
in the building,
particularly for braids. That's just, yeah.
Oh yeah, Soleil. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Okay, good information there. Girls speak peace. B1, BEONE. Be one with the family.
Okay. Next, cultural differences, understanding.
Pinky Wells says Africans don't know how to do your hair. In Santa Monica, California, I had a white man do my hair. This is a can of worms. These tethers don't want to open up, boycott this. Yeah, exactly, man. It's hard either way. Professor Griff needs to stay out of this fight at this moment because he has nothing to add to our movement at all. Reaction Media TV, FBA women will pull out the comb. Right. Real simple. Like, it's time for us to do for ourselves. Like Elijah Muhammad said, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad said, it's time to do for yourself. It's time we need to open up shops, boycott them. We dominate that now. It's real simple. It's not a difficult thing. You got FBAs out there, FBA women out there, I know, that do hair. Because I used to have super long braids, and I got it done in Irvington, New Jersey a few times from some tethers, but I'm gonna tell you right now. Then I had but my two main braiders, one was Jamaican. She was good at box braids, and I had an FBA sister who was good at cornrows. So I left it at that. If I wanted box braids, Jamaican sister was cool as hell, and I had his FBA sister to do my cornrows. That's all. So yeah, man. So FBA's women do be out there doing hair. And then we just gotta open up and be adventurous. Stop being so critical of our own and give other folks a break when they do the same mistakes.
And some Black American clients feel that some African stock. We're talking about hair salons. We're not talking about the overall aspect of what African people are bringing.
I don't know what this. Yeah, again, he's caught up in the 90s. Okay, with the X Clan. Other FBA Renaissance woman says other FBA women know how to do each other's hair. Of course, my location is FBA. No African has ever touched my hair. Oh, she said my loctician. My bad. I need glasses. Everybody know that. Lavanya Frank says you better keep them tethered away from my edges for real. Pinky Wells says, oh, she's responding. Mental says, please support FBA owned businesses only and cook your jerk chicken at the crib. Make your own tacos your same day. He's funny. Leonard says, fans, remember Jason Black said, don't trust them old nigga. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Leonard, I've been saying that for the longest. It don't matter what my content was, right? No matter, I was up here 16 years, and I always said old men specifically, old FBA men specifically are the worst to listen to. FBA women are second. Old FBA women are second, but old FBA men are the worst. They're stubborn. They're grumpy. They're not trying to consider no other alternative, no other explanation. Is either their way or the highway. Some of the dumbest niggas I ever met in my life have been old FBA men. Like him.
All right. And please keep in mind when you start talking about certain aspects of the younger people and a lot of even the older people coming out of Africa. Understand, Africa was colonized. The same dog that bit them bit you.
No, dude. Those Malcolm X speeches don't work in 2025, dude. No. We are super evolved. We're super evolved from Malcolm X. You know, we appreciate him for what he did in the 60s, but this is 2025. This is 60 years later. Of course, we're better. We evolve. We're evolved humans. We're better. We appreciate all of our ancestors that helped contribute to who we are today and what they did for us, what they fought and died and killed for. Listen, we all evolved versions of them, right? We took it to another level. So a 60-year-old speech is not going to work. A 100-year-old speech ain't going to work. Matter of fact, speeches, period, ain't going to work. No more speeches, right? We're having conversations now. Speeches mean they talk, you just listen. We're not doing that. We evolved past that. We have conversations now. We talk to each other, not one person lecturing like they're Jesus. Nope, that's gone. So ain't no dog bit them, dog bit us. No. I don't agree.
All right. You could almost say it was Willie Lynch 2.0.
Nah.
All right.
It's impossible. Willie Lynch, first of all, is fake, but the process was real. Willie Lynch is about buck breaking. About buck breaking and eugenics. That never happened nowhere in Africa or the islands or Haiti. That only happened in America. There's no Willie Lynch 2.0. These old dudes be saying any old thing. But he's an elder.
When you talk,
I guarantee you he's an elder somewhere. In somebody's cult, he's an elder.
About boycotting African
business
because of a bad experience that you may have had with someone from Africa.
No. So don't forget Pinky. She said my chat's full of old FBA men. No. Pinky, when I say old, remember, I'm saying old in thought. Right? Because you got Dr. Claude Anderson, who's technically an old man, right? But he's not old in thought. He's very innovative and creative. So when I say old, I'm talking about not just age. I'm talking, you got some brilliant older men who are wise as hell. I'm talking about, and women. I'm talking about in thought. This guy's stuck in his 60s. He just said the same dog that bit them has bitten you. That's old in thought. He aged out of the fight. So that's what I mean. Some people aged out of the fight. They need to just sit down and watch us go to work, go to battle.
Not even knowing what part of Africa.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So what part of Africa we are to call us African? So it's like his same argument I could use against him. Lady Cam, good morning to you. Let me give you a lineage wrench. Just do me a favor, because you're probably on your phone. Just X out that chat just real briefly and then hit that like button and then click that chat back again. Matter of fact, everybody should do that. I didn't check the likes just yet, but I know they're probably not on par.
I'm trying to figure that can almost say it was Willie Lynch 2.0. All right. So keep these things in mind when you talk about boycotting African business because of a bad experience that you may have had with someone from Africa, not even knowing what part of Africa.
Right. So how are we African not knowing what part of Africa? See, the same thing right back at you. You sound dumb. You can't answer that. That's just weird how we can ask them a question, they dismiss it as foolishness, but then say the same thing back to us.
I'm trying to figure that out now. All right, so understand that dynamic.
You best believe I wrote this guy. I'm probably the only. You best believe, chap. You don't know how I do. This is how I do. You best believe I wrote him. You best believe I'm in there. There you go. Now all of a sudden, you want to divide Africa up into 54 pieces, but I thought we foundational Black Americans are African. So the same question back to you: what country in Africa out of 54 countries make us African? You guys contradict yourselves. Boycott Africa, even every African store. I said boycott Africa, every African store.
All right. So what's attributing this whole sentiment of hate towards Africans?
Okay. Now, this dude said, you see the gaslighting? So now a boycott is hate. A boycott is about sending a message for a better result in return. Okay, boycotting something means you're unsatisfied, you're dissatisfied with the services or products. So you want them to do better and you may return. That's a boycott. It has nothing to do with your feelings and you hating people. This dude is wild. And like somebody said in the chat, it's gaslighting.
The hate from
Now we
blacks
just hate.
looking at Africans and then Africans looking back at black people. This is not a new thing. It's just being exacerbated now with not only the gender wars, but now it's the culture wars. All right, and you can't see and read between the lines that this is your open enemy.
Oh yeah, now here we go with the open enemy. Here we go now. This dude is so out of touch. He aged out of the fight. He aged out. That's my little new language. He aged out of the fight. Now we have this one enemy. It all comes back to that. It all comes back to their religious perspective. Their Pan-Africanist. Yvette Carnot talks about the Pan-Africanist religion. Okay, all this shit this is a religion to these folks. This is worship of Africa and things like that. That's a religion. They don't call it that. It's a religion though. It checks every box, and that's why they just can't let it go.
Doing this, so come on, family, wake up. Wake up. I don't want to say wake up and smell the coffee.
Yeah, I'm drinking coffee right now. Okay, so let me see. He's old. Flack says he's old. He got the old thoughts thinking all black people are the same. He just needs to be school time. No. He needs to sit down. He has aged out of the fight. He has aged out of the cause. Sit down. Okay. Leonard says he's a Mason, so he was probably a boule the whole time. All right.
No. Wake up and smell the tricks and the lies. Someone is behind the scenes. I was watching something earlier.
Okay, so who was behind the scenes to make that Rwanda woman says FBAs are lazy, we're stupid, horrible culture. If we come back to Africa, we would defect Africa and turn Africa to a bunch of degenerates. How about that woman? So according to him, she doesn't exist. Like that's AI.
I still have it on my phone. The degree of ignorance coming from some of these people is just ridiculous. Hold on. Can I find it?
Yeah, Lady Cam.
Okay, I'll play a couple of things. Hold on. I'll play a couple of things if I can find them so y'all can hear them for yourselves. But in the meantime, between time, Pan-Mulattoism, I guess that's your name. I don't know.
Oh my God. Let me see. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. I wasn't gonna play this after his opening comments, but I'm curious now.
Peace, King. How you doing?
Greetings. How are you?
I hear an accent.
Doing well, King. Thanks for having me up. And I try to make it brief as possible.
King talk.
Two things. Number one, it's imperative that we as U.S. freedmen boycott African businesses.
I like this. He called in with some. I judged him too early. I see that pan there. All right, cool. See, I'm triggered by that word pan. Like I know pan doesn't mean a bad thing, but I'm just so used to hearing Pan-Africanism and tying that to guys like this. And when I read the word pan or hear it, I just get triggered. I ain't gonna lie.
Brief as possible. Two things. Number one, it's imperative that we as U.S. freedmen boycott African businesses so that we can keep that U.S. freedman dollar and the U.S. freedman community. And I'm also saying we must boycott all immigrant businesses, all Caucasian businesses, all non-U.S. freedmen businesses, but definitely we must boycott U.S. freedmen businesses.
Okay, so when he say freedmen, for family who's unaware, he's using freedmen the same way people will use Adolf, the same way people will use FBA. So when he says freedmen, he just speaking to our lineage. That's all. Just different terminology, but he's speaking to the same people of the same lineage. That's why I just simply say the lineage. It avoids all the confusion and it avoids people trying to make us divide between our lineage. Because they'll say, so what are you? Are you FBA? Are you ADOS? are U.S. freedmen? Like they'll try to make you do infighting. That doesn't work. That does not work. My answer is, bro, all three. Or I'll say, I'm of the lineage. I catch them off like that. I'm of the lineage. But which one are you? FBA 80, brother. I can trace my lineage to the plantations. Okay. But which one, brother, sister? I can trace my lineage. Everybody you just named, all those groups, all those different names for the lineage you just named, they all can do the same thing. So that trying to cause infighting, that tether shit, that's not gonna work. Like we've been through that with COINTEL and not gonna work.
And secondly, and in closing, we must acknowledge that Africans were co-conspirators.
Do me a favor. Can you come on the screen?
Well, I'm arresting my anonymity, but you seen me, so you know I'm a real human being.
I don't even know what that terminology means, bro. I just want to see you because you could be anyone that we talk to. I want to be able to see your face in case I bump into you at Walmart.
Well, you just seen me. I just camped up in the back.
I need the people to see you.
Look. He want the people to see you. See, he just lied. He said, I want to see you. So the dude proved he's a real person to Professor Griff. And now he's saying that he got the perfect name, Professor Grift. Professor Grift. Okay. And then he no, I want the people to see you. Like, no, I don't want to be seen by the people. I might be like right now, I'm outside. I could be seen. Let me cut my camera on. I don't see it. I'm outside, but I don't want to be seen right now. My nose is stuffy from the pollen. I'm drinking my coffee, and I'm good. Yeah, there's weird stuff going on.
And my people to see you.
Well, yes, I'm arresting my anonymity if that's not a problem, respectfully. And I'm not saying anything disrespectful at all.
No. I'm not taking it as being disrespectful. I understand. I respect that. All right, finish talking to us. What's happening?
And I'll say this in closing, because I don't want to be long-winded. Additionally, we must acknowledge that Africans.
He doxing him, yo. Yeah, I'm gonna read the chat in 1 sec. I just want to hear his response to what brother said as of our lineage.
Europeans were co-conspirators, and we must. And I'll say this in closing, because I don't want to be long-winded. Additionally, we must acknowledge that Africans and Europeans were co-conspirators.
Didn't I say that before? I said they bigging up Africa like Africa didn't go into business with the Europeans to sell us in the diaspora. Like, are we forgetting that part of the history? Like, yo, this Atlantic slave trade could not be possible if the white man didn't have a business partner, right? If anybody did wholesaling or looking to wholesaling, if you're the middle person, you're looking for a buyer and a seller, and you get the in-between difference, right? You don't make any money if you can't find a buyer and seller. So in order for the transatlantic slave trade was to be successful and to happen, to come to fruition, you need a buyer and a seller. So we had a buyer, the white man. Who was the seller? It was Africa. So we're just forgetting and we're just forgiving. So we're just forgetting and forgiving Africa for 50% investment, for having 50% investment in the transatlantic slave trade. We're just forgiving them for no reason, undeservingly forgiving them. That's wild. We're not doing that.
And the enslavement of our ancestors. So just as it would be foolish of us as Jewish freedmen to seek unity with Europeans, we must also realize that it's also foolish to seek unity with Africans. They literally sold us to the Europeans.
Hey, he is about to blow up. His face. You remember Eddie Murphy in Vampire Brooklyn? He walked into that church and he got caught on fire. That's how he is right now. He is on fire because he want to cut him off.
Okay, can you
rerun that back?
Foolish of us as Jewish freedmen to seek unity with Europeans. We must also realize that it's also foolish to seek unity with Africans. They literally sold us to the Europeans.
Okay, can you prove these things? Can you give us some resources real quick?
Okay.
Yes.
Hold on, wait, let me finish.
Wait, we thought you okay, see that, let me finish though. I hate that let me finish stuff. People be finished, but they really don't want to answer. What he's saying right now is really rhetorical. He just want to get this off, but he doesn't want a rebuttal. Like he don't want to rebut. He don't want the guy to rebut with the question. He don't want to answer to the question. He just want to ask the question and just move on. Just say that. Just say I don't want to answer. I just want to ask this question and move on. Where's the sources? Because they want to act like you're making it up. Okay, so now we gotta let him finish. The dude is actually he put a period there. I hate these let me finish people. It should be pissing me off, man. Let me finish. Oh shit.
We don't want to be long-winded. I want to write down some references because when you say Africans, Africa, there's 54 countries, I believe, in Africa. So when you say the Africans, you just talk about all of them sold us, or how did that process work? Can you give me some references, please?
Yes, just like when we say Europeans enslaved us, we don't mean all Europeans, correct?
Oh my, he is cooking Professor Grift. Who is this brother? Yo, let me write this brother. I need to pull up. And see, he could talk to Kwame American Dream. Hold on. He is fucking him. Let me invite that brother over here. Oh my God, he's cooking. Let me back up.
Yes.
Hold on, wait, let me finish. Let me finish. We don't want to be long-winded. I want to write down some references because when you say Africans, Africa, there's 54 countries, I believe, in Africa. So when you say the Africans, you just talk about all of them sold us, or how did that process work? Can you give me some references, please?
Yes, just like when we say Europeans enslaved us, we don't mean all Europeans, correct?
No, you're saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm just clarifying to be clear. That's why
exactly.
That's why. Excuse me.
I'm using the term African the same way that we would use the term Europeans. No,
I'm not using that term right now. You are.
Right.
Give me some references.
Yeah. Okay. See, this is what I mean when you're aged out, when you're old fool. He's saying that he's using the term European to cover the damage that white people did, right? He's using it as an umbrella term to cover all the damage and destruction white folks did at that time. Just like Professor Grift will say African when he says Africa must rise. He don't always name the countries. He says Africa. Why don't you name 54 countries? When you say Zimbabwe, Kenya, Ethiopian, we all need to rise. He just say Africa. Okay, stop. You hurt my leg. Stop doing that. Okay, so come lay down over here. But you hurt my leg. You can't do that with your head. You on my damn bone. Like lay on the. I ain't on weight but so much, but lay on the meat part. I can't lay on the bone part. You like separate my meat on my leg from the bone. It hurts. Okay. Yeah, so Professor Grift, this is the issue, family. Like Sister said, she said people be having podcasts and everybody's the smartest person in the room until somebody calls in.
Well, let's not make this a contentious discussion. The reference
I'm just asking you a question that you failed to answer.
Can I answer? Yeah, I'm gonna answer it.
No, please give me some references.
Yes.
Okay.
Ghana apologized for selling us to Europeans. That's one.
You did. You did. And I'm saying figuratively. You did. That's common sense, Ghana. In Nigeria.
That you failed to answer.
Can I answer? Yeah, I'm gonna answer it.
Please give me some references.
Yes.
Okay.
Ghana Wait. Let's go back.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer it.
Okay, so before he give that answer, let me go here. I said I got some receipts over here. You did. Before you give that answer, let's go right over. Let's see what she got to say.
I have literally found out the exact place in Nigeria that I was sold from. This is the one person I share the same Nigerian ancestry with. Like, he's Nigerian and this is my highest percentage. Igbo, Arrow subgroup, and renowned Aro warriors. And what? We need a nice plot of land, all your cows, obviously money.
Okay, so did she just give a reference? Did she just source up where she was sold from? So yo, that old talking point that the Pan-Africanists used back in the 90s, that's done now. We got Google on another level, Wikipedia Britannica, and we got Chat GPT. All that goofy shit. I need a source. Yeah, we could get you a source in 30 seconds or less. In 30 seconds, that's not gonna work in 2025. My old guy in thought.
Okay.
Ghana apologized for selling this to Europeans. That's one reference.
Excuse me? What was that?
Ghana, the nation of Ghana, they
Ghana.
apologize.
Yes, Ghana,
they apologize for selling our ancestors.
No. I think you misunderstood
Oh, you
my
might have
question.
forgot.
No.
So he didn't. Look, I think it's always back to us misunderstanding. We don't know history. You ask for something, bruh. He's telling you. Okay, let's just Google it. Let's just Google it. Let's do Google AI. Let's just Google it. No. You misunderstood my question. See, I told you he asked the question, but he never really wanted the answer. Let's see. Did Ghana apologize for selling Africans? This either true or false. Okay. It's not that different. Okay. So several Ghanaian entities and leaders, what they do? Where's my bar? And leaders, what they do? Have expressed apologies or acknowledged Ghana's role in the transatlantic slave trade. You wanted a country, there you go. See, that old out-age thought does not work in the day and age of technology. That's done. You have officially aged out of this culture. You're done. So now I can erase his talking points that I put up there. He's done. Just stupid babble. You got the answer and you're now saying it's not an answer.
Oh, you misunderstand my question.
Now you misunderstood
I need references. Where can I go read, study, research, cross-reference?
Exactly. Elmina Castle, Elmina Castle in Ghana.
Bro, hold on.
Listen. Yo, he can't even give an answer, family. He can't even give an answer. He's cutting him off. He's asking for sources. He's asking for things he believes does not exist. He's giving it to him.
Bro, please learn how to listen. I did not finish the statement.
See, he's never finished. I told you, these let me finish guys. I can't stand him. He asked the question. It's very simple. He keep asking it over and over and over. And now he needs to finish asking the same question that he asked 4 times over. Look at this guy. Let him finish.
Bro, please learn how to listen. I did not finish the statement.
So of course he's gaslighting. Of course he's being passive aggressive, and of course he's trying to trigger the caller to crash out and appeal to emotions. He's trying to get the guy to crash out by disrespecting him, trying to act like he doesn't understand the question. That's what they do.
Could you please not be disrespectful? Is that too much of a problem?
Told you. Now the guy's disrespectful. All right. So Tamara, let me give Tamara a lineage wrench. Tamara, welcome to the channel, FBA News and Updates. Just go ahead and like the video. Go ahead and click that X off if you're using your phone, click the X from the chat just real quickly. Like the video and then click the chat back up. Real simple. And if you like to, you can subscribe. But that like is very important. It's more important. It's more important. It's more important than money. That like is everything.
Well, you cannot mischaracterize me, but I'm listening.
Excuse me?
I said you cannot.
Yeah, he says, look, he wants to kick him off. He wants to kick him off. Excuse me? He said nothing bad. He said you can't mischaracterize me. Now you're saying I'm being disrespectful. Excuse me?
Mischaracterize me, but I'm listening. Go ahead, brother.
You said I can't mischaracterize?
No, you cannot mischaracterize me. I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm listening, brother. Go ahead, King.
Okay, just give us some references. I don't want to hear about instances. I don't want to know about the other. These things we already know. I need some place I could go to, way beyond a YouTube clip. Give me some references.
The Elmina Castle. Well, that's one reference. The Elmina
I
Castle.
want to be able to read, cross-reference. I
Lord
want to
Maul.
be able to study these things.
Wait, let me read that. So, yeah, trying to son on measure. I'm trying to disrespect. I'm trying to belittle him. So, because we black FBAs, we value our dignity, right? And we want respect. So, we don't appreciate disrespect like that in our culture. So he's trying to trigger him with disrespect so he can crash out, hang up, or get kicked off. So, yeah, explaining. 420 piece. He said, "I know you all will have a wonderful day today." Yes, yes, yes. Let me read that. Okay, so Tashi D said, when people say, "Can I finish?" or "You didn't let me finish," that's just them needing more time to explain their BS. Exactly. And like I already know, it's at this point, I just want to kick them off. I had so many guests. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm not finished yet. Like, oh shit, you just put it. Now I understand grammar. I understand punctuation marks. Dude, you just put a period. You didn't put a semicolon, colon. You either put a exclamation mark, you either put a question mark or a period. You're done. You didn't put a colon, you're done. You are finished. Your point is done. Now I'm going to respond. You can say something else, but you're not going to give me a whole bunch of bullshit. Yeah, dude is calm as hell. So this brother is smoking Professor Griff with the babbling continuous question. Right. David, peace. David, he's cooking them. That's why when you tell people to call in, like, be careful. Um, so brother is giving him sources, but yeah, right. He don't want them. Breakfast platter. My husband brought me. Oh, you have to have your own conversation. Keith, peace to you. That's that mulatto ass up there. He comes to our Aboriginal channels telling us call Ace or Ice. Cal Ace. He's mad. He he's mad. Yeah, he's mad he joined. He thought this is what he thought. Professor Grift, he thought Pan-Africanists we're gonna call in and like stroke his ego. Pause. You dig? Like that's what he thought. But he doesn't understand, like we're on notice. You dig? We out here, like we out here. We out here. All right, let's go.
All right. Okay. Way beyond a YouTube clip, way beyond some TikTok information. I want to be able to read these things for myself.
It's a stalling tactic.
Africans as a broad.
And yeah, and look, and trust me, he's Googling it. He's Googling it. He's stalling him out. He got his hands below the camera. He's Googling it. Like, you try to ask ChatGPT or AI, you try to phrase the question where it favors you, the answer. You try to manipulate AI or ChatGPT to get the answer you want, but it doesn't work. Like they're smarter than that. Like the ChatGPT and these AIs, they know people want to manipulate others and lie to others and be deceitful. So they're geared not to give it the way you want it. They're gonna always give it the way it is.
Term did not sell black people into slavery. Show me where there's an African slave trade on the continent of Africa. Can anyone send me some references? An African slave trade. Show me where that was happening at.
Okay, so now he wants the seller's name. Like, you see, now he just moved the goalpost. Now he wants to know the people name, the person's name, the tribes, their actual names they went by. He want to know their official position in the tribe. Kings, a chief. Like the dude is out of control, man. He's out of control.
On the African continent. Please give me some references, family. I'm gonna put the invitation back.
Oh, he kicked him off. Yeah, did he kick him off?
In the chat, for anyone that want to come on. But when we come on, we're going to be very respectful. We're not.
Yo, he kicked him off. I told you. What I say? I said he's looking. He's trying to gaslight him. He's trying to trick him. He's trying to pretend the guy is disrespectful to kick him off. He kicked him off. The dude sourced up for Ghana. He kicked him off. Yeah, these Pan-Africanists, these Afrocentrics, they are dangerous. They are dangerous, and that's why Tethers love to join these uh, religions. It's called Pan-Africanism and Afro Afrocentrism. They love to join those religions
Going to
because they're geared
out
to hate us.
talk and talk over the host. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And if you fail to come on for some legal reasons, you got warrants or whatever, then don't come on. Go to somebody else's channel. All right. Let me finish what I was saying. So this idea of
Yo, listen, the reason why I know this stuff, because I've been on podcasts like this. I've been on where they say want a challenge. I call in, I cook them, they boot me right off. They ask me some stupid ass gotcha question, they boot me off. You dig? This because people don't really want what they're asking for.
somebody getting an itch in their pants and want to boycott African salons. We're not doing that. All right?
Oh, we are definitely
We're not
doing that.
doing that.
We are definitely
We're
doing
not
that.
doing our brothers and sisters from Eritrea,
Look,
Somalia.
look. So now that brother who has the same lineage of us, he never called him his brother, but people he never met before in Wakanda, he's calling his brothers and sisters. Yvette Carnell was right. They are trained, right, psychologically to hate us who are their domestic relatives of the same lineage and fall in love with people they never met, know nothing about, and won't even live with. And they're over there with them. They won't even live with them. They won't send them money. They won't do shit for them. But these are their brothers and sisters.
Ethiopia, we're not boycotting any of them. We're working along with them so that we can build alliances, we can build trade.
Yeah. He tried to tie us with criminality. I'm telling you, they are trained to make us the enemy. Yvette was spot on. Like they really believe we're the enemy, and folks from the continent are like the savior. Like they're the real leaders. They need them to come down and speak.
The last time, if you looked at an actual map of the continent of Africa and all of the natural resources that come up out of Africa, Africa is on the rise. All right. And if you go and do
like light bulbs.
Africa is going to be on the rise. The whole idea of young people coming up in Africa.
Africa is going to be on the rise. Brother, which country? Remember, you pinpointed the brother that Africa is not a country, it's 54. So which country of Africa is on the rise? All of them? Like you're a fucking liar. Like we know that Sudan is having a rough time right now, and we know about Makoko. Makoko is literally a floating slum. Listen, let's go here now. Makoko. Okay. Look at this. Family, that's water. Hold on. This is probably the worst place in America. Look, I'm not lying. They're living on water. It's a floating slum. All this stuff is garbage. Look, water. That's a boat. They're a canoe, whatever. They're living on water. Look, you see what it says? Floating. I didn't make this up. Donald Trump didn't make this up. Floating slum in Africa. It's a floating slum. Look at this. Yo, it's black water. That means like there's like life can't live in there. Life is dead. Um, they they urinate in his water. They defecate in his water, and they also cleanse themselves in his water. They wash their dishes in his water. This is probably the worst place on the planet. It's literally there's no cement, there's no dirt, there's no ground. Okay, there's no cars, boats. It's a floating slum, and he's lying to us that Africa is on the rise. Okay.
Africa being the number one consumer in a minute. All right. We want to be able to connect back with our African brothers and sisters. Those of us that's still part of our bloodline. All right. I think a few people got a hold of a couple of a Black Law Dictionary and
Facts mental.
some other stuff, and all of a sudden forgot that, yeah, way before Africa was Africa, we was one people. I'm gonna say that again in English, in case some people in the back didn't hear me. Before Africa was named Africa, we were
Wait, Pinky. They're gonna clean up finally and build waterfront housing. That's clever. Yeah, but this water is dead. Like they gotta literally drain the water. The water is dead. It's dead. Nothing can live in the water. There's no fish there. There's nothing there. So that's interesting. How they gonna, yeah, I'm sure they can. This technology bring life back in it, but I wonder how they're gonna do it. They're gonna just like put chemicals in there, you dig, or they're gonna drain it and put water back in there. I don't know how they're gonna do that, but it'll be interesting to watch. Yeah, but they got to do something with that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, they do everything in that water, man. Everything. I see everything. They wash their dishes in that water. They wash their face. They use the bathroom. They brush their teeth. They gargle with that. I mean, it is what it is, man.
one people. All right. Study Pangea. Study who we are.
Okay, so Lagos is another one I looked at. Renaissance woman. Yep. And there's other places, man. There's some spots in India that's like known for trash, like trash everywhere. Like they just throw trash on the ground, keep it moving. Some spots in India. So they can't throw shade either. I mean, they just throw it on. It's normal to just throw it on the grass, at the ground, and keep walking. Like whatever they get done using, on the ground. Stop. It's just discarded. It's on the ground.
As a people. All right. Okay.
All right, so let's move on from him. I'll get back on him, but let's go here now. Our brother Phil Scott. I was trying to tell our FBAs, the gatekeepers, the truth about policing African and Caribbean blackness. Watch this.
Ladies and gentlemen, people have been really coming out trying
This my
all
guy
kind
right
of
here.
mental
Y'all gotta subscribe to him.
gymnastics to try to figure out their way to either break down FBAs and how we feel about delineation, just about everything in general, right? And they're trying to figure out like, aha, I got in, because they're trying to pierce that armor. That's what they're trying to do, right? So I want you to listen to this guy. He's going to try to pierce the armor with some craziness. And it's like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what is it with y'all? What is it? Like, I'm serious. Like, if somebody told me.
They're trying to pierce the armor. That is hilarious. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to pierce our armor. They're trying to find out where's our weakness. Where can they defect us from within and it just erode inside and just come on the outside and, manifest itself. They want us to deteriorate. Self-destruct.
They're
decompose.
Delineating, or they doing something else, right? I'm like, okay, I mean, hey, man, God bless you. That's the only thing I would say if I was an immigrant. I'm like, God bless you. It's hey, man, I ain't got no beef with y'all. I'm
right.
Cool, And they say, oh, yeah, no, we cool with you. It's no problem. I say, okay, all right, good. Hey, man. But
yeah, you would think they would naturally ask, what is delineation, right? What does that mean? Then we explain to them it's a harmless action. They're like, okay. That's the only response you'll get. Like, okay, all right, that's what's up. Like, how did that come to, oh my God, we're at war. Here, too loud. Okay, go.
I rock with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I know I'm not your group, but I rock with you. And as far as I would go with it. But no, everybody just flipping the hell out. Even some Black Americans. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Want to judge people blackness, but then when Africans and Caribbeans come up, we judging their blackness.
Now, before he finished, look what he wrote. White cultured Black Americans that deny whiteness, dislike Africans, no, desire whiteness. I'm sorry. So if you're honoring your heritage, if you are appreciating your ancestors, if you are focusing on FBAs first, that means we're being white cultured and desire whiteness. This, like I said, they're trying everything they can. And what you see up there is actually a shaming tactic, okay? It's shame. And shaming tactics don't work. We're impervious to shaming tactics, right? So you want to say that we're being white cultured and desire whiteness or whatever the hell you want to say, my brother. Say it. But the delineation movement is going on strong.
If they come from countries that are black, that are run by black people, that they're raised by black people. We're judging people's blackness that are raised by black people because their black isn't American black, but Drake's black is not American black. And then we're
Right.
we're allowing people that call themselves biracial and multiracial to speak for black issues while
Well, that don't make any sense. Like we can't make somebody shut up. But just because somebody gives an opinion doesn't mean they represent our stance. Like that's just tether babble.
they refuse to even identify as black, right? And will try to assert that they are oppressed by black people, even though they're saying they're black one day and the next day they're saying they're African-Asian and they're French and Spanish and all this other stuff. Like, black is black. You can have all kind of other admixtures in you. The question about Drake's blackness is not about racial identity. It's not about ancestry. It's not about whether he has a black parent.
Hey, don't forget, family, just because somebody was once something one day doesn't mean they're always that. Right? There's a lot of folks who admit that they were Pan-Africanists, that they were this, they were that until, the whole on code thing, popped off. Come sit over here. Get, to the whole on code thing popped off. So just because you have a thought one day, it doesn't mean you're always that when you can get on code and start speaking right. There's nothing wrong with that.
Or a black relative. But that does not equal loyalty to black culture. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is not celebrated because his skin color was black or because his parents was black.
Not even want to educate about Dr.
King
King.
Jr. is celebrated because he helped pass the 1964 Civil Rights Act that led to a completely different life for black people and for non-black people.
Yeah, indirectly, but it wasn't directly for you.
That's why all people, whether they black, biracial, woman, man, gay, straight, that's why all different groups of people, Jewish people, everybody celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. because of his culture, because of the way.
No, y'all don't. Y'all don't celebrate him. They celebrate the white man. They would tell us today that the white man's the reason why they're over here, not Dr. King. So stop it.
He lived because of who he stood up for. It was not just because he was born black.
Now, his argument was skin tone in the beginning.
Right.
Then when he got to Martin Luther King, he started talking about culture.
Right.
Then he went back to skin tone. Bro, what is it? Is it skin tone or is it culture? Let me go ahead and answer your question. We're not talking about people's skin color because you're doing this skin color argument. We used to think that way.
And that's why I had to correct Unc West that came over here. Like, dude, black ain't about what your color. Cause you got people, you got folks, wasn't like George Washington Carver light as snow? It's like, but he's black. And you got a lot of W. Du Bois was light as snow. So it's like, nah, dude, it was never about skin color. It was the black experience. What I explained to Unc. And now it's the black experience that we always knew about. It was always an experience. You dig? And we were called black only, BLACK. I don't care nothing about no negro, liars. We were only people that were called BLACK. Okay? And we were called that because of our unique experience in this country, our unique experience. And that experience extends to our ethnogenesis.
Right? Before the delineation movement, we was more so focused on, hey, they come from Africa, they come from the Caribbean, they black.
Yeah, they always bring
black,
up Dr.
right?
King.
Fine. But what we didn't understand, how could people that's black just like me have similar features
come get that check.
like me, but yet they're saying that they're not black and they're going to stay away and all these other things, right?
Oh, yeah. Don't make me play those videos where a bunch of tethers were saying they were not. A lot of tethered women were saying they were not black. So, I got the receipts on deck.
Wow. Well, what is that? And it freaked us out because somebody so-called black like us don't want to even be around us. Well, what we didn't understand was these people come from different cultures than what we are, right? Our culture is to say, hey, I ride with anybody black. That's our culture. In their culture, we looked at it as a different ethnic
Right. Great point from Quest Burnside. They're talking about us, about how we're so whitewashed and things like that. And these dudes literally got a white Jesus and a white Jesus statue in the middle of their country. But they want to convince us how whitewashed we are. And they literally got a Caesar Borgia statue in the middle of their country. When a white man, do I need to show the white Jesus in Africa? I mean, like a real guy looking like a white, Jesus. They were worshiping the hell out of him. A whole bunch of fly infested folks was following him around, were following him around, grabbing on him, pulling his hair, like they thought he was a savior. This was an average homeless white guy. They just dressed up, cut his hair, and put him out there to show. It was like a study. They want to show how brainwashed they are, how much they hate themselves, and how much they love white people. A regular homeless man from Detroit. They dressed up as Jesus, and these guys are just amazing. Oh my God, the savior. You dig? Okay, I'm gonna show the white. I gotta show the white Jesus. How do I even find it? Yo, somebody find it for me, because I gotta YouTube it, and it's gonna take a lot of time. So if you guys can find that white Jesus real quick, put that link in the chat. I gotta laugh at this one. But let me give Quest Burnside a wrench. Quest Burnside, I called it a lineage wrench, because only folks of our lineage got a wrench, or folks who are riders of the lineage, right? Allies, supporters. So now just, like the video. If you're using a phone, hit that the chat button, close that briefly, like the video, and that's it. But somebody find that video link.
They don't see us as black, and
I gotta get a good laugh.
Black. They don't see that. That's not their lived experience.
Yeah, they bleached some of those countries, they had to ban the cake soap. They had to ban this cake soap. It was selling out. They couldn't keep it on the damn shelf. They were all trying to look like Mariah Carey. They what's Blueface wife or baby mother? They trying to look like her. They trying to look like Tiny. I'm trying to give in case younger folks in the chat, they might not know who these folks are. They're trying to look like Tatiana.
You understand? So what we're saying as FBAs is this. It is a cultural thing. We are in our culture. We're not focused on color. If that's the case, there's Asians that has the skin tone, the same color.
I said the same thing to Unc West. I said, dude, there's dark Indians darker than me, but why he's not black? When I lived in Dallas, Texas, when I was 10 years old in their school system, there was I thought these guys were black. I'd never seen a dark skin, even though I was from Jersey, I'd never seen a dark skinned Hispanic person until I moved to Dallas, Texas. I thought old boy was black. I'm trying looking for people who look like me so I can hang out with. First day, and it's like recess. That dude kicked that soccer ball, started yelling some Hispanic stuff. I was like, oh shit. That black guy speaks Spanish. You dig? I went home to my mom and said, Mom, these black people speak Spanish. She said, they're not black, they're Mexican. I said, it's black. She said, yes, it's black Mexican. I said, oh, that was like a cultural shock. Like, where? I didn't know black folks spoke. No, they're Mexican. They got dark Mexicans. I'm like, oh, that I was like shell shocked.
Color as black people. They are Hispanics. They has the same color.
So, Beat Fresh J Cool says, how come we ain't listening then? How come we are taking control of our music? How come we always talking about death, unity is with us, raise the frequency? Man, it ain't all about money. Yeah, nobody's, I don't know what argument you're making up. Yeah. I even said just now, I said a like, I said a like on the video is worth more than money. Right? I said that. I said you guys liking the video is more valuable than a super chat or a cash app. If I had to pick between a like and a super chat, like the video. A like or a cash app, like the video. I would rather the likes over the cash apps or super chat. So we never said it's all about money, but you need money though. We ain't gonna sit here and lie though. You need money. But it's not all about money.
Indian, they have the color. Arabs, they have some of the same skin tones as black people, and they are not black.
Hey, yo, you see what happened to those Israelites, Jay Quan, when they went over there to Africa and told him Jesus was black. They chased him out with rocks and stones. That's gonna happen to you, bro. MC Lotto TV, peace, long time. He says our results indicate that the genetic architecture of African Americans is distinct from Africans. Zakaria Faoud, characterizing the admixed African ancestry of African Americans' genome. As Axe, you up early? Yeah, you listen. I felt good. You know what I mean? I went to bed really early. I woke up really early. Woke up 3 a.m. I laid back down. Woke up like 6:30ish, 6:40, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna do a live where I'm like a pre-recorded live where a debate I had before. I'm like, damn, I'm up. Why not just? Because sometimes I do that and lay back down. I'm like, why not just go live? So woke my son up. You know what? Let me go live. Let me go live. Thanks for the super chat, Iconic Sus. He says, peace, Ron. Peace to you, man. Peace to you and the chat and the lineage. It's all about the lineage. It's all about the lineage, baby. Let's do a remix. African American is a contradiction in terms, right? And it denotes immigrant. Okay, it denotes deportation. ICE. Diamond, peace to you. Said, hey, Ron, Maz, and chat, right? The lineage. Quest Burnside said, remember, they never told us in school who the uncivilized tribes were. It's us. Their natives stabbed us in the back. Claude said, Diamond will post what she wants. Yeah. Oh, I guess he like waving to her. Leonard says, Beef, who owns the record companies and what is my ultra? Please research and take 2 seats. FBA versus everybody real talk podcast 100%. Okay, so I think yes, so no. So I know about the largest Jesus statue over there in Brazil, brother. I'm gonna show that too. But give us that white Jesus in Africa. Give me a second. He gotta use the bathroom.
There are different culture of people, different languages, and anything else that they have going on. The fact is, what's freaking y'all out? Let me tell you really what's freaking y'all out. Let me go through it real quick. I wanted to make sure I find this, and here we go. So the delineation movement is more so a threat to any immigrant group because delineation actually equals protectionism for FBAs, right? So it's more so us, kind of closing the ranks, closing the circle. And, it's about black Americans with U.S. slavery lineage claiming our own political space. It's a resource and identity, no longer being the catch-all for global black people. Now, for immigrants, this is why they upset because it feels exclusionary, right? And say, wait a minute, they created a VIP club that I can't get in. All this time I can get in the club, but now they created VIP and I can't get nowhere near the VIP because the bouncers are there and I can't even penetrate it. I can try to say I'm black like them. I can say that they don't know who they are and it don't even matter, right? Now, in times of crisis, like mass deportation, that's a crisis moment for them. Protectionist movements seem more threatening. And say immigrants, see the risk of being pushed out economically and socially in white spaces and black America. So the folks are saying, we don't want you around here. We're going to get you out of here. And then they can't run to the black community for refuge and say, no, we delineated. Hope that work out for you. So this is why a lot of them getting bothered, right? Now, they said economic competition and resource scarcity. Many immigrants see FBA delineation as a threat to opportunity. It says scholarships, jobs, contracts, and even black media, and the influencer space, are suddenly not guaranteed to them anymore. So when we delineated, it took away the guarantees that was there. In the era of mass deportation, any loss of political protection or community solidarity makes them feel exposed. Hence to why a lot of times they upset. Some of them are scared. They're trying to find every little bit of thing to try to get in with black America. Now, they say if FBAs get reparations or targeted policies, immigrants worry that about being left out or even being scapegoated when hard times hit. So They have a lot of things going on. Is why they won't leave us alone from whether they are distant cousins, Latinos, whoever. Now, the political anxiety in the Trump era, as the Trump's policies have created fear, let's say for immigrants, deportation, ICE raids, family separation. Say when FBA delineation rises at the same time, all that's happening. It's it can feel like everyone is closing ranks and no safe space. It's left for immigrants of African and Caribbean descent. It some feel betrayed. This is where some of the anger is coming from, because some of them feel betrayed that black unity is breaking down at a moment of maximum threat from the government. But once again, where was that unity when Trump wasn't around? When Biden was in office, where was the unity? When Biden was giving all them set-asides, nobody wanted to be unity. Nobody wanted to be black until now. Now, it says loss of access to black political machinery. It says for decades, the black category, is broad. It's politically useful. Let's say for all people of African descent in the United States. Let's say, but delineation ends that, and now immigrants, let's say, can't automatically tap into the black institutions, networks, and say, or policy wins without being challenged on their lineage. See, those lineage checks is bothering people. It's bothering a whole lot of people. Why y'all gotta be asking me where my people from? Where I born? Where my family from? Why y'all keep asking that? Once again, it makes them feel exclusionary because now it's a paperwork check. But in Black American culture, we always do that. Hey, we hear them talking, so where you from? We always do that in Black American culture. So it's not something in the delineation movement that just popped up to talk to immigrants or anybody outside our particular community. We do that in FBA culture, period. Now I say the shift comes at a time. I say when many immigrants are already feeling under siege from white America, aka Trump, and now see FBAs drawing hard lines as well. Now the
making this video because I wanted to support Shaya Shelf, who is promoting a protest for August 1st. Complete blackout on African braiding shops, restaurants, and stores, right? I'm
I'm on mute. Okay, so listen, this video, I have no idea what she's going to say. I never watched it. But let me say this, though. Let me say this. Don't get me boycotting, because when I boycott, it's not, I usually stay boycotting. I hardly return back to what I boycotted. And don't keep in mind, family, you boycott for a reason and you boycott for results. Okay, so when people boycott something, that means they're dissatisfied with the services or products So they want to change. People boycott stuff because they want a change, a real change in a real way. You don't boycott something to starve it out just to go back without a significant change. Like, for example, we boycotted the buses. That's like the best. That's the only example anybody should use for a boycott. It's the bus boycott that we did. Okay, and what was the change? Yeah, that was felt internationally, and there was a change right away. Okay, back of the bus to the front of the bus. You dig? And civil rights. More things than that, obviously, but changes were made in our favor. When you boycott something, you're hoping for a result. You want things to change in your favor. So I'm not going to purchase this product. I'm not going to solicit this service until things are changed to my satisfactory. That's when I go back. That's what a boycott is for. You don't boycott just to go back and there's no significant change. That's why usually when I boycott for some black issues, FBA issues, I don't go back because they never really change it for our satisfaction.
Absolutely here for this. I'm showing my support because I do this in my everyday life. I do not shop with the Africans.
Last week, a Nigerian by the name of Prince_Soki on TikTok went viral for saying something really interesting.
I don't like to play O'Shea Duke videos, man, because he be soft showing, man.
I had this lady from Belize comment, wait, I'm confused, you're not FBA. Because that's how outlandish of an idea it is to
It's just kind of low, family.
Black Americans and tell the truth. That is how
It ain't me.
outlandish it is to simply speak the truth for some people. Because it's not conceivable that anyone but a Black American could be saying the things that I'm saying. So in the event you've been watching my lives, by the way, I see that y'all are loving the lives, but I see that y'all are loving the short form content even more.
When I switched to Allstate, I saved hundreds. My old insurance company raised my rates.
Nothing.
So I was doing the live 3, 4, 5, 6. About 6 or 7 episodes are from the same live.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No one in my family has ever referred to themselves as a Caribbean or I'm Caribbean. So it's really just not a word used amongst each other to describe ourselves. But I feel like in the 2010s, not 2010s, 2015, around that area, around that time,
yes,
the idea to start saying Caribbean came from being more inclusive of the islands that are technically not geographically located in the West Antilles.
Fast forward.
When I post this, May 21st, I think I could play a little.
I don't know where she's going.
Citizen here, you feel me?
Okay, I don't know where she's going. Okay, let's next one. I have never watched these videos.
So hold on. Africans, come to the motherfucking front.
Uh-oh.
There is no way in hell y'all gonna sit y'all ass at any kind of council, any kind of union, any kind of convention and state that y'all deserve reparations.
Africa. Gonna fight? Y'all gonna fight? What the fuck is this talking about? Y'all want our reparations too if we get them. How the fuck you feel like you entitled to our reparations?
Well, according to Unc West, he said he doesn't mind. You did. These are some sick people in this country, man. My man said, I don't mind if they steal what's yours. So I'm like, nah, bro, let them have your stuff. Don't invite them to mine. Like how do you, what do they do to that? Like, if you want them to get a sniff of some checks, dude, you make sure they can get a piece of what's coming to you. How dare you invite them to other folks' checks and we're saying no? Like that got to be one of the most idiotic statements that one can make. And I'm gonna play that back today.
Bitch, come on now, Africa, y'all, come on. Everybody from over there, man, let's fight. I don't want to fucking fight. We gotta get this shit off our chest.
Hold on, let me read this chat. So this channel right here, I got ad block. So this channel right here, this is FBA Defensive Unit. Like, this is not premium. All right, but I got another channel. My main channel I usually supposed to be showing It's FB. It's a premium. So I already got a premium channel. It just not the videos just not there. They're here. So yeah. So
About to be a motherfucking rant, so hold on.
okay. So this channel right
Africans, come
here.
to the
This is my
motherfucking
premium.
front.
Stop
There
it.
is no
Stop,
way in
stop
hell
the
y'all
video.
gonna sit y'all ass at any kind of
I hate when
council,
it doesn't
any
load up
kind
because
of
it doesn't stop the
union,
video.
any kind of convention, and state that y'all.
Okay. So yeah. So this channel right here. See, premium. You see. So I already got that. Thank you, but I already got it. I just was sharing the video from the wrong channel. So Unbiased Ron is my premium channel. Right. But thank you. Because I hate that too. I hate when channel and you have like guys who's supposedly millionaires let commercials play. Like I'm a regular guy with premium, status, and you supposedly a millionaire and you got ads popping up. Something ain't right. And they're very annoying.
I want to fucking fight. We gotta get this shit off our chest. You should have never fucking sold us in the first fucking place.
Right.
So we want to fight.
But according to this guy, nobody was sold. Like he wants references, and after he gets them, he wants references too.
We want to fight, all us, everybody. Everybody from America want to fight. Fuck it. Get it off your chest. Fuck it.
These Africans think we something to play with, but we about to show them real quick. First line of business, the African Union. They have decided to seek reparations on our behalf, calling us the 6th region. We are not the 6th region. We did not appoint you.
I believe they're calling us the sixth region, and I believe they're calling us the 55 state of Africa, because only 54 countries last time I checked, but they keep saying 55. I think, I don't know, I could be wrong, but it looks like they're adding us as the 55th country or state. I could be wrong.
To speak for us when you sold us for whatever products, goods that you received, the transaction was complete then and there.
Yeah, that's probably the best comment today. DL said Pan-Africanism is based upon fantasy. That is so accurate.
We do not belong to Africa. We are trying to get the cease and desist completed. If you can look in my bio, go ahead and add your support there so that we can go ahead and make sure this gets in front of U.S. lawmakers and they can stop coming to meetings with our lawmakers and trying to get our reparations. They are not going to Africa. We are completely stopping that 10% of the GDP here for Black Americans going to Africa. We're not doing it. We're not supporting you in any goddamn way. In the next line of business, you guys, we're going to go ahead and seek for a travel ban against these Africans.
Yeah, now we appreciate that, for Lane. That's what we asked them to do, and it's being done. It's not to the level where it should be, where they're calling out their Tether class, but I definitely have played videos with Africans from their country, right, calling out Nigerians, like flat out saying they're a bunch of fleers, they're track stars. You dig? Nobody wants them in their country. Of course, not every last one, but they're saying the ones that's leaving the country. These are the sellout class. They need to fix their homeland. So no, you definitely got folks from the diaspora who's riding hard on their people, calling out the Tether class, and you got people from the motherland who's calling out, quote unquote, laughable motherland, who's calling out their Tether class. So now we appreciate it. It's just not enough. We appreciate those efforts, but it's not enough of them because the Tether class, they're more boisterous, they're more louder. They're louder than those who hold them accountable. So we need more of them to get out there and use their influence, to call their Tether class out. So, but we appreciate it. We just need more.
And we're also going to seek to remove the protections of Black Americans from the African people because they didn't offer us their protections.
Paraphernalia, aka the DOP. He said, "Shalom, FBA News. Shalom to you. World's best braiders in the building." Yep, we're not Africans. That should be an obvious thing right now.
We're going through what we're going through. So I don't know why they want us to be blind, but guess what? Our ancestors died for this, and we're not about to play with y'all, and y'all not about to come over here and play in our face and try to cosplay, oh, we're all Black because of the skin color. Don't play with us. If it's anybody on this world that know how to fight, it's us.
Did y'all just hear that Africa said that they are included in the African Americans reparations? So apparently Africa and the African Union, this 2025, they basically told America that they are leading the that they are leading the cause for reparations for
Yeah, that's on their website. I read that yesterday, read it the day before. If y'all haven't seen it, I can show it to you right now. It's on the website.
African countries and people affected by slavery.
Yeah, we RIP African American. That's gone.
So basically, they found out that African Americans have 1.7 trillion in spending power, right? That means
They're way late to the party.
we got the bag.
Right.
Collectively, we got the bag. None of which we.
And they said that all they need is us, nobody else, no French, no Russians, no other country, no foreign European power. They said all they need is our support, and all of their goals and accomplishments can be done just with FBA financial support. Okay, and that's just too bad.
We already knew we didn't have to shout it from the rooftops, and we damn sure didn't need anybody else clocking our bag. And now it's at the point where the African Union is working with America and top American officials to both colonize the African American culture, but also to receive reparations.
So here's the problem for Tethers. So you see, she's saying African American, so she's not even aware of FBA. She's not even aware of Adolphs and Freedmen and the lineage. She's not even aware. So this is why you guys are done. There's so many FBAs who are not even aware of the term and the movement and the ideologies and the stance. They're not even aware of cut the check reparations. They're not even aware of all this stuff. And they got enough intuition. They got enough spidey senses to pick up on this. So all it takes is just for us to have a conversation. So everybody that's being played right now on the screen, speaking out against the AU, these folks ain't even FBA Adolphs free. They had no idea what this stuff is. All it takes is for us to. We need more exposure. We got to reach them. That's why I say a like is more valuable than financial support, because a like gets channels like this into their feed. Now they're gonna see what the hell's the FBA. And maybe I need to start putting Foundation Black American in the title, no longer FBA. I'm gonna start doing that, because when I put FBA, only we know what it is. But the larger part of our lineage, they have no idea what that is. So I'm gonna start putting Foundation Black American in the title more often, so they can see what is that. As a matter of fact, I might start titling it Foundation Black American, or what is a financial. I might title it, what is a Foundation Black American, right? Just for a clickbait for them to come over here and click and see what's going on. Because there's so many of them. They're way more numerous than us. There's 43 million of them, right? We're only like, we're aware, right? But it's only like maybe a couple 100,000 of us, maybe a million of us. But there's 42 other million. So the majority they're unaware. So that's why like is important. To everybody you support, everybody SBA you support, you gotta like their video, so these videos can pop up in their live feeds and they can understand what this is about. They can see this this grassroots thing grow, and they can be part of it and help it grow. Talk to their relatives and friends and family, explain to them, or bring them over here. You dig? And that's how it's gonna go, right? But it starts with likes, subscriptions, and pull up when we're live. Because they're gonna want to see numbers. They ain't want to see 3 folks, 10 folks. They're out. They don't care. What's the FBA? 3 folks, 10 folks. I'm out. I'm gone. They want to see numbers. Okay. We go to a lit party. We don't. If we heard a club was lit, and we get there and there's 15 people there, the dance floor empty, we're out. We don't care a damn. We don't give a damn how good the food. We don't care about the free drink. We're out. You dig? We want to go to the lit. That's why a lot of us go to the hole in the walls. We want to go to a lit spot. So same thing with the live, with the lives. If they're not lit, family who are coming into the knowledge of self is gonna be like, nah, I'll pass. Ain't nothing going on here. So the support got to be, consistent, which it is.
Did you know that they have now, the African Union have now been in talks with America about us African Americans?
Yeah, I appreciate your spirit,
being
the majority
their property.
It's so lit.
Back when Big Pooh with the Loose said that he was going to pew pew America, and I told y'all, oh, don't worry, they sending boats around to come pick us up. That was why. Remember when I said that they consider us Africa's property?
Yeah. The N-Cobra scam, the N-Cobra, I did it live on N-Cobra. I'll do another one. One of their founders, a black woman, is straight Pan-Africanist. The website is all over. It's the most jankiest website ever. It's all over the place. The AU website is better than theirs. N-Cobra, like they can't even define who gets the money for reparations. Like they all over the place. I mean, the website is atrocious. I'll read that live too if I have to.
That was why. That was why them boats was gonna be here. Because they consider us Africa's
Yeah,
property,
we
which
will
means that
not support
Africa
startups.
and the
Like we want
African
it to be lit. We don't want to. We don't want to. For some reason, getting it from the mud. We just like the hell with that. We the hell with that, and they don't understand when you're there from the beginning. Like you really got it going on. Like you didn't join something already moving. Like you really were a reason why that thing is rocking.
Union is now fighting America for our fucking reparations that they didn't even help. You know how
So hopefully somebody's in her chat educating her about FBA and ADOS. You did where she could be aware and she understand. Oh, this is bigger than just my opinion. Oh, this is okay. All right, you did.
fucking delusional you gotta be to be trying to destiny swap with the
Yeah, she's
same.
young, and that's why it's great. You want to get these young folks with the majority spirit, this energetic. You want to get the young folks because they're gonna see how hard she's riding, and she's doing it as an individual. Wait till she see that there's a bigger picture. We're like hundreds of thousands deep, not probably a million. Wait till she recognize that. Oh wow, I'm not by myself. There's a whole audience. There's a whole space for this. Wow. A lot of times we have these ideas, but when you're not with a like-minded people, you become the nut job. Everybody act like you're the nut job. Like your thoughts are so foreign. Girl, what are you talking about? Girl, sit down. And everybody like laughing and stuff. They can gaslight you to make you believe that you're crazy, like you're reaching.
People your ancestors literally helped sell into slave. Y'all literally caused it. Had
Right.
you not what was the theme of the Sinners movie? What was the theme? You are the only person standing in between the demon getting in and out of your home. You are the ones opening up the door, the threshold. You have to invite them in order for them to come in and do that shit to you.
Right.
Had you not invited those colonizers in there, they would have not only not sold us, but also because wait a minute, they did turn around and put the people that were in power in shackles. They said, well, we're done with them. We also want you too.
Right. And they sent their ass to the islands. Okay. They ain't come over here.
And whoever was left over was just left over after the abolishment of the transatlantic slave trade. Do you know how insane you have to be to think that you are entitled to some money that does not historically belong to you?
D.
Knowing good and goddamn well it had nothing to do with you. You may have been impacted by the slave trade, but the reparations that this country owes us is not because of the actual slave trade where it started. It is because of what has been done to us as we were here in this country. If you did not help build this country on your backs, if you have not been here, if you have not been shooting with us.
Okay, so let me go a little further. Who else? Anybody else? Okay, let's move to the next. Thank you, sis. Land your plane, as Tariq was saying.
We are not your property.
Is in an uproar about the fact that Africa is demanding reparations for slaves. You see, it's not the people that you think that they sent over here, the people that came from Africa, they actually sent over here. Like they went their own way over here. All right? It wasn't this indentured servitude that you think it was. It's not like the story that they gave to you. But this is the thing, is what I told you first was that the only people to receive reparations were the slave masters, because reparations were for the people that were going to lose large amounts of money due to the fact that they were ending slavery.
Right.
That's what reparations were for. It wasn't for the people that were enslaved. It was for the slavers. Hence why the Native Americans were given so much land. Hence why the Boer Moors were the ones to receive reparations. Hence why nobody else is able to get them. You see, the mule and 40 acres wasn't reparations, and that was given to the indentured servants. You keep thinking that it was black people that were
winning
the
the
indentured.
war. Okay, but let's move on.
You'll figure it out. Come on, we got some stuff to do.
And as a matter of
You got
fact,
most hated
since
in the
y'all want to
building.
say we are African Americans and we know that y'all have sold the people
Right.
into slavery, I really feel
you
like
see that Afrocentrics and Pan-Africanism, you can't revise history and try to act like white folks came to Africa and stole and kidnapped and trafficked us over here. That lie, that's done. Okay, we know that it was a slave trade, and Africa hands are dirty and bloody.
since you know you got all these African Americans, they sitting here saying that, oh, we're African American, knowing damn well we ain't from Africa. But anywho, hypothetically speaking, okay, since y'all want to say y'all from Africa, it is time for y'all to start paying reparations because y'all had a big part in slavery. So it is time for y'all to start paying reparations. And now you got to pay reparations
Africa.
not only to the black Americans, you got to pay reparations to Jamaica, you got to pay reparations to Haiti, you got to pay.
No. That's their own fight. We ain't worried about that. We ain't gonna cape for other folks. They gotta fight. Okay, so that's our problem. We keep fighting for folks where they can't fight for themselves. Nah. Okay, sis, you went off right there. But I appreciate you. No. But they got to make their own argument. You can't spread yourself thin.
On our reparations because we all are black and y'all started
reparations. So at the time of the slave trade, right, different African kingdoms had all types of slaves.
So you ain't gonna lie to us, family. You Afrocentrics, you Tethers. You ain't gonna revise history. Folks know what they know.
Slaves were black. And these different kingdoms would go to war, and then the prisoners of war they would take and make them slaves. In addition to that, other kingdoms would purposely go to war in some situations to capture slaves and sell them. So in a lot of cases, the slaves that were actually sold were captured by other black kingdoms, tribes, whatever you want to call it. So what is the reason you guys are not up in outrage and messaging African governments and countries asking for reparations from them? Because they're just as big of perpetrators as the people in the US. African tribes and kingdoms had slaves. They had them, they sold them, they went and conquered other tribes and captured those people and sold them as slaves as well. Why do we only want to see reparations from the US? I wouldn't say that's fair. Now, in reality, we just need to let it go. Because everybody that committed those atrocities at that time, they're all dead. Everybody alive today had literally nothing to do with it. So the best thing to do is just move on and let it go. But since so many of you don't want to let it go, help me understand why you don't want reparations from African countries and we only want to focus on the racist white people in the US.
About to be a motherfucking rant, so hold on. Africans, come to the motherfucking front.
Okay.
There is no way in hell.
So we already seen that. All right. So you see, it ain't just those of us that are awoke and aware of what's going on. We got those who are not really officially awoke to a degree, and they are giving. And this is what Tethers hate. See, Tethers, they always say FBA, it's a cult. ADOS is a cult. It's an organization. It's a trademark. You guys are internet people. You're small. And now they're seeing people who don't call themselves FBA ADOS, you dig? Using the same, not ours. It's just a talking point. But they're expressing the same expressions as us. That's what they're mad at right there. All of them are about to crash out. Like, God damn, the American public, the Black American public, feel the same way as those who identify as FBA ADOS. God damn, what we gonna do? Yeah, what you gonna do? Okay, now here we go. Now that was good, right? That was good for our spirit. Now, I gotta add the Tethers back.
Don't set culture for this world. We do.
Let me go back. Now here's the hatred.
Not us necessarily upholding Essence Fest as like the be all end all.
Wait. Before I do that, this is you know what? Let me do it. This is definitely gonna trigger y'all.
You know, even like the greatest expression of genuine African culture. We know it's not revolutionary African culture. So we'll have different kind of criticisms, but the one we don't unite with is one that has been coming from this sector regardless of what they think about themselves, of the African population, who said that the event was too African. And Comrade Mariah mentioned about, one of the organizers, main organizers, owners.
And by the way, family, this message, don't worry about it. This message is not getting out. They got only 800 views. Like, yeah, so they're failing. So all this tether hatred, they're losing numbers. All this FBAs in their title is not hitting like it first did for a lot of these folks.
Of the celebration being an African from the continent. So now it's two African, and some, this social media user on TikTok, and he's just one of many, was spouting this nonsense. The quote, Essence Fest used to be a celebration of Black American culture, the culture that is ours, the culture that we built from the ground up. And a bunch of Black Americans are not feeling it, talking about Essence. Africans don't set culture for this world, we do. Africans don't set culture for this world, we do.
Yeah, and what is this over here? I'm trying to be respectful, but what you'll see a close up of this one. Matter of fact, what time frame we in? This one back here. What the hell is that? Look, I'm gonna give a close up. So I'm gonna put it back. That's it right there. Look.
Into their own full stage, and every person
family. What is that?
You bumped into, they had a story to tell, a story worth telling, and a story worth hearing. And we're talking with these fest goers. We really received it.
Okay, so this is who they align themselves with to hate on us. All right. So go ahead, continue with this smear campaign.
Expression of upholding Essence Fest as like the be all revolutionary African culture. So we'll have different kind of criticisms, but the one we don't unite with is one that has been coming from this sector regardless of what they think about themselves, of the African population, who said that the event was too African. And Comrade Mariah mentioned about one of the organizers, or like main organizers, owners of the celebration being an African from the continent. So crazy. Now it's too African, and some this social media user on TikTok.
You said the alphabet tether.
He's just one of many. Was spouting this nonsense.
I ain't never seen that before.
Essence Fest used to be a celebration of Black American culture, the culture that is ours, the culture that we built from the ground up. And a bunch of Black Americans are not feeling it, talking about Essence. Africans don't set culture for this world, we do. Look, Africans don't set culture for this world, we do.
Yo, what the hell are you? What are y'all? Y'all some weird looking folks.
And he's talking about this idea of Black Americans, right? So and continues on until Essence Fest gets back to the Black Americans who created it and founded it and lead the culture. It will continue to fail with those Africans in charge. Yikes! Yikes!
What is all this symbolic
social
stuff you're
doing? Users like Rob here are among this. They call themselves American descendants of slaves, or
look at their names.
ADOS, or foundational Black Americans.
Oh, here it comes.
Or FBA. Which is this trend that popped up not even 10 years ago. Okay. Ooh. Like, it's not even, it's this random thing.
Okay. So now here's the problem. We know your history. Your countries are only 60 years old. Most of these tether countries, they want to talk about new. If it's new, it's bad. Most of y'all countries are just 60 years old. The things you guys call yourself is about 60 years old officially. All right. And don't forget, it was called the OAU. And now since 2000, I think it's called the AU. So the African Union is about 23 years old. That's fairly new, man. So that's why their position is stupid, it's tethers, and it is contradictory. So if new is bad and we discount it, the AU is bullshit, your country is bullshit, what you call yourself is bullshit, because it's all new. Definitely compared to us.
That just popped up. Well, not random, but it's not a coincidence that this coincides with the deepening of African national consciousness and anti-colonial uprisings over the last decade. Because
so that's a slick way to say we're agents, right? That's something Kwame would say.
happened within the last 10 years. You had Michael Brown, you've had George Floyd, and what in terms of what it sparked, these uprisings. You have Africans rising up in France, you have Africans rising up all over the continent.
That's a goddamn lie.
And it's, you know, connected to, you know, the uprisings happening by colonized people throughout the world, including in Palestine. So this identity, ADOS, FBA,
Uprising in France to do what exactly? Uprising in France to do absolutely what? Why are you even in France? Take your black ass back to your homeland and uprise there. Cause an uprise there.
it's coming at the same time that global African consciousness is being deepened. And these ADOS forces have graduated now from calling themselves Negroes or coloreds, because you remember it was the colonizer, white people, Americans that said we were Negroes, we were
Oh,
colored.
no. Don't say we now. Don't say we. You're not one of us. You're not like us. And just to correct you, historically, we were never colonized. You were. Okay? You were colonized. We were never colonized. Just to correct you. And stop saying we. Again, you spoke about France. Now you're saying we. Now you're speaking French. Okay, let's speak English, because you know there's no we. There's no we. As a matter of fact, if there is a we, it's WE number one. As far as we are one lineage. That's only we know. We know two we's. We know we as in French language, and we know we won. WE1. Hashtag WE1. We won lineage. But you are definitely not the we.
And then they were like, okay, now you can be African Americans. So these Africans are now taking it upon themselves to give themselves another what am I looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Kind of
Tether. You're a tether. So that if you're gonna what I do, I go to their websites and I read what they're about. So the AU, Cobra, and whoever else, I go to their websites and we read together what they're about. I don't got to misrepresent them on purpose to control a narrative. So she's purposely misrepresenting us to control a narrative amongst other tethers. And it's not a lot listening, but the few listening, you dig, they're poisoning them to this bullshit. She's not even representing us correctly.
Insulting
Peace,
definition.
Bro.
This American descendants of slaves. As a means of distinguishing themselves from the overall dispersed African nation. And
all you doing is confirming our stance. You're making our stance stronger. You're making us more resilient because this is just pure hatred, projection, and jealousy. So if there was any window of opportunity where we're going to work on some type of alliance, you dig, and things like that, like y'all just close. It's you guys closing that window. It ain't us.
Define African people that are not born in the U.S. as quote unquote tethers. And
okay, you see, she has to lie. She has to lie. She has to lie. So now, because she lied, and it's my and I'm the host of the live, I have to educate. I cannot let her lie. I can't let me find. Okay, here we are. So I cannot let her lie. So watch this. I can't let her lie. Cannot do that. She's lying. All of a sudden, flies are flying around me. Now I got flies around me again. Every time a tether do something crazy, the flies come out. Okay. So she's lying. So now I gotta correct the lie. So I'm gonna be respectful. We gotta buy you new bubbles. Laura lost it. Yeah, Laura lost it. Okay, so since she lied, it's my responsibility to correct the lie. So you never know who's watching the show now or later. I can't let that go. You dig? Unaddressed. Okay, come over here. Come this way. Yeah, I can't let that go like that. Let go. Here. Okay. They gotta lie. I mean, why just not speak correctly on our talking point? if we full of shit, right, and we're so divisive and we're so xenophobic, then why you can't honestly represent our viewpoints to prove we're divisive and xenophobic? Like just repeat what we say. Because if what you're saying is true about it, then you should be able to repeat it verbatim, and it should be xenophobic and divisive, right? It shouldn't be, manipulated. All right. Like I said, I can't let that lie go. So let me get there for you. I got the fly. I got that fly. Had to get him. Tethers lie. Here come the flies. Tethers lies, and here come the flies. Okay. All right. Here we are. So I can't let that lie. I'm sorry, family. I can't let that lie fly. I can't let that lie fly. But here comes the flies. Okay. I stay with receipts. I stay with receipts on deck in case somebody want to challenge me. Yes, I already had that Rwandan woman already. Okay, I already had that. That was for you guys. Okay. All right. So it's over here somewhere. It's over here somewhere. Okay, don't put it down. Don't put it down. Okay. Let me okay. Let's start right here. That's one. Let's start right here. That's two. Okay, so okay. Let's go here. It's academic line about the definition. Gotta go here. Ah, boy. This is sad. They gotta misrepresent us. They gotta lie on us in order to be correct. And we always say, you ain't gotta lie to kick it. Okay? You ain't gotta lie to kick it. You can be honest. And I think it's one more time where I got it documented. But I'm gonna ram this into their big old forehead. Okay? It's right here too. All right, all right, all right. Oh, there go my Dr. King stuff. And I think that should be it. I could have sworn it was over here somewhere. Nope. Preparation. Okay. And we got it right over. That might be. I could have sworn it was. Okay, let me do this one right here. Just for further confirmation. I think that should be it. It's gonna be well worth the wait. We cannot let that lie go. No, no, no. Let's get this one out. Okay. So I think we got it together. Lineage. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, good. All right, we're here. I'm ready.
Unbiased Sports, gloves off. Thank you again. He said, tether equal black.
Okay, you see? So I don't only receive, I give. This is me. He's speaking to me. I'm correcting him on what a tether is. All right. I knew that tethers would try to redefine it. So I'm correcting Lord Jamar. He was misrepresenting it. So I sent the super chat of $5 to correct him on what a tether is. Listen.
Unbiased Sports, gloves off. Thank you again. He said, tether equal black immigrants that undermine FBAs. Not all black immigrants undermine us, are tethers. There you go. Which answers your question about.
There you go. So I help answer a question. Let's move on.
Here's
That's
the
the
thing.
definition.
People ain't dumb. They know what we mean when we say tether. I want y'all to understand this. Tethers love playing dumb so they can waste your damn time.
Mhm.
We've explained a million times what a damn tether is. We've explained a million times what a foundational Black American is. They come in playing dumb, trying to reframe narratives. What is a tether? A tether is a tether anyone who's an immigrant?
That's what she said,
That's
right?
just them acting dumb to waste your time. They know what a tether is. A tether is somebody who's a non-FBA who comes around us trying to undermine us, trying to do things to undermine us. That's all it is. It's not an immigrant. All immigrants are not tethers. All foreigners are not tethers. All people in Africa are not tethers. All people in the Caribbean are not tethers. We've said that 1,000,001 times. They know
Right.
that.
They know it.
But the ones who are tethers have to sit here and play dumb because now we've called them out. Hit dogs holler. You understand?
And that's what she did. But let's keep it going.
Whatever.
Repetition is the best way to teach.
I'm still Black, and whether people like Tariq would want to box people like me out the paint, I support him and I love him.
Okay, now this is a academic DJ, disingenuous academics tether, being a tether.
And I love people, everybody that's Black. There's obviously some traditional traditions that are different. There's some cultural slight differences, but at the end of the day, we also got to think about the macro perspective. When we walk outside, they look at me as Black, they look at Tariq as Black, right?
Why do they make that? Why do all tethers make that analogy? That has to be in their playbook. That got to be scripted. There's no way all these tethers can't come up with a different analogy.
So I kind of look at it as a little bit divisive, but I'm not gonna knock him because
You see,
maybe
I look at it as a little bit divisive. See?
he has a goal, right? Now, what that has turned into is just like, I don't know, it's like really like, it's like classic, I won't
Say it.
call it racism, but
There you go. So he's charging us with. So you see, that's why I say that this fat clown is a tether. That's what he is. What it is. Look,
it's what happens to make sure that the lower class don't get to fuck with the people in power.
so in other words, we're team white supremacy. That's what he's saying.
The way how you don't get the people who aren't in power to fuck with the people in power, you get them to fight with each other and focus on issues. Whatever.
See?
Like,
So they blame us for the infighting and diaspora war. That's what tethers do. Let's keep going. I stay with receipts.
Some of your terminology I don't quite understand even after listening to you quite a while. Like I'm not quite sure the distinction between a tether, an FBA, and I heard another one. Is it a mindset thing?
Yeah, when we talk about a person being a tether, that's somebody who comes over and basically tries to cosplay as us or undermine us to a certain degree, or a person who has a negative disposition about our lineage. But a tether doesn't mean a person is an immigrant per se. Just because they're an immigrant, that doesn't make them a tether. So we're very clear on what those terms mean.
Some of your terminology I don't
Okay, so again,
quite understand even
see, he got to keep redo. He got to keep defining it. Keep going. Another live. Another.
Go ahead.
What Tariq Nasheed was selling 6 months ago. What Tariq Nasheed was selling.
So now this is actually a definition. But this is a tether. This is the epitome of a tether. This what Phil Pease. That's his name.
3 months ago. It's totally different than what Tariq Nasheed is selling today.
Okay, describe it.
I don't need to describe it.
Okay, so basically, he said what Tariq sold yesterday isn't what he's selling today, right? So then ex-architect said, well, describe what you mean. He said, I don't have to. So he just, I'm a tether and I say so. Listen.
Ago. What Tariq Nasheed was selling 3 months ago. It's totally different than what Tariq Nasheed is selling today.
Okay, describe it.
I don't need to describe it. You go and read. Don't come out. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You just said he was selling something different. So what was he selling then that's distinct from what he's selling now?
What that shows me is that you're a cult member and not an individual.
Okay, so he made a claim. ex-architect holds him to the burden of proof of the claim, and he comes back and gaslight and say, okay, just like Professor Grift, he comes back and say, you're a cult member. You dig? I don't gotta explain.
Tinker. Because if you're saying to me that I need to describe to you that Tariq Nasheed arguments are the same that it was 6 months ago, I won't have a conversation with you.
If I'm
I won't.
unfamiliar with what he was selling, I'm not as familiar with Tariq Nasheed as you may be. So I'm asking you, can you distinguish what from then is different from now? That's all.
And I will suggest to go and do your research.
You can't make a statement and tell me go do research. You gotta actually.
That's the tether. Okay, let's keep going. And that's actually it, I believe.
But the thing is,
yeah, I'm gonna stop it right there. I think
there is a big difference.
I think we got it. So let's go back to this woman line.
Distinguishing themselves from the overall
Higher
dispersed African nation, and they've defined.
So I think I proved the case, right? Where I added in, Tariq added in a plethora of times. Tariq he got premieres called the definition of a tether. I got about 3 myself. So these tethers are hearing the word tether. That means we're using it in a context, and they refuse to acknowledge the context that the word is a verb that is also a noun, because it's really a verb and a noun, because you can act like a tether and then wisen up another day, or you can behave like a tether where that's just who you are. Now it's a noun, right? So it's a verb that's also a noun. So you can be a noun tether and a verb tether. All right.
African people that are not born in the US as quote unquote tethers. And this is a relatively recent and divisive politic seen among a small, very small, but they're loud. So
so now that's another way to undermine it. We're just so small. We're tiny, but we're loud. Okay. That's
why we got to address it, because they're loud. And
we're so tiny.
So it's a loud sector of Africans that are born in the US and was literally formed as a hashtag. So this whole identity and movement, and I hesitate to use the word movement, was formed as a hashtag first, attributed to African petty bourgeois forces from their computers in the comforts of suburbia somewhere.
So where this is all projections, right? Yeah, these tethers are crashing out, going insane. We're so tiny and small, irrelevant, but somehow this tiny group is so loud. You got to address this tiny group. I never heard that before. I never heard of a tiny group that's so insignificant and irrelevant, but we got to address them.
This is their history. The timing of its insidious development suggests that the colonial state is behind ADOS FBA.
No. Okay, here we go with the white man is our leader. We're white supremacists, and okay, whatever. Like, go ahead. Like Yvette said, you don't want to have a conspiracy off, because you guys are more lined up. We can make a bigger case for you guys to be team white supremacy than anywhere close to us. We are the only people who actually fight white supremacy. You forget what the civil rights movement is about? That was the largest Cold War against white supremacy. And we actually fought white supremacy in the Civil War. When did you tethers ever fight white supremacy? Exactly.
Trend. Because who really benefits from a divided African nation? The colonizer. So who would make it their business?
Again, we don't, when they say colonizer, we don't know what the hell that means. We were never colonized. We had enslavers over here. We don't know a goddamn colonizer. So that's a projection, and that's personal. That's what you guys dealt with.
To, create divisive rhetoric inside the African community.
Meanwhile, all this African talk, but she's right here in America.
The colonial state. And in its founders, the hashtag founders, a former Capitol Hill staffer, Yvette Carnell, and former Los Angeles District Attorney, Antonio Moore, that take credit for its founding. So like we said, the state, right? This item.
Okay, again, we got a whole different reality of the state, the government, police, and ICE. I'm sure you're against ICE. I'm sure you're against ICE. We're not. Well, a lot of us are not. I'm 100% pro ICE. I'll tell you right now. So, ma'am, just because your fight isn't ours doesn't mean we're team white supremacy. Okay, we're team FBA, we're team ADOS, we're team lineage, the lineage.
Ideological assault became prominent surrounding discussions of reparations to African people in the U.S. The ADOS trend declares that
Now, she keep disrespecting us, calling us African people in the U.S. Now, the hatred to call us Africans over and over and over. Yeah, that's just hatred. She's not even saying African American. This chick is saying African, and she don't call herself African. She's projecting a fictional title onto us that she don't call herself. Yes.
reparations are only
Give me,
owed
give
to
me,
Black people within the borders of the U.S.
give me. What ball?
But we got to note that reparations became a household word, became a demand on our lips as a
She put it in what car? Okay, when her mother come back, we'll get the ball.
consequence of
This
the
little girl stealing all our stuff.
leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella and the African People's Socialist Party. The same ADOS group that claims reparations are only owed to Black people born in the US couldn't even have this discussion about reparations had it not been for the first World Tribunal on Reparations to African people.
You hear this disrespect, these lies they're telling? Stop. It's not a toy.
People organized by our party in Brooklyn, New York in 1982. So
1982. Are you serious? They are disrespectful.
Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore and these forces did not invent or not leaders in the reparations movement, never have been. And so you have these forces who now randomly get to speak on reparations. We define the reparations movement. When I say we, I say the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Amalia Shatella. Chairman Amali alone quantified what was owed to African people in stolen labor alone. He deepened our understanding of the true consequences of slavery and colonialism by calling on us to consider all that Africa has produced for the world under the colonial mode of production. Africa's natural resources that power the homes and cell phones of the US and Europe and elsewhere.
Here they go with the empowered as the resources. What are you talking about, ma'am? You guys, and let me guess. Nigeria gets credit for the Shell BP as well, right? It was the Shell BP companies that went in there and extracted the oil. They did a deal with Nigerians in 1901, where they could set up their machinery and extract the oil from Nigeria, and then they gave the Nigerians royalties from that money, right? And what they do? Did they equally redistribute the money amongst the Nigerian people? No. The elite kept it in their pocket, and as a result, you have a makoko. You dig? So stop. Like these lies in 2025 are done.
The labor and genius.
No more lies in 2025.
And sons. Where did that all go? And the culture that we produced in the land that we were forcibly brought to is an extension of Africa. The instruments, the rhythm, the fashion, the food, we've replicated from Ghana to the Caribbean. I mean, I eat collard greens here and I eat callaloo. Like it's what are we talking about? Like the dishes, like it's Africa. It's Africa. What we can scream from the mountaintop that we're something else, but the reality is the things and the customs
and then now she got African earrings, but you ask this troll where she's from, she's going to give you the actual exact country. She's not going to say she's from Africa. She's going to give you the exact country she's from. I guarantee if I go to the beginning, she's going to tell you what country she's from. She's not going to say I'm African.
Everything that
but they want to make us the generic Black person, the generic African. Okay.
We are engaged in now are a consequence of what Africa gave to us. And it's despite this amnesia and the assault on our consciousness, the fact is that there is still this this within us that recognizes our African identity, even as you have forces that are trying to really push it outside of their heads. And had it not been for the slave trade, there would be no blues, there would be no spirituals within US borders. So no one is stealing quote unquote Black American culture. That doesn't exist.
Yo, they sit there in their little think tank enclaves and try to come up. They probably asking ChatGPT, what can I say? where we're not stealing from Black Americans. ChatGPT, can you give us an argument?
Like Black culture is African culture, and Black cultural expression exists in America because of our relationship to Africa. How can Africa, the source of civilization and the homeland of Black people, be a tether to anything? And no matter how you slice it, no matter how much one attempts to reject it, the time we've spent in foreign lands against our will does not change who we are, African people. And the chairman has extensively covered this question of African national identity, including in this presentation that we're going to play that he made at a conference in Huelva, Spain in 2007. So, you know, this right here, this presentation of the chairman just really gets into, well, he's presenting at this conference that's hosted by a non-governmental organization in Spain to speak to this question. So let me get into this, but comrades, just quickly, y'all want to just jump in and, you know,
here they go.
to kind of unpack a little bit of what I said as I get this pulled up.
Yeah, no, I just really appreciate like
Oh yeah,
that whole
so this
rundown.
title today is not a. Oh, she appreciate the rundown. This title today is not clickbait. The war attack on FBAs, diaspora war continues. That's what they're waging, war on us about lying and misrepresenting us.
I think you really put the discussion into the context of like what's happening with Essence Fest, right? And I really appreciate that analysis because, you know, one of the things that comes up too is if you look at ADOS discourses on, you know, on the interwebs and everything, is that this whole notion of like disaggregation, right? It's this idea that, you know, separating apart,
That's
you
right.
know, African people in the U.S. from the whole of, you know, African people as, you know, as a dispersed nation. Like that's how it's being conceptualized in order to sort of justify this ideology. Right. And but the thing is, like, what real benefit
Yeah, can you even see?
is there from disaggregating our struggles, from saying that, you know, everything that Black people face here in the US is separate from the colonialism that African people face in Africa, right? It comes from that same source. So this whole idea of disaggregation and this whole idea of, well, we face this, so reparations owed to us is so unproductive and backward because that's what the colonizer wants, right?
So the colonizer wants us to demand reparations for all the ill atrocities that happened to us in America. So the colonizer, again, they keep making this word up. That don't apply to us. We were never colonized, but this supposed colonizer, he wants us to fight for a large check in land and other resources to level up and kind of close the wealth gap between Blacks and whites. So the colonizer, he wants us to do that. Somehow, if that passes and we get the check and we get the land and resources, somehow that's a bad thing. And we shouldn't want that. This is crazy.
We're dividing our struggles as if they don't come from the same source. We can't unite on that. How can we unite if we see our struggles as antagonistic to each other? And that's only productive for the colonial system. That's only going to work against our own interests. But that's something that.
So keep in mind, family, just to sum it up, the fact that we're calling out our government, we're demanding and holding our government accountable for the ills of America that happened to us, right? All of the ills that happened to us exclusively as a lineage. That they're saying that is a CIA thing to do, basically. That's what the colonizers want. The colonizers want us to fight for our rights and reparative damages. The colonizers want us to fight for reparative damages, and that's a bad thing. Okay? So they're trying to trick us out of our spot. This is wild and backwards.
Okay. I don't think ADOS even conceptualizes because of this notion of disaggregation or just, you know,
and that's another thing. We never conceptualize stuff. We are always dumb, and we need tethers to educate us all the time. They got to re-educate us all the time. Tethers.
This and you guys were like that because of that. Like, okay, we're just splitting hairs, you know. So
yeah. Well, let's get into this presentation from Chairman Amalia Chatella in Huelva, Spain.
I do not think it would be appropriate for me, leaving the United States, to come and speak to such an august body without publicly expressing the fact that there are a number of us who live in the United States who are opposed to colonialism, however it looks, in whatever period of time it exists. So I want to say that first of all. Secondly, I would like to say that
Okay, so I'm gonna play a little bit of this and move. I don't know what's going on here.
my esteemed comrade here, when we first met, asked
Hey, yeah,
me.
you know what? Let me just pass this guy. I have no idea. I don't know. This might be their elder in quotations.
And I just really appreciated it that
Yo, what is this though? The top right. What is that?
summary by Tella. And another contradiction also with the Essence Fest is that it's not a place for leadership for African people, especially African workers. So it can't even, challenge this criticism and respond scientifically. So even though it's a problem that puts forward a platform that puts forward African culture, it's not a platform that's owned and controlled by African people, right? The festival was sponsored by Coca-Cola after all. So, Essence Fest can't be seen as the vehicle that's going to promote our interests, our agenda for self-determination. But Black Power 96 Radio can be seen as one of those vehicles, which is why we're
We'll
urging
pass.
everyone again to listening right now to donate to Black Power 96.
Nah, you won't get none of our $1.7 trillion spending power. Y'all F that up.
.org/Africa, or you can cash app $ Black Power 96.
No, thank you. Because I mean, no, you might as well change that Cash App tag to Tether Power. You dig more fitting.
Our show is raising $1,000 of the overall $10,000 goal that the station has to get this month. And this is even more crucial at a time that the U.S. government is, cutting funding to public access media and making.
No, they're cutting funding for Tethers. Okay.
The colonial
That's not gonna
media
work.
the dominant news engine, even though it's the same administration that relentlessly critiques said media, right? So we can push back against this by funding the platforms that serves us by ourselves with our own labor and our own intentions, right? So if you want to pledge a donation, you can let us know in the chat as well.
Okay, I'll let you know. No. Okay, so continue.
Right, that's right. And you can follow the example.
Yo, what is that talking?
Of sustaining donors. That's the sustaining donors that contribute monthly to BP96.
Claude Neely.
Just some of those sustaining donors. We do want to give a shout out to MQ, Jamie,
Johan,
Janice, and Diane over in Florida, Matsamela, Mwezi, and Ina in California, Absalom in New York, Aisha in Alabama, Jamal, Leah, and Sarah over in Minnesota. We have Fofi, Brendan, Kitty, Allison, Ruby, and Stephanie in Missouri, Michael in Wisconsin, Emmanuel in Maryland, Raya in Illinois, Sandy and Janet over in Washington, Virginia and Indiana, Renee in Pennsylvania, and Anne in Ecuador. You heard that. All over, we have these donations coming in. All over, we have support. Community radio for the community, Black Power 96. And just as we said, you could donate. You could donate online. You could donate at the Cash App. You can send in your pledge. You can type it here in your chat. Give what you can. You pledge that donation. Let us know in the chat and become one of these sustaining donors.
No.
And we want to thank and salute you all for that steady donations and to keep Black Power 96 on the air. And want to encourage our listeners to become those sustainers themselves. And you can send in donations at blackpower96.org/Africa. That's blackpower96.org/Africa.
No, thank you.
Cash App at $ Black Power 96. Or you can call 888-979
not calling
2796. That's 888-979 BP96.
Thank you so much. And reminder too that we have a QR code right up on the screen there, so you can also scan that to go directly to the link. And this time is like flying by, and we've got of course our support, and we also got people really big mad about facts, about truth. Like
no. Nobody's big mad. There's no fact. You didn't source up. You just lied. Move out away from that. Fly. Nobody's big mad. You just a tether and you said so. You didn't provide no facts. I could cook you on a reparation claim. It's just pointless because you guys just going to say it anyway. No, I get them. Yeah. Okay, get them. Get them right there. Okay, thank you. Okay, give me. Thank you. Good job. Look, it's right here. Okay, let's get rid of them. Okay. Yeah. So nobody's big mad at lies. We're used to this stuff.
You have subjectivity, like what you hold on to, your feelings, the things in your head, but then you have reality, and it's the people's reality they're trying to like make it match what is in their head. And unfortunately,
Africans. Yeah, I like that terminology. Uppity Negro. Let me throw you a lineage wrench. Just give us a like on the video. We call that a lineage like. You dig? There you go.
reality that we are colonized, that we are here as a consequence of being captured and stolen and robbed from Africa. Are here.
You hear the lie that they all tell? Now, she just said no subjection, no subjectivity. That's feelings. That's what you want to believe. That's a personal belief. And she said, we're going to deal with objectivity. We're going to be unbiased like Ron, and we're going to provide just facts. And look what she said about Africa and the transatlantic slave trade. Listen, look at this. I quote
The
that.
reality that we are colonized, that we are here as a consequence of being captured and stolen.
You see, family? See, they don't believe in the transatlantic slave trade. Look, y'all got that from me probably first. I'm probably the first to point that out. They don't believe Tethers and Pan-Africans, Afrocentrics. They don't believe the transatlantic slave trade ever happened. They believe they believe in slave raids. They don't believe in slave trade. They believe in slave raiders, not slave traders. That is a way to not hold Africa accountable for their part in the transatlantic slave trade. They want to blame it all on the colonizer, the boogeyman, the government. The government went over there and kidnapped millions of Africans for 10 to maybe a century, right? Because if you want to play that game, that started in the 1400s and it ended in the 1600s. You dig? So we can say you want us to believe that slave raiders were kidnapping Africans for 200 years. And that's how, so it was never a slave trade. Africa was innocent. They're just punks and wimps, and white men for 200 years were just extracting blacks from over there and placing them in Brazil, the islands, and America. I mean, this is just bone dry, wild, and a lie. But I think I'm one of the first people to tell you that they are going to always deny it. And that's why there's a few questions you can always find out. A few questions to ask. If you want to find out if there's a pretendian, if there's a cosplaying. When I say pretendian, I'm talking about cosplaying FBA person, lineage person. Just ask them about Marcus Garvey or ask them about the slave trade. I guarantee you they're going to say we were stolen, and Marcus Garvey is holy. He's a real leader. He wasn't a scammer. Easy two questions to ask. And there's other questions, but just ask about that alone. And ask is Marcus Garvey a scammer? They're going to say no, and they're going to say there's no slave trade, and instead there were slave raids, and the white man stole millions of people for 200 years. One more time. At the lie.
Make it match what is in their head. And unfortunately, the reality that we are colonized, that we are here as a consequence of being captured and stolen and robbed from Africa, and are here, and that
told you. I mean, like they are so. It's a family. It's a religion. When I rhetorically ask you, how do all these tethers got the same analogies? Hey, man, when a police officer pull you over and pull me over, they don't distinguish between who's black. That is a religious talking point. Pan-Africanism, Tetherism, this stuff is a religion. And then their religion, the Atlantic slave trade did not happen. Instead, white folk just stole us for 200 years. And the colonizer boogeyman.
Everything that we produce as a consequence of being captured and forced to produce here is something that was robbed from Africa itself. So that's just a matter of historical.
And that's another lie. Africans did deals with white Europeans in the late 1800s and 1900s, for example. The Haitians did a deal after they so-called revolted. They did a deal with the French, and they owed them. How you owe money? You dig? How you owe money? You did a deal. You signed some bullshit where you owe them money. Okay, so they continue to do deals with white people in the 1800s all the way down to the 1900s, and they didn't steal shit. All right, right now, Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré, he did deals with the French, and now he's doing deals with the Russians. They're not taking anything. All right, so that lie is done.
This is not our opinion. This is not how we
Right,
feel,
DL.
but it's just the reality of the situation. We are one African people. We were snatched, dispersed, and then we were given all these different identities.
We were, man, please source up. See, I'm different than Professor Grift. I'm actually going to say source up. And give me something where we were just robbed, snatched stuff from Africa. Like, yo, to them, that's why they say the colonizer boogeyman. Yo, to them, hey, yo, family, listen, to them, white supremacists cannot lose. They're unbeatable. They're infallible. They are Thanos to them. We look at white supremacists as puny as human beings. That's, we got different talking points. I mean, we how we talk, but we see them as fallible people, as mortals. These tethers, you got to understand the ideology. They got big white Jesus statues in their countries. They view white people as holy, and they look at Jesus as like their African savior, like the white Jesus. You got to keep that in mind. And they look at the white man as this invisible force because their country always took L's to white people. Like, we got to think like them. We got to think like a tether. Okay. But we don't see them like that. We court hella W's over here against white people. They court no W's, all L's. So you got to understand why they view white folks as they can come over to Africa and take black people for 200 years without anybody stopping them. I mean, how many white folks were over there? Because there's a gazillion Africans, right? So you trying to tell me 100 white people came over there and just kicked ass over what happened to all that Wakanda stuff? It's just a goofy lie that's being circulated and recirculated in this religion called Pan-Africanism.
By the colonizer. We didn't come to a table and say, oh, this is who we are now. This was the colonizer who designated these identities for us as a matter of confusion and to separate and to isolate us. We're 2 billion strong, but we over here 13% of the population inside the U.S.
Okay, you keep saying we. So let me just politely just let her know. Okay, yeah.
Crazy. So,
Dorsey.
one of the things as we, wrap up, because I really want to stress the significance of Black Pride 96 Radio, especially as we're engaged in a struggle like this.
Yeah, these lies got me triggered. I ain't gonna lie.
We're engaged in a political and ideological struggle. We are in the process of uniting the African nation. And despite what seems like loud and
So they're going to unite 54 countries that pretty much hate each other. Okay. Let us know. Okay, give us an update.
Overwhelming voices. The fact is, the majority of the people on the planet, African people, recognize this question, recognize this relationship, and are fighting against the colonizer. And when you ask ADOS, FBA what they are fighting against, you don't get an answer. What?
Yes, you do. We're fighting against undermining tethers. There's your answer. Matter of fact, let me type that in there too. Look at your answer. There you go.
What is the answer? What is the to what end? What does ADOS FBA want? Why would African
people want you out the country?
Black people follow them. And where will we be following you to? And
you'll be following us to the borders, pushing you guys out the country, pushing you guys into one of those planes or helping you get buckled in, helping you get beds in Alligator Alcatraz. That's what we're trying to get you to. Okay, so I'm answering all the questions in real time in a real way.
And that's a question they cannot answer.
I just answered it.
Internationalists can. We can say our objective. We can identify the contradiction, colonialism, the colonial mode of production, and then we've organized and developed a strategy and a theory to scientifically sum this up.
Oh my God, scientifically sum this up. Hey, yo, do they have a website? I would love to look at their goofy website. Oh my God. Not now, but later. Oh my God. Look at the money they raised. 8 donations, 1,000. Okay, yeah. When she's done ranting, I'm gonna look over this. That's not even a website. Like, where's this African International website at? Yo, listen. We are on these folks' minds day and night. Day and
this
night.
Is where we have to go in order to know peace, prosperity, and power in our own hands to determine who we are and our relationship to the rest of the world. That's what African internationalism has done. That's what Chairman Amalia Shatella has done. And that's what these forces who are barely 10 years old, not even older than my brother and sister, like they cannot give that to you because it's not rooted in any kind of historical process. It's an invention by the colonial state, just as the various tools that have been used to divide and conquer African people. That's why there's something like 54 countries in Africa. Those weren't countries that Africans determined ourselves. Those were borders that were codified by the colonizer at the Berlin
Look, the white man's the boogeyman.
No Africans present.
Yeah, they get a white man too much respect.
So it's the same divisive tactics then as it is right now, regardless of if it's or independent of the consciousness of those forces who identify, as ADOS, African American.
I'm sorry, family,
doesn't
but
matter.
we got to hear this.
This is the reality, though. And I just want to say that I had the privilege of attending a gospel concert in St. Pete, which is home of Black Part 96 Radio, and it was organized by the station manager and local legend Eddie Maltzby, who, by the way, is 100% blind, but that don't stop anything.
Wait. So the blind is leading the blind? Yeah, did she just admit that the blind? No wonder she's dumb as hell. You got a blind leader. Let me go back. Did I miss that?
Recently, I had the privilege of attending a gospel concert in St. Pete, which is home of Black Part 96 Radio. And it was organized by the station manager and local legend Eddie Maltzby, who, by the way, is 100% blind, but that don't stop anything. And at this concert, I'm listening to the performance.
Yo, the blind is literally leading the blind. That's wild, yo. She just admitted to that. That's crazy. And she's trying to act like that was a W. Like, that's a drop the mic moment.
One sister, her name is Sight, and I've seen her perform many times.
Hey, 100. No wonder they ain't got no real vision. They're being led by a person who's 100% blind.
And every time she gets the audience on their feet with the rhythm of her tambourine, and as I'm watching her, and all
they're
these
smiling like they really accomplished some shit. You got a blind leader. Okay.
Other sisters in the audience who bring their own tambourines to the church, and they just instinctively join in, and it is infectious, and they all on beat, and it's like nobody has to train or choreograph or anything. It just happens so naturally. And I'm watching this, and I'm waving my baby's rattle in unison. I'm like, I ain't got no tambourine.
Well, hey, what you got to do, because that shit ain't going nowhere in America. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. What y'all got going on ain't gonna get off the ground at all. You got a better chance bringing that shit to Burkina Faso.
But I got my baby rattle right here, and I'm struck by how clear the influence of Africa is in our lives, despite 500 years of having our collective memory erased. And it's just tangible evidence that instantly contradicts anything that, ADOS, this ideology, is saying. And
notice how people like this who speak about us, they never invite us.
Of Africa
they never invite us on the panel. They got these private conversations. They talk so boldly without any opposition. They never really invite us on the panel. You see what happened with Professor Grift. He talked this strong, right? Until somebody called in, from the lineage, and he got cooked and he kicked him off. And act like he was being disrespectful.
Just want to show that, because it's just like breathtaking and very powerful to have, witness.
Right, their own tambourine. You're supposed to. Oh shit! Come on, you about to give me flag for this bullshit ass music? Yeah, these guys, yo, why people in this country who try to be pro-African, why do they got to be primitive? Why they got to dress like they are literally living in Africa in the 1800s? Bones in their noses, all type of shit going on. Like, come on, you could be a modern 2025 Wakandian African. No, I can't do the music. What is this? No voodoo over here, man. I'm good. No voodoo over here. But come on now, what does this mean? Yeah, how is this a win?
Wow. Well, I don't know about y'all, but that was Africa.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah. That's African 1800s. I'm good. Yeah, we're good. That's primitive bullshit. I'm good.
Like that was
Yeah, that one rhythm, that one beat, that wow.
yeah.
You
And I
felt it.
just, having to follow director Jay's
Now they want to pretend that music was better than is better than our modern R&B and hip hop. The delusion they got. Ain't nobody dancing to that. We're not dancing in the name of love to that shit. Okay? Nobody's electro slide. Nobody's you. None of that. We ain't doing none of that to that. Okay? We ain't Millie
submission
rocking to
after
that.
that. Lord have mercy. That's terrifying. But I just really unite with everything that she put forward. And I just feel
To the
like
church.
a lot of this seems like, a desperate sort of begging, that sort of asking that, oh,
Okay, so if we're begging and we're failures, we got no aims and missions and goals, why are we on your mouth? Why are we talking about us? We're so unsuccessful, right? That you gotta try to destroy, which ain't gonna happen, what we got going on. Come on now. We know what it is. Y'all shit falling apart. Y'all thing going down like the Titanic.
you're back. We lost you for a second. Can you hear us okay? Yes. Okay.
Yes, I can. I'm like, no, this is not a
I was
plot.
like, are we even live still? I hope we are. I'm gonna just keep.
Oh,
So they're gonna pretend that garbage music was fire. Okay. So again, it's just make believe. It's like, yo, we're in our own cultish world, and we're gonna make believe we're prosperous. We're gonna make believe our mission is sterile, and we're getting things done, and we're gonna make believe we're so effective. They stop it.
oh. No, y'all keep going. That's
Okay, no
fine.
good.
It's fine.
But yeah, going back to what directly was talking about, and then just thinking about this video too, right? Like the whole thing with ADOS, FBA, like it's a desperate sort of begging that's asking the U.S. state, right, this colonial capitalist entity that guns down African people, right, damn near on a daily basis, if not on
So
a
why
daily
don't y'all gun them down back, man? It's a gazillion. It's only 10 white folks over there. The Burkina Faso, led by Ibrahim Traore. Do y'all know when y'all read the research, like 100 Frenchmen left? Like it was like they were so few in numbers. Like you would think 100,000 strong left. Like 100 Frenchmen left. Like what? And they acting like that was a big feat. Like wow, we made the French leave. It's 100 of them there. Like one tank, no helicopters. You dig? And like two Hummers. Move away from there. Move away from court. Yeah, but somehow they got the French
just
fleet.
asking if black
Yo, they give white people too much power and invincibilities, things we can't fathom over here, man. We seen them take L's over and over. They never seen the white man lose.
people can be part of that
They watch
system,
Superman too
if
much.
black people can be a part of that colonial project, as if
Nah, we're
this
not coming.
colonial
We're
project
not coming.
doesn't exist on the exploitation of African people and the rejection of African people as active.
You guys won't. While you doing all this, we planning a nationwide boycott. Okay, so save it. No, you won't sniff our 1.7 spending power. 1.7 trillion dollar spending power.
makers of their own history, right? And so I think that's a really important thing to understand too when you're thinking about the history of African people and this inability to come to terms with this inherent part of who we are as African people. So I just wanted
Yeah,
to
all
make
right.
that note.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Good.
Well,
These folks in
thank
La La
you. I
Land.
appreciate you, Carmen, so much, and also for jumping in, and I'm glad we were able to see this. Just for people that didn't get to be there to witness that.
Yeah, nobody went there. So
This
it's funny, they call us a small group and we're in the hundreds of thousands, probably millions. That church was in like the tens, you dig? But we're the small group. Nobody's going to attend that, man. That's primitive bullshit. People are in the 2025 modern day, modern tech era, right? When nobody's going there. There was no service. People would be on their iPhones. You dig? They want to text and Google and watch a video. You can't watch some IG small clips. You can't do that in that church. There's no service.
this
The only
incredible
service is church
gospel
service.
concert. But I just wanted to also, again, emphasize that this is why you should support Black Power 96.
Nah, we ain't doing that. We got Colin Nation commentary. Greetings to you. Like the video, please. We got blessed and highly favored. Nice name. Let me give you a lineage wrench. And please take some time to like the video. Matter of fact, the likes are good. Thank you, family. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Likes are very good. So that was a South African president. Okay.
Radio. Because it's not just, a means of, providing like good music and
Okay, but she called us beggars. But it looks like there's a lot of begging right now. But we're the beggars. And she's literally begging right now for folks to come listen to this trash music she's calling good music. Like, come on, like, listen, anybody who has experienced FBA culture, they know what good music is. You cannot fool them on this bullshit.
It does all that. It gives you critical information, political education, good empowering music, all that stuff. But it also provides opportunities to the African working class community through volunteering, broadcast journalism, and other training. It has the local going global program that puts unsigned or independent artists before the entire African nation.
Basically a nothing burger.
Not just limited to the US, and so much more. And it's also a platform that tells our stories and unites the African community. And I mentioned that we had a gospel concert. And that's a statement right there. The station brings together the people regardless of faith and unites them to the struggle for Black power. And what other station can say that? So
nobody, because
it's
of
on us
nothing
to
burger.
make sure that this station has our full support and can be successful. So
Sounds
let's
like
make
begging
that
to me.
donation right now to Black Power 96.org.
Oh, that sounds like begging to me. Okay. She accused us of begging, and she's begging for donations. Interesting.
Africa right now. And I want to just go ahead and hear a word from
Afrobeats
station manager Eddie Malsby, talking about his role and his favorite quote from Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
My name is Eddie Lee Malsby Jr. I live in St. Petersburg, Florida. I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, leader and founder.
Is this the blind guy that's leading them?
The Uhuru Movement and Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela,
the
President of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. My leadership title here is Station Manager for Black Power 96.3,
right there.
the baddest station in the world.
Give me a stinky
and I
there we
joined
go.
the party,
There you
the
go.
African
Give me
People's Socialist
Give
Party,
me
about 5 years ago. Proud to be a member.
And what makes APSP better than the rest?
Because of the
Get 'em.
truth, the honesty, and the transparency of what they believe in and how they.
Well, how are you talking about transparency and you can't see? Like no shade, but when you say transparency, that means you can see through it. You can see something. This dude's talking about transparency. Dude, you don't know what transparency is. Give me.
And what's one reason someone should join the APSP?
Because there's no other organization that is going to do exactly what I said. Bring you the truth, make it transparent that you're living in a colonial.
Dude, you can't say transparency as a blind man. That's not in your vocabulary. Okay? That's an oxymoron.
State and a colonial system, and the system has to change.
And your favorite revolutionary quote by Chairman Omali Yeshitela?
You got on the boat as an African, you get off the boat as an African.
Yeah, you got off the boat and the islands as an African.
Yes,
but we want to know, how do you get on the boat? That's the $1 million question. How did they get on the boat? You got to explain that one.
So that was not playing when he said that. It was like, what? Oh, okay, perfect. We'll drop that right in here. So comrades, we are down to the end of the hour.
Yeah, this is the epitome of delusion.
Like, how do we get here?
This hour goes.
Right, Leonard.
And I just want to encourage people to read works by Chairman Amalia Shatella on this particular
Yeah, they are very pathetic.
issue of the question of the African nation. So many videos, so many presentations, speeches. One Africa, One Nation, Carmen Soliana. Oh yes,
he
the
took his soul. He had no words.
verdict is in
Funny.
reparations now.
FK.
There that talks about the 1982 tribunal.
Yeah. Ray
Yes,
Charles, fake
Amalia
Ray Charles,
Shatella
cosplaying as Ray
speaks,
Charles.
and I'm sure she's a killer for Vanguard and Uneasy Equilibrium. So you can find all of those at the Burning Spear.
Okay, so I think we're done with this one, right? That was I just want to show y'all that this is real. Like the diaspora word. I don't know what this is right here. Okay. But this ain't begging though. Like we're begging, but this ain't begging. Okay, I got it. We're demanding what's owed to us. And nothing's owed to them, but they're asking for people money. But this ain't begging. I got it. I understand. I'm a tether and I say so. We're used to that. Okay, so let's go back to Professor Grift for 1 second.
Hold on, read my man's message.
Right. I asked Aspiring High said I got off as an American. Let me give Aspiring a lineage wrench. Aspiring return a like for the video. A lineage like.
Been put the organized acts
Scam
accompanying female artist Soleil. I got you, DJ Nabs. I'm gonna ask Soleil as soon as I see. I'll see you in an hour. All right. Are they boycotting Sam's Club?
Nah, we ain't doing that.
I'm not sure.
Hell no.
Sam's Club.
No. Why the hell would we do that? Why the hell would we boycott Walmart? Why would we boycott what's the other wholesale spot? Nah. But the quick answer, no, we're not boycotting Sam's Club. They're not openly disrespecting us like Tethers are.
I'm not sure if they're still boycotting Targets.
No, we're not. We moved past that. Matter of fact, to be honest, we really never going in the first place. Our thing is Walmart. Target really can't compete with Walmart, to be honest. Like if you go to Target, it's for something very, very specific. Walmart, you can just browse and you're gonna find some stuff you need. Target is really for what you're looking at that you can't get anywhere else. But you don't go to Target to start browsing. Like maybe the clothes in Target is better, or maybe some like electronics, things like that. Maybe you go there, but you don't go there and fill your shopping cart up like you do Walmart. Stop it.
I guess people just want to boycott everyone. Listen, we must go into this particular boycotting, protesting thing with a different kind of mindset. All right. Our brothers and sisters on the African continent and in the Caribbean islands, and as a matter of fact, in the Black African diaspora, they're our brothers and our sisters.
Nope.
All right. They will always be.
That's not gonna work.
Right?
Look. They will always be his brothers and sisters, but he's quickly to write us off. Okay, we talking about boycotting somebody, he write us off. The hell with y'all enemies, y'all scammers. But these folks, regardless of what they ever do, they will always be, you heard them, his brothers and sisters. But us, the domestic lineage folks, he'll write us off in a heartbeat like he's doing right now. Yo, these Tethers got immunity. They got a free pass to get out of jail, a free pass to tether. Like they are held to no accountability, man. Get the first Pan-Africanist on this panel to hold them accountable. I dare you guys. I dare you. Go get a pen. You see what Unc did? Unc West came on here. He justified Tethers leeching onto our reparations movement and checks. He got Kwame on here, justify everything Tethers do. He'll come back and blame. Well, what about FBA? He will never address what we brought up. Oh, but what about this person, FBA? What about that person? Yeah, but what about the tether I just had you hold accountable?
Cultural conversation that we need to have, then let's have that cultural conversation. If you want to go off on your own and you don't want reparations, all right, you don't want us to get together with brothers and sisters on the African continent.
And we don't have brothers and sisters on the African continent, man. We don't. That's just not it's not a fact. Our brothers and sisters are within our lineage, man. We got super distant cousins, super distant cousins on the African continent. Okay, stop. The brothers and sisters are in America.
You don't want us to love one another, then that's a conversation you need to kind of have with yourself. All right? Okay. Someone said, I heard a brother say, all of us may not be from Africa, but Africa is in us. And it definitely is.
Shit, ain't no scamming in me. Ain't no genital mutilation in me. Ain't no floating slums in me. You dig? Nah. I can't relate to Africa at all. I just can't. I'm too American.
We may not be in Africa, but Africa is in us.
That's a lie. I got American in me.
Some people right now are scratching their heads and Professor Griff, I disagree with you.
Ain't nobody scratching their head.
This, we FBA, we Black Americans.
He know. He knows about FBA.
Stop.
He knows.
That's a good book that they need to read.
What?
Tom Burrell's.
Nah. No Pan-Africanist book. Yeah. No, hell, I ain't reading that shit.
There's about 12 more books I want to give people.
Nah.
All right, so you might want to write this down. If someone can look it up and put it in the chat.
Don't do that.
What is the book written by Walter Rodney? Let's look up Walter Rodney. Who was Walter Rodney?
Hey, yo, that dialogue he had with that U.S. Freedman dude, that was hilarious. That Freedman cooked him. He kicked him off. Oh, my God, because I told you, look, what I said these guys denied the Atlantic slave trade. So he tried to hold that U.S. freedman to prove that there was actually an transatlantic slave trade that involved a seller and buyer, an African seller and a European buyer. He said, no, prove that. Something historically known throughout the world. Nobody denies that except for Pan-Africanists and Tethers. That's wild.
Notes and some outline on what the book is about. You can even have cheat codes. All right. Black Supremacy 101. Do me a favor. Don't put the name up. I need the name of the book and the author. We have to be thorough because we can't give these young people that are coming up no excuses to just come on and run their mouth.
And believe me, ain't nobody young coming up, bro. Again, these guys dealing with a severe case of delusion, bro. Look at your views, man. Ain't nobody watching this shit. That shit is dead, man. Literally a dead man walking. Pan-Africanism is a dead man walking.
If you're gonna come on, give me some receipts. Give me some receipts.
He gave you receipts.
Wait,
well, we know that. He gave you receipts and you kicked him off. He gave you Ghana. I gave you Ghana. I backed him up. And you kicked him off.
Room. All right. I just don't throw names up. Give me the name of the book. Give me the name of a book, fam. All right. And the reason why I said give me the name of a book because we put it in a book when we couldn't do anything else.
I thought something was odd with it because it's like we never had no smoke.
I'm guessing. I never watched. I'm guessing he finally got his cherry-picked panelists.
Like that, and now all of a sudden, the unnecessary dismissiveness is coming up. Like people telling us, okay, and you can't tell a black person, you can't tell a young black person they don't have no culture, and just negate them, right? I think what it is that the way that it's been paired, you have this push for our lineage identity, and for black people, to me, I think that's shadow work. But everything that we've been done and have been put out there to the front of the world so that they can, see it, identify it or whatever. The thing is, I think diasporan groups should have been more neutral if they weren't going to be supportive. And the fact that they were actually negating.
Okay, it sounds like an FBA person holding Africans accountable. Let's see. I'm still listening. Again, I never watched this. I'm watching it with you guys. Now, if he is FBA, he's trying to be careful with his words because he know he'll be kicked off for speaking the truth. Okay, Professor Griff does not like truth. None of these guys.
It's like, okay, well, you see the flack that we can give one another. And I think that's what's been happening. I think the type of FU that we can give one another, that everybody love here being put to a beat or being put in cinema or something like that. I think they're getting that return of that energy. And this is what it
That's
is.
right.
You know what I'm saying? I think if groups would just fall back and let Black people do what we need to do in order to culturally identify ourselves however we deem it to be, based off of our own measurement of our history and all that. Like what you and the brother Rich experienced the other night. It was like, yo, wait a minute. You know, brother Rich explained it perfectly. I cannot go to somebody else's country and try to dictate what their standing is in their history, where they think they should place themselves. It's crazy, right? But you have this conversation on the daily with diasporans, and it's like, well, how y'all not understanding? Because we know that we would be out of pocket in y'all land if we took y'all stance that you're taking with us.
Yeah, Professor Griffin is about to blow up. Yo, it's the second caller who ain't sided with him.
How is it that ease of a surface reflexive understanding isn't there? And it seems like it's intentionally being avoided. So
we don't want to blame, but we don't want to blame the individual. We just got to look at that individual like, okay, you just haven't been educated about this. So then
the issue is that they need to be educated, brother. We wouldn't need to be educated if we stepped in somebody else's land. There's no way we're going to be that out of pocket, especially let's say that we're able to elevate ourselves up to levels to where it's prominence and all that. We're not going to look at their have-not sector and tell their have-not sector, you know what? You're lazy. You didn't do nothing. Your contributions don't mean nothing. You know what I mean? It's kind of ill the way that it go down.
Can I say something?
Look, you see? Professor Griff does not want to hold these folks accountable. The Umars, none of them. Baba Smalls, they don't want to hold their hatred, their out of pocketness, their Tetherism. They don't want to hold them accountable. It's always well. Can I say something? They always deflect. They only hold us accountable for what they believe is out of pocketness or talking outside of our mouth. Only us. Tethers are immune to accountability, according to Tethers and Pan-Africanists. Listen, he's not going to say, okay, you're right, man. We need to, nope, watch this.
And what you just said, there still needs to be an educational component. Even if we don't know you right, we won't be out of pocket. We won't be disrespectful. But so now educate me about your culture.
Right.
You understand? So I won't be out of pocket.
What do you want? Okay.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right now, Burkina Faso is on the rise. If the
shit.
brothers that's on here now and then now, the sister, I'm gonna bring her on. If we all went to Burkina Faso, right? Would we not have to get educated first before we enter into Burkina Faso to know the traditions, the customs?
Yeah, but why gotta be hypothetical? Why not just go?
Know how to say hi, goodbye, hello, and thank you, damn, right?
Wait, but why gotta be hypothetical? Why not just go, man? Just go. He's calling for bodies. He's calling for people to help build the country. Why not just go? Those tethers earlier, those three tether women in quotations. Why don't they just go? Like he's super Pan-Africanist. Take your ass over there, help him out, man. They just talk trash. They talk a good one, but when that Pan-African saying, "Hey, practice that over here," they don't go. He's calling their bluff. Ibrahim Traoré is calling all Pan-Africanists bluff. Matter of fact, we should tell them to go to Burkina Faso. Like when they come in our spaces, we should ask them, hey, why you not going over there to help this Pan-Africanist dream? Like he's the center focus. He's welcoming all the Pan-Africanists of the diaspora to come to his country and help him out, and nobody's going.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's
Nobody's
an educational component.
Greetings, beautiful souls.
Greetings. How are you?
Greetings. Honestly, I don't really see how a boycott would be of a benefit to anyone at this point.
Okay, so boycotts all of a sudden don't. Now these guys, so boycotts and protesting don't work when we do them, but they're protesting against ICE and boycotting like MAGA fundings and policies and okay, sure.
I think that most of us have been miseducated,
like
misled. Things have been hidden from us deliberately to pit us against one another.
Here we go with
this
this.
would be a better time to educate each other
Now we got to
on the
educate.
lies and the deceit that has been perpetrated upon us.
Okay,
And
well,
then
let's
we'll
start with
have a
the
better vantage
transatlantic
point
slave trade. Do
on
you
how
believe
we're
that
going
happened?
to rectify the situation. Boycotting, marching, all of those things have been well washed through our system and very quite frankly need to be, you know, set aside for another race. We need to come up with a better, more creative approach and focus on unification and education before we even try to approach our oppressors with anything. We have no unity within ourselves. We can barely agree to disagree on the majority of the things that we have put before us as news or information. So I think that educating ourselves, educating our loved ones, and educating the communities that we interact with would be more beneficial than boycotting something that we really don't understand and we're not orchestrating ourselves.
The thing is, when it comes to Black culture, though, our culture is front street in America. Our culture is the one that's put out there for the entirety of the world. It's like, what is it that people can't understand about nuances with us that we don't, you know what I'm saying, that we don't reiterate just within how we socialize, not even having direct intention toward lacing somebody, but just, I mean, you know what I'm saying? We out there, we the rawest people up in this piece. How is it that people don't don't understand our get down? Cuz I'm not understanding
Yeah,
that.
but that goes what Professor Griff was saying about we need to like get in a study group or something, or you know what I'm saying, get with people like-minded people, and we need to sit down and actually study these things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we act like we're too afraid to have an intellectual conversation to keep our emotions in check. What is wrong with having an
Right.
intellectual conversation to say who started this riff? Because I don't hate Africans. You understand what I'm saying? I don't hate Caribbean people. I don't anyone with an accent. I don't know. Even if you not foundational this or whatever that. No, you my people, plain and simple. Now, once we have the
Right.
conversation, we can map out the cultural differences. Do you understand what I'm
But
saying?
that's how most Black people carried it to a degree, if not like outright. There was some form of commonality between, you know what I'm saying, all perceived Black people, right? And I remember as a child, we really did that. The thing is, it's other cultures that come here with their tribalism. So I ain't got nothing wrong with their tribalism because it's seen everybody else in the world who come here to participate as a so-called we American. That's what they do. We are the only ones who don't, giving ourselves out to the entirety of the world for something I don't know. You know what I mean? I think it's acceptance. Personally, I don't know. I'm from North Tulsa, Oklahoma, because I don't need no acceptance. I just need my folk. Healthy, balanced, you know what I'm saying? Being able to express full potential. Far as I'm concerned, everybody else, they done already showed exactly where we fit in the social worth games, right? They value us the same way that these pilgrims tell them to value us, even though they might not have no type of interaction, social interaction, or anything of us. So it's like, okay, how much of
on this planet?
That's the point. Y'all
What,
don't know what the hell y'all
but
talking about.
what does that got to do with it? What does that have to do with what I said though?
Because you asked.
I didn't ask. I'm talking. I didn't ask. I didn't ask him to regret. My initial statement had nothing to do with what he just said. I'm talking about tribes. You just said Somaliland and Somalia. Those are both.
You were saying that we coming up with these identifiers because we have no pride and all this type of stuff and all. That's taking pride in your identity when you identify yourself.
No, it's not though, because again, I'm in the dynamics. The dynamics I explained specifically. Well, I gave examples where people are trying to get away from that. I'm not saying quote unquote foundation, but even the, like foundational Black American, like those people that identify with that are, in my estimation, are idiots for the most part. But that's just me. But I mean, I'm not gonna say that they necessarily. I can't just say necessarily every single person that identifies with that is quote unquote has some type of complex. But most of you do.
No, but I think FBA is an okay term. That term is well
ain't no idiot.
And it makes
Mo
sense.
ain't no idiot. I'm articulate. I'm hardworking.
Brother, in my opinion, I would not consider you intelligent. I'm not trying to be mean, but as far as studying your analytical abilities and your abilities to analyze information is not up to par, in my opinion. But
that's just not true. You don't agree with that for real. You're just trolling me.
no, brother, I actually do. And your general historical acumen is horrible. Like you don't have your grasp of history is terrible.
So why don't you challenge?
I bring scholarship. That's the
Why don't you challenge it then?
You just sit on here
Bro, showing you again. What does that have to do with my premise?
This is what the conversation is about. You can't follow the conversation.
No, I definitely, brother. The dynamics that I explained definitely show that the dynamics of what's going on, bro. They're reflective of it.
You don't know. You can't follow the conversation.
What you was asking on Somalia, it don't.
If you can't put
Brother, again, he said a tribal war. I asked him to name one Somali, just one. He couldn't name one Somali tribe because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Somalia and called themselves Somaliland. They split the country in that.
They're not. But again, bro. See, this is. But when you make statements like this, it shows how stupid you guys are, brother.
Am I lying?
Brother. There's no tribe. There's no tribe in Somalia. The Somalia have different tribal distinctions. There's no tribe called Somaliland, and there's no tribe called Somalia. That doesn't exist. No, that's a current. Land designation. You don't know what you're talking about.
All of this because we dared to demand reparations from our government. Now all hell broke loose. The Tethers took the cosplay mask off, on some future shit, mask off, and now they all in. They're like ineffective, but the mask is off and now they all in. It's crazy. They can try, but they can't even line themselves up with white supremacists. Stop, Yugi, because white supremacists will deport them the first chance they get. You dig? So they can't even build a fake friendship with white supremacists. Because white supremacists want them out the country.
But this is tribalism. It may not be an official tribe, but they broke themselves off into certain groups in their fight.
So they wanted out the country. They wanted out the country by us. They wanted out the country by white folks. It's like at one point you just self-deport. So you know what? I'm not wanted here. Let me get out. Let me just self-deport. The Jamaican president is waiting for you, man. Prime Minister.
I mean, isn't that just a designation of a country? That's so any country is a tribal. Any country is tribal warfare then. But you just do it. You just do it towards Africa. You just do it towards Africa because you have.
I got it. Let me pass the Willie. I got to pass the Willie. Go ahead, Willie. Go ahead, Willie.
Let them cook. I'll jump in later.
Okay, let me.
Islamic terrorist is not a tribe.
I got to pass it to Ola. Go ahead, Ola. Let me stop Ola.
I'm gonna make one point before you.
Oh, go ahead, Black Beauty. Then I'll pass it to Ola. Go ahead, Black Beauty.
Like, hey, listen.
Can you raise the volume, Black Beauty? We can't hear you very well.
I'm in the actual laptop. I'm just asking Sidwaya because you know what? I just had to look that up.
Yeah,
I don't really
this
know
is the
much
clown
about
show right here.
Somalia because we're from West Africa, so I didn't know that they didn't have tribes until 5 minutes ago. What I wanted to ask.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah, they have a lot of tribes.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
What I wanted to ask you, Sidwaya, is why do we all have to be on the same level as a collective? Everyone brings something to the table. Why do we all have to be scholars on everything? My God.
No, I'm not saying we don't, but again, when you come on public platforms.
Yeah. So another thing they hate to do it, like you see from Professor Griff, they hate to be corrected historically, and they'll say, "Why we got debate? Why everybody got to be scholars? Why are you lying? Then shut up. Don't like you said. You come on a public platform disrespecting and undermining, and that's a group. You're going to be checked in real time in a real way.
I know how to make deliveries and for big companies. We have someone who is an African. He has African history behind him from the UK. We have a nice Jamaican lady. We have a financier, Wall Street Will. We got Elvis. I know he's in the diaspora doing things as well here in America. Why can't everybody just bring a little something to the table? Why do we have to always go back and forth about, like, fuck that if we didn't know that there was no tribes in Somalia? Who give a fuck?
No, but you got to look into the context of what he said that in Africa there's tribal wars. What I'm saying is qualify that statement.
Right now,
No,
my assistant is from
Oh, so she's getting at the tether. So the tether is upset. The tether's getting at the tether. This is hilarious. They're infighting.
She's T. She's T. She's
So,
from
sis,
Benue State, and she just came back.
No, but again, brother, sister, if you let me finish, I would have. If you would have let me finish, I would have showed
another let me finish guy. Look at this. If you let me finish. Wow.
you what I
I
said.
can name the 5 main tribes of Somalia. There are definitely
What's a
tribes.
tribe?
There are many tribes in Somalia, and they're extremely prideful about their tribe.
What does tribe mean?
I don't
Tribe
see
is just like the
about
GDs.
clans here. You know, it says
Right, it's your group. It's a group. Tribe means
It's an
group.
ethnicity, yes.
You're a group.
That's not the
You're
point.
Like a tribe called Quest.
Any group that's fighting is a tribe. You're saying this my group and this is
Like
who
the
we
Crips
are.
and the Bloods. Like the Crips and the Bloods.
All right, so again, so this see, and this is indicative. This is indicative of the psychology. So why, when you bring up Africa, you said in Africa there are tribal warfare, but then when you were talking about European nations, you said you brought in Ukraine is fighting Russia. You didn't say tribal. You didn't.
Yeah, I disagree on that definition of tribe. I look at tribes are people who are primitive. They're not updated to modern technology, modern times. All right. To me, it's just real simple for me. That's why I say ain't no tribes in America or in Europe. Tribes are that to me, that's reserved to people who are not updated with technology, science. They're pretty much they got a primitive life. And they war with each other based on resources. Instead of getting along. They warn people because of scarcity and resources, because of cultural practices different from each other, stuff like that. I say it's not even necessarily like poor economics. They got like, just hey, we celebrate this way, you celebrate that way. It's different from us. Let's fight. Like so but it's really primitive. It has to be some type of primitive behavior within that group, that tribal group, for me to call it a tribe. And you don't experience that in the West at all.
Say tribal warfare there. You said you didn't say tribal warfare with Palestine and Israel. You said nations, brother. You didn't say that.
I said this happens all over the world.
Nah, I didn't, bro. He used the qualifier. I didn't use the term tribe. He did.
This man talk about semantics and he keep playing semantics.
No, you are playing semantical games, brother.
Hold on, guys. Let me.
Well, Jagoon, let me pass it to some other people who just came on. Kidola, go ahead, Kidola.
Thank you, Dan. Sometimes people just argue for argue's sake. I think I would like to touch on certain things, please.
Oh, wait.
See,
Okay. So let me do it now because I keep forgetting. Wait, let me pull it first. I keep forgetting to do it.
Let me call it continental Africans. I mean, the dark-skinned ones with Black Americans were very, very difficult. Why I say something like this is this. The Black Americans do not have their own country. They live under.
Okay, so did you watch the video of that West Indian tether talking about Carnival? She don't want to see any Foundation Black Americans participating in Carnival. Okay, so now let me give you the history of Carnival. All right, it ain't even theirs. Listen, watch this right here. Let me just. Let me just expand the screen. Okay, here we go. Look, it says, great question. The West Indian Carnival, also known as Caribbean Carnival, is a rich cultural expression that blends African resistance traditions with European colonial customs. The colonizer. It was influenced by European masquerade practices. So their great West Indian pride, Carnival, it was, they listen, family, they cosplayed it and stole it. So their culture is European. We ask you, what culture you got? Look, it was influenced by European masquerade shit. I didn't mean to do that. Let me go back. Okay. It was influenced by European masquerade practices, but transformed by enslaved Africans into a powerful form of cultural survival, rebellion, and celebration. Let's break it down. Let's break down its historical origins, influences, and transformation. Okay, number one, European origins of carnival. They stole it. They co-opted it. They're cosplaying, man. I mean, it's funny because they're putting on costumes. They're literally cosplaying. Carnival comes from the Latin Catholic tradition, especially in Portugal, Spain, and France. I broke this down months ago. All right. The term carnival comes from carnaval, meaning farewell to meet. The festival before Lent, a 40-day fasting period leading up to Easter. Europeans celebrated with masked balls, parades, mockery of authority, drunkenness, and indulgence. So it was a degenerate practice that they took and stole it. A degenerate practice they're bragging about. Okay, French colonists brought masquerade balls and pre-Lenten festivities to the Caribbean, especially to Trinidad and Tobago, Dominica, Martinique, okay, Guadeloupe, and Haiti. So yes, the basic idea of carnival was imported by European colonizers. So when we ask them, well, you got a culture, what is it? You don't have one. You steal stuff from folks and you say it's yours now. Okay? Family, did you know that? Did you know they stole Carnival? Well, you know now, right? You definitely know now. They stole it. It's embarrassing. All right, so let them go.
From certain people, Latinos, Italians, and everything. In that group, they are not the top dogs on that group.
We can't hear you.
Hold
I
on,
hear,
man.
Go ahead, Cola.
Hold on. So they are not the top dogs in that group. The top dogs in that group are white people, all white, heavy light-skinned people. So they're under pressure. And when they're under that pressure, they cannot really have more sense maybe to figure out what to do.
Okay, so let me summarize Marcus Garvey, by the way. So I even went back and did this for the Pan-Africanists. Okay. So was it a scam? Final breakdown. Aspect. Did Garvey use the mail to solicit stocks for a ship he did not fully own yet? Yes. Was that misleading, even if not malicious? Yes. Okay. Is fraud. Okay. Did the FBI target him for political reasons? Absolutely. Was Marcus Garvey a scammer out of personal gain? No, he believed in the cause. Doesn't matter, still scamming. Was the Black Star Line poorly run? Yes. There was mismanagement and inflated promises. Okay, lying, inflated promises. I'm gonna bring y'all all back to Liberia. Would this be called a scam in 2025 in legal and financial terms? Yes. Yes. Why? Because investors weren't given truthful material facts. So stop arguing me when I say the dude was a scammer and a defrauster. All right. That's called receipts. And I'm gonna keep going.
Then I think the unity between the Africans, continental Africans, and the Black Americans should be suspended. I think you have to go to the ones.
Okay, we're going backwards. So I already played this the other day. Let's fast forward. I get to my other reading post.
See, what Bubba was saying, that's what I do not want to call myself ADOS, because I do not want to call myself a slave baby. I am Black American. That's what I don't, because I'd rather, we are enslaved Africans that was born in North America. I don't want to call myself a slave baby. I'm sorry. So that's why I prefer to term Black American. That's it.
We don't care.
Get it.
Be quiet, Gogo. I wasn't even trying to be disrespectful for you.
Don't call yourself that then.
Right, you don't have to. Stupid.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Y'all can call yourself whatever y'all want to. If you're not organized, it don't matter.
FBA is fulfillment by Amazon. We was fulfillment by Amazon.
Okay, it's this tether babble. I mean, look how dumb they got to be when they're trying to have a real conversation. All right, so now, remember Professor Grift, Grift. Okay, get a bigger stick and I break it. It's probably in the backyard. Yeah. Okay. Right there. Come here. He wants me to break a twig, but he gave one too small to break. Right there. Go get it. Get this stick right here. Give me that. Give me. Okay. Let me break that stick. Okay. Let me break that stick. Give me. Okay. Here we go. Here. Good job. Okay. Break this one. Okay. I can't break it no smaller. There you go. Go play. All right. So now we're gonna source up on slave trading. The African slave trade was real. Okay, who was Queen Nzinga? Matter of fact, while we do this, let me pull up some bullshit portrait of her. Dang. This fly on oh the flies on my power source thing. I learned my lesson not to swing at him while he's there. Slick. These tether flies are getting smart. Queen Nzinga. Let's get a picture of her while I read this. Here we go. A tether. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, so who was Queen Nzinga? Born 1583 into the royal family of the Ndongo Kingdom, Mbundu people. Died in 1663. Okay, she ruled over two major African kingdoms, Ndongo, part of modern day Angola, Matamba, which she later took over and ruled. Known for what is she known for? She's known for wealth, warfare, and diplomacy against the Portuguese. Gender defiance, dressed like a man, had male concubines dressed as a woman. Oh, it's the first three or four. Okay, military strategy and forming alliances with African and European powers. I'm just joking, by the way. You can't break this. It's too small. Can't break it. Military strategy and forming alliances with African and European powers. So your queen is aligning herself up with the colonizer. So now listen to the gaslighting they do. They say we align ourselves with the colonizer when we call ourselves ADOS and FBA. Okay, so now let's ask them a question. Do you even know who Queen Nzinga is? And if you do, did she align herself up with the white man, with the colonizer, with Babylon? Let's start right there. Okay? Because Tethers like to revise history. All right? And we got to call them, and they hate to be called on it. They will talk over you. They'll say, let me finish. I'm not finished yet. Or they will, if they're in control of it, they'll just mute you or kick you off like you see Professor Grift do. Let's keep going on. So now we're going to read about her role in the Atlantic slave trade context. During Nzinga's life, Portugal was aggressively expanding the transatlantic slave trade. It says slave trade. Fam, did it say trade? It don't say raid, do it? It don't say R-I. When I say raid, I'm talking about R-A-I-D. Like the Raiders, like the LA or whoever Raiders football team. All right. So they want to argue slave raiding was going on. They want to from slave raiders, which is false. Slave trading was going on with slave traders, you dig? Buyers and sellers. Let's keep reading. Angola was becoming one of the top sources of enslaved Africans. What happened? This African place led by Nzinga was becoming one of the top sources of enslaved African. Tens of thousands of them were shipped to Brazil and the Caribbean each year. So you're telling me that the colonizer came over here and stole these slaves up under Nzinga's watch, this great warrior. Okay, we got to stop lying. The Portuguese used African middlemen. Does it say European middlemen? Does it say Latino middlemen? Does it say Asian middlemen? No. It says the Portuguese used African middlemen, rival kingdoms, and internal conflicts to secure captives. So the white man wasn't robbing, kidnapping nobody. It was the Angolans. Okay. Nzinga and her crew and her thugs. All right. So now, Nzinga's early opposition to the Portuguese in 1622. This is way after the Virginia, what happened over here in America. She was sent on she was sent as an ambassador to negotiate with the Portuguese governor in Luanda. So now, so one of those guys call us traitors when we work with the government. And they say government, that's like so many branches, so many offices you could work for. Like the postal office is like you're working for government. You did, working for the welfare, you did, is government. But anyway, we are a traitor. We work for government. But this woman is literally sent as an ambassador, okay, to negotiate with the Portuguese governor in Luanda. What happened here? Legend. When no seat was offered, she ordered a servant to get on all fours so she could sit, demonstrating political mastery. So now that servant was African, by the way, treating her African folks like dogs. She converted to Christianity, adopting the name Donna Ana de Sousa, a diplomatic strategy. So she's no longer Queen of English. Stop calling that. She's Donna. You want to mislabel Malcolm X to this African name? Well, let's call her damn Catholic name, Donna. Despite the treaty, the Portuguese betrayed it and resumed enslaving her people. Okay. Nzinga then renounced Christianity, resumed welfare against the Portuguese, formed alliances with the Iguana tribe. I'm joking. A fierce nomadic warrior group involved in slave raiding. Okay. What happened? So you see who the slave raiders were? These folks. She aligned up with some others. So the slave raiders family were Africans, and they're trying to pin it on Europeans. Okay, so let me look this up on the fly to make sure this is an African group. Okay. Okay. The Ibangala or Mbangala were divided groups of warriors and marauders who worked as hired mercenaries in 17th century. Angola and later founded so these are Africans. Okay, let's go down. Make sure origin. The Mbangala were people possibly from Central Africa who appeared in Angola during the 17th century. Okay, so these were Africans. Okay, Africans. So we're not gonna let them revise history on our watch. Okay. So this just says the same thing. Africans, 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 Africans. All right. You're not gonna revise history on our watch. Okay. So she formed alliances with other slave raiders who were African, not European. Okay. So now what is her involvement in the slave trade? Here's where the story gets complex and morally uncomfortable. Nzinga eventually participated in the slave trade. So Angola participated. She participated on behalf of Angola and that other tribe, the name I can't pronounce. Okay, to maintain her power and alliances. Okay, to maintain her relationship with the white power, the colonizers they call them. She engaged in slave trading. Okay, so see, she's trading with white people. She's trading Africans. They say Africans, black people, with white people. And okay, she engaged in slave trading with the Dutch and Portuguese, trading captives for firearms, textiles, and military support. But if you attempt to give this to yes, can't, it's too tiny. Okay, so Professor Grift, if you attempt to give him Queen Nzinga, he'll just throw you off the channel. And no. See, I need to know her middle name. I need to know what was her firstborn child name. No, it can't break. It's too tiny. Too tiny. What was her first child name? Like he'll change it and try to ask you a question that cannot be answered. Like, dude, what are we talking about, man? Are we talking about Africans participating in the slave trade or not? You dig? Are we doing that or are we not? Okay. So Nzinga, wait. Nzinga didn't initiate the translated slave trade, but she adapted to it to protect her kingdom's independence. Okay. Why did she participate in slavery? Survival strategy, faced with Portuguese aggression. So she was afraid to fight. That's why it comes down to afraid to fight. She got down and no, she got down and laid down. Okay, so faced with Portuguese aggression and a collapsing regional power structure, she saw slave trading as a way to maintain military strength. So she saw slave trading. She's trading slaves, okay? And they're not slaves. They're not slaves. She's just capturing Africans and blacks and selling them to white men to keep her political alliances, access to goods and weapons. Okay, and a whole bunch of excuses. All right, so that's it on that. So I proved Garvey. Yeah, this is bigger. So I proved Marcus Garvey was a scammer. Okay, and then I just proved that Africans did sell. Look, let me break this one too. No, I can't. It's too small. Maybe. Okay, broke it. Yeah, look. Okay, he wanted to put it in the back of his car. That's why he wanted it broke. Okay, and I didn't know that. All right. So I proved that Africans. And he wanted names that they're going to name Queen Nzinga, aka Donna. You dig? Donna. So I hope we're satisfied with the answer now. So let me go back to Buddy channel and put that in there.
Of a open dialogue does there need to be with dialogue as opposed to also understanding the other ways to communicate, right? Please.
Okay, so listen, I'm be very frank and very transparent, and y'all three can answer me however you want to answer me, with a level of respect. Okay, do you think the vast majority of this world have seen the best of who we are as Black people in America?
Absolutely
I can
not.
slow down because I know I can talk.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Thank you. With that said,
Absolutely
now
not.
let me answer your question, Mr. Sun. When we have these conversations, we're going to bring the best and the brightest.
Okay, so I even proven that Carnival, the West Indian Carnival, was stolen and co-opted by Tethers, obviously. Okay, so I don't mind sourcing up. So there you go. So let's stop denying the slave trade. The slave raiders are actually Africans. That's crazy. That is crazy. The goal is the man preaching the religion. We will end up teaching your history, messing with us. Right. The Pope is Jesus Christ on earth, according to the people who created the religion. I never believed the white man just rolled up into Africa. Right. That is the most stupidest shit to make up. And listen, they're lying just to dismiss their role, their hand in us coming over here. Because listen, family, does it make sense to beg for us to come back? Now we're fat and rich. After you discarded us, you sold us. You didn't care. If the white man mauled us, ate us, you didn't give a damn. Fed us to crocodile alligator. You didn't care. You didn't care what happened to us, man. You discarded us as trash for weapons, textiles, liquor, cigarettes, and crack. You discarded us, man. And now we're living fat, some of the most innovative people on earth. Now you want us to come back with our money. And you act like this was a grand scheme. Like, yo, man, yeah, we sent y'all over there so y'all could become great and come back and save us. Stop it. And if that don't work, hey, he came and kidnapped y'all. They were slave traders and slave raiders. They traded amongst, they kidnapped you and they traded amongst themselves. It was the Portuguese selling you. Once they kidnapped you, the Portuguese kidnapped you and they sold you to the French. And then the French sold you. So it was a slave trade, but it was a white man trading you guys. They raided first and then they traded. It was all them. Africa is innocent. Stop it. See quiz. Mirrors blew their minds. They don't talk about the 90s commercials, gifting out. Yeah, 10 cents a day to all these big stomach starving folks. They didn't give a F. Right. They didn't care nothing. Yo, they keep in mind, family, they got rid of us. We were trash. They didn't give a damn what happened to us. They were surprised to even see that we're still living. They thought like maybe 4, 5, 6 of us would be around. Because they are aware of what they did to the Native Americans and the Taino Indians. Like they're aware of this stuff. Boricua Indians, they're aware of slaughtering so many indigenous people. What's his name? I can never remember that goddamn conqueror, that Spanish conqueror that killed so many indigenous people. I can never remember his name, but he killed millions. So they sold us to those people. So they didn't think much of it. They didn't care what happened to us. But now all of a sudden we're family. They want to lead the the way with reparations and the free world and the African global power. Stop. 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 Just stop.
To the table. Those of us that not only love ourselves, have a knowledge of ourselves and a knowledge of the rest of us around the globe. So then when we have these discussions, we move all of us forward. We can make a plain statement like black people created everything. Everything.
I'm glad you.
All right, come on, man. Like, let's stop the cat. Come on. See now this back into this. They're xenophobic with this old Pan-Africanist shit. They blame it on us. They're the xenophobians. Now we created everything. Come on, stop.
Brought that up because
now that is a common Afrocentric talking point. Nobody did nothing. We did it all, and we say blacks across the world. They stop.
Other areas outside of, let's say, our diaspora connection, having some form of acknowledgement, like, you know what? Yep, that's a viable take. If that becomes somewhat objective, if it's objective to a non-black person, a non-American, non-white person outside of the world, how is it that a non-American black person can't pick up on it like that?
Right. And I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, like, how is it when we explain delineation to a Latino person, to Asians, East Asians, whatever, just like you said, non-FBAs, that's black, non-FBA blacks. Everybody understands what we're talking about except for non-FBA blacks. That's a great goddamn.
Somewhat objective. If it's objective to a non-black person, a non-American, non-white person.
Now, look how fast Professor Griffith responds. He didn't even take time to think about it. It just automatic emotions and rebuttals. Like this guy, I mean, we're just FBA ADOS, the lineage, we're just stupid. Nothing we make, nothing, or no argument we make is reasonable. Deserves introspections and all that type of stuff. Nothing. It's just garbage, and it's rubbish. And they come right behind it. Look how fast he responds, yo.
Outside of the world, how is it that a non-American black person can't pick up on it like that? How is it that a child?
They don't have the shared experience. They don't have the shared struggle. They don't have.
Look, but the people he just named don't have a shared struggle either. I mean, he just responded right away, making up excuses. Look, he just said earlier, and this is the outlook on all Pan-Africanists and Tethers. These folks are their brothers and sisters, regardless of how much dirt they do, have done, and will do. But we, the lineage, are walking on eggshells. You dig? As far as our relations go with them, we're walking on eggshells. We better be careful what we say and do and will do and have done. We better be careful. But Tethers, they can full immunity. All the excuses, they don't acknowledge no fault to the degree that the Africans didn't sell us. To them, that didn't happen. Like, this is grand delusion.
You understand what I'm saying? If all of us on this right here that's talking right now, foundational black Americans, there's a conversation and a level of conversation that we can have that we don't even have to argue, because we all four of us already know. Okay, we don't need to discuss that shit. We know. You understand what I'm saying? We know.
No, we don't understand what you're saying, dude. We got to talk about it because you're in denial, man.
Fetish chitlins and all that other kind of shit to dumb us down. We already know what they did with the educational system, the 9 areas of people activity. There's a lot of shit we don't even have to discuss because we have a shared experience.
Look. He doesn't even want to talk about it. That sounds like a black conservative. I debated black conservatives, so did DJ Focus, and he told us we can't bring up history. We got to speak 2025 and on. That's it. From January 1st of this year and on. We cannot go to 2024, 2023, nothing.
We have a shared political, cultural, religious, spiritual experience. We know goddamn well when we at a gig, a party, a get together, backyard, barbecue, when fucking Frankie Beverly come on, we know what the fuck to do, right or wrong.
That played down.
You right.
Now he's cursing and cussing.
Right.
So I'm just saying,
Wait, so what that got to do with the? I'm again just deflecting,
saying to you, there's
appealing
just
to
certain things
You're
that
emotion.
we
right.
don't have to. Now, to your point, with
Look,
other
we don't need to talk about it, but let's talk about Africa. Let's talk about. Come on, man.
people come among us that's not from here, that don't have this shared experience, we got to take our time,
Nah,
all right, and be the gods and goddesses
Grace.
that we are.
you
And
see, now all of a sudden we're the gods and goddesses, but aren't they the true Africans? Aren't they the true goddesses and goddesses? Aren't they the true kings and queens? Like, come on, dude. Come on.
humble
I can dig it.
ourselves and educate them
We got to
to
humble
bring
Yeah.
them
ourselves.
along. Do you follow what I'm
Right.
saying?
Wait. So if they're so lost, man, I'm just confused. So he just said earlier that Africa was on the rise. How are they possibly on the rise if they're so lost? And we got to humble ourselves to teach them correctly. We got to civilize the beast, basically. We got to civilize the beast. So and he's saying we didn't do it yet. We got to take our time. He's saying this is the strategy going forward. So that means it's not in the works. It's not done yet. So then how are they on the rise? It's just contradictory statements and claims, man. It's just bogus.
I can dig it. Yeah.
As soon as we
That's
line up
true.
for the fucking line dance, if they add a step, it's like, bro, hold on, now sit this one out. You understand what I'm saying? When the motherfuckers with them fans, and we know what the fuck to do, they may not know. I hate to put
True
it
that.
that way.
Right.
Just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah.
Somebody
I
from
was on a
Ghana,
panel.
Sierra Leone, or whatever, they may
Got
not
fly.
know. Shit, if your ass is from
Exactly.
Miami, LA, you from fucking Memphis, Atlanta, you know what to do. You already
Yeah, I'm gonna play a little more, family. I gotta eat. I'm hungry as crap. I'm gonna play a little more and critique them, and then we're gonna go live again, maybe 3 o'clock.
more
Exactly.
goddamn boots in a party.
Thank you.
Shit. Hell.
Exactly. I was on a panel with
Mm.
somebody the other day, and he was trying to argue me down. He like, "What is black culture?" He like, "Blacks don't have no culture."
See, blacks don't got no culture.
I'm like, "What you talking about? You living it every day, don't you?"
Mm. Look, I've heard that so many times, and it's like, look, it's too convenient,
But why did they come up
and
with that though?
it's like, okay, I
Like,
could.
what was like? How did they sit around and just assess that? That means we're on their mind.
Slave baby.
I mean, damn, man, come on, man. Respectfully, can
Come
you
on.
please stop doing that? That's really
Yeah,
irritating. I know
yeah,
you're
it's
trying to get your point
irritating.
I'm
across,
gonna
but
troll
that's
y'all
irritating.
Negroes for
She don't
life.
have
No,
anything
no,
Man,
else.
but no.
You say she's gonna troll. They're supposed to be discussing something real, and she came on here to troll. She just said it. Filthy Tethers.
I hear you, but please stop doing
But
that, bro.
Vovo,
That's
no.
annoying.
It's cringy, man. That's cringy.
It's
She
screechy
But
and
don't
all that.
have anything else, bro. She
Hold on,
Respectfully, please.
She can't bring no value to
Go
the.
ahead, Marie. Go ahead, Marie.
Yeah, but Vovo, no, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to you. I know you're my Ohio brother. I'm from Ohio too. I'm from Columbus,
But you're a
Ohio.
tether
So
though.
you're my Ohio brother. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, but just to call,
Yeah, we got to tell them
just
like,
to
yo,
He
just to
we're
doesn't. He
not.
call us
doesn't
slave
care.
babies. I cannot do that. I'm
Okay, you
sorry.
already
I
He
said
does
can't.
that.
not care. He just told
You're
us.
too emotional, sis. I'll be down there Monday. I'll be
You've been emotional,
Yeah, I
Vovo.
forgot about it.
Monday.
You're the
I'll be
most
down there
emotional one on here.
grocery. I'll be down
Right.
yo.
Exactly. I can't pronounce your name. I don't know what language that's in, but she said when they can't bring a logical debate to the table, they troll. Exactly. They do it in Tariq, they do it in Yvette, they do it in my spaces, everybody's spaces.
Wait, just for the record. But
I'm going to my
too
family
emotional. I'm like,
reunion
yo,
tomorrow.
slave baby. This thing happened. This actually happened. Slavery
They
actually
all
happened. I'm a descendant of
Chicago.
slaves.
I
That's what
understand.
bothered me.
No,
I'm
look,
not offended by that.
look, I understand slavery happened, and this is what I'm saying. It was horrible. That's why I don't want to call myself that. I'm pretty sure our ancestors didn't want them. I'm pretty sure our ancestors
Okay, we're gonna
didn't
go
want
inside.
to be
I
called
gotta
a
eat.
slave. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
What are you talking about?
Why didn't they haven't been shutting up about slavery?
Yeah, African Americans are tethers, Kwame. African Americans are tethers. You're an African American, but you're not foundational and you're not descendant of an American slave. You see the difference? And you're not part of this lineage. So African American ain't saying much. So yeah, just that term is designated. You guys can have it. You did. You took it over anyway. Yeah, you can have African American.
Slavery for the last 160 years.
As a matter of fact, why don't you invite her over here? Like you be on these tether spots, these Pan-African spots. Why you afraid for them to get cooked? Invite them over here. Let's have these same conversations, the same ones you had. Why are you afraid to bring them over here?
But did they want to call themselves slaves? But did they want to call themselves slaves?
What do you mean?
I don't think so.
No,
The
truth is we
Well, did they want to call themselves Negroes and colored and all the other terms? This is stupid.
are descendants of slaves, whether you like that or not.
Yes, we are descendants of slaves, but I'm not gonna call myself a slave.
So let me fast forward. She's saying the same thing over and over and over and over. Like, okay.
Tell you what type of Black American I am. My father's side of the family comes from Georgia. Their plantation was in Shady.
It's all about her now. Come on, just measle.
Oh.
These terms are not like this is just semantics and pointless, bro. Because majority, it might be the case that some people don't have any ties to the Caribbean. But most Black people didn't come directly to America straight from Africa. Most of us came from the Caribbean and from Brazil to over here. Some people came from over here to Brazil and the Caribbean. So these ones, if you actually have historical acumen, you know these terms are dumb and it's really stupid and it's divisionary. But y'all can do what y'all want to do. At the end of the day,
that's all we are going to do, right? We know that. We don't need to tether permission.
If you're not organized, regardless of what you call yourself, you're not going to do anything productive.
I understand what you're saying because
your country is definitely the example of disorganization. And you guys are definitely doing nothing productive in your homeland. Okay? The Prime Minister of Jamaica, he wanted his tethers back. He said, don't you come with that violence that you cause in America. He said, don't you come with that criminality that you guys cause in America. He said, don't you come with that trolling and tethering, Kwame, that you cause in America. When you come back to build this country up, we're going to RIP you if you bring that bullshit. You better come serious, you better come with resources, and you better come ready to work.
I just call myself Black American or African American.
What you want to call it, dumb or not?
I'm not, brother. Do what you want. I'm not. To me, it's like whatever. Do it.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
All right, guys, we'll go ahead.
So it's only African American on the United States Census. When you fill out your paperwork for
there we go with this argument. Yeah, at one point it was Negro. Like, what does that mean? Like, it's just stupid.
Jobs for the IRS.
Okay, right. Okay, it's just stupid talking point.
But this is what makes me.
We're gonna call you Neanderthal FBA.
Okay, look, call yourself what you want to call yourself. All right.
The island girl.
You a Neanderthal FBA.
Oh God, she just questioned your DNA.
Yeah, I
go. Island girl.
I'm about that.
All he can do is show. You ain't bound. Like all he can do is troll. Okay. Cool.
Yes.
The island girl. She's going back home.
Y'all still talking
right,
about
Pinky. We don't care what defeated people call us. These guys been taking L's from white supremacists. They've been taking L's from the neighboring folks. They're mad that we don't take L's over here, and we're the minority. We're the large minority, and we don't take L's.
I ain't talking about DNA tests. I'm just talking about the fact that he's sitting up here talking about tethers and all. Like you ain't tethered to this white man.
You're a tether.
You're fucking tethered to this white man, bro. If it wasn't for this white man, you wouldn't even be on here. You wouldn't be nothing. So why is you sitting here tripping?
You wouldn't be nothing if it wasn't for us. And y'all come over here.
They got their own land. They got resources under their feet. What you doing? You got a job. You roaming around.
The 2030. Right. Census will be different.
You came here for a job.
No power.
You came here for a job.
Like, stop it, bro.
You came here for a job. There wasn't no jobs over there.
Real desperate.
Let me add this, Dennis.
You got
the Most High God, right?
You missed 140 hours.
The Most High God.
Under, bro.
The Most High God gave these people paradise.
The Africans is self
paradise. Beautiful beaches.
So now she's gonna rant and ramble. That's all these tethers do. They bring. Look, she's ruining this channel, by the way. Like this podcast, you want to like maintain order and bring information for people who can watch in the near future. Like she's ruining this. She's ruining it. She's ruining this dialogue. It could have been great. It could have been an example, a teaching moment for everybody for now and the future. But by her doing what she's doing, like she's undermining, because that's in her DNA. She's undermining the value of the video that's going to bring in the future of this dialogue that's much needed. But just talking over people, yelling the same thing over and over, like that's just crazy, undermining work, yo. It's just crazy, sabotaging her own shit that she rocks with.
Sustainable.
Fertile farmland.
You're really a hater. You're a hater.
Fertile farmland.
You're a hater.
Fertile fishing waters.
But guess what though?
Beaches,
Donald Trump is your
white
president.
sand,
Donald Trump is your
blue
president.
water,
and you're going to be
mangoes growing on the
for the rest of
tree,
your life.
avocados growing on the tree,
of your life.
and they fucked
Complaining
up
on
paradise.
YouTube for the rest
They
of your
fucked
life.
up paradise.
No, actually, your government plays a large role in destabilizing their economies and their government. The largest role in human history.
Their government, it shows how weak their government is. Our government dropped drugs in our community. Our government had us as slaves.
That's not no our government.
Our government.
Man, your government is literally your ethnicity. That you talking about, not your government. These folks are Jamaican like a motherfucker. I mean, how the hell your government is Jamaican? Jamaican rand is not your government. Like, again, just delusion and like the. Okay, let me fast forward.
Yes. You're tethering onto us, acting like
not to this white
tethering onto our culture, trying to lasso yourself.
She can't have a real dialogue. Just screaming stuff. She don't want to go back and forth. She don't want to respond to things. She don't want to rebut things. Just yelling it over and over, devaluing the content. Like I said, just devaluing the content.
In the beast down, bro.
A tether is a rope.
Nah, a tether is anything that is attached to something else that holds it down. So I guess the definition is that we Africans or Jamaicans.
And that's their way to redefine tether. Okay, good luck. Go redefine tether. Go ahead.
Oh, that's facts, bro. That's facts.
Have you ever heard this term? Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Okay, so y'all said the grift video is better. Okay, let me go back. Sorry,
I couldn't come.
I listen to the chat. Trust me, I listen when I can. And let me go back here because yeah, exactly. So look, let me close this one out. So I'm glad you said that. See, she made this thing so chaotic that the chat not even interested in this thing anymore. They're like, nah, it's just too much noise.
Your land and negate the essence and the presence of you that I see in your country. I'm not going to do that just based off of the objectivity of any land that I'm in. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, how the hell you starving and you got African resources under your feet? That's a contradiction. How the hell I got a pantry of hella food and I could go in there and go get it anytime I want, but I'm starving?
Say you know what I'm saying? We got a diaspora and beef or not or whatever, right? In anybody's land, I'm not going to negate that what I am encountering is their culture.
Right. Like Vortex. Now, yeah, we know 100%. Matter of fact, hey Kwame, you want to call in and speak to Lex Vortex? And Kwame, do you want to call in and speak to Lex Vortex? Yes or no? Because I was going to end the show and come back on 3 p.m. after I get done eating everything. But if you're ready to talk, you guys can talk, cover those 2 hours if you want. So Kwame, where you at? Do you want to speak to Lex Vortex? Yes or no? Okay. So hey Lex, are you free? Are you free to have a dialogue with one dude? I'm not gonna have a panel. I ain't gonna do what the other guys do. Have 1,000 people. You're gonna speak to one Tether Jamaican. Lex, are you available? Kwame said he's ready. Are you available to speak with Kwame? You don't like counterpoints to your arguments. Okay. Okay. I mean, y'all just make up shit. Like me and Lex got a history of debating on these social media platforms, and you talking about, come on, man. We be on our own platforms. We go to enemy territories and debate. Y'all be making up the stupidest shit, I be on most of my debates are on other people's platforms. I have no control. I'm behind enemy lines. Like y'all just be making shit up. Oh, you know him already. Okay, so did y'all already have a discussion? You been there and done that with him? Yeah, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 1 second. Oh, he's ready. All right, cool. All right, so let me put the link in the chat because I really got to eat, man. I really ate nothing yesterday. I really ate nothing today. So I really like on some old, my stomach's eating itself. All right, so let me go ahead and put the link in there for Kwame. And you heard me beat Tariq down last night. Okay. Brother, click that link. So there you go. And I'm gonna go on mute. So y'all gotta, you gotta be orderly. You know what I mean? Let each other talk in, because I ain't gonna be able to regulate or moderate at all. Not for about an hour. I gotta eat. I gotta eat. I gotta eat. I gotta eat. Yeah, Kwame, we're gonna find out. We are going to find out. But you gotta do good today, though. You talking about what you did last night. You gotta do good today, right now. Okay, forget about last night. That's in the past. You got to do good right now. Cause I don't know why y'all think Tariq's our leader. Like, he has his style of arguing, we have ours. You got to win. You got to win today. So click the link.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. He's in there as well. Yes, sir. We hear you.
Yeah, I was just tuning in, so I'm not sure exactly what the brother's issue is, but yeah, I'm always definitely willing to conversate. Peace to the holy FBA family out there.
Yes, sir.
We unstoppable. We got them crying, running, scratching. Yo, I mean, delineation is so powerful, man.
Begging.
Yeah, and making up stuff and
oh my God,
and actually, they're doing a lot of CIA type.
Oh yeah.
Reframing.
Hey, yo, you was right about Shah's son, though, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude is a nut, bro. He's a nutcase. He's a nutcase, man. Like, I'm convinced. Like, he can't come back on here anymore. And look, and Kwame can come on here. American Dream. Look, that's how much of it. Like, he's supposed to be FBA. He's so much of a nutcase. I can't bring him back on here. Like, he's just out of control, untamed.
Yeah.
It just can't work, man. It just can't work.
You got a question there. A lot of it, man, is I mean, the Pan-African thing. We was raised on that, man. Like, it took me.
It's a religion.
A lot of meditation and fasting to break that spell, bro.
It's a strong religion.
Yeah, so sometimes, they think, sometimes they believe that they're right. And see, it's the ability to change and adapt is a gift.
Right.
And some people, they just see, they think something's different, and they just can't see, because a lot of people's argument is like, well, we already had this established. Like, why are y'all trying to
right,
bro? But evolution, man, like
I was gonna say that.
more refined.
Yep.
So we're more politically astute now.
We gotta do that with our homes, bro. Your home is eventually going to tear down. You know what I mean? And deteriorate. You gotta get the roof fixed, and then you gotta just update it to a modern home to increase the value and all that type of stuff. It just so whatever stance you had, you gotta upgrade it, update it, and evolve it. So Kwame, are you there?
What's up, Ron? Ashe.
Okay, Ashe. Hey, look. Do me a favor. You said so. Here's your timer now. You said you beat up Tariq. You. I don't know. I didn't watch it, but can you?
Right.
So look. So I want you to explain the conversation, the best of your recollection, and explain how you won. And I'm gonna go on mute, and I'm gonna let Lex respond, or even give his answer, like what he would have said had that been him. All right. So let me go on mute.
Oh, for one, he lied about Denmark VC not being from St. Thomas. I debunked him. He was lying about his previous words, when he was calling himself an African, and then we pinned the video of the Hot 97 interview, and he lied and said he didn't say that. So it was basically a conversation about his previous stance, and just asking him why he switched after making 1804 in the same year to the xenophobic FBA rhetoric. So we was basically having a conversation about that.
Yeah, that
That was
sounds like a personal attack. That has nothing to do with the FBA lineage. Whether you're claiming you caught Tariq in some words personally about him, and that's what's the issue with a lot of y'all's jealousy of Tariq. Y'all, when I listen to people, you can tell it's
jealous of
direct.
what?
Hold on, brother. It's directed to him personally. You may not perceive it as jealousy, but like a lot of people's argument, their CIA argument, oh, Tariq is your leader. And they keep trying to push that, and they keep trying to say, well, if you're FBA, then you gotta fall under Tariq. But I don't fall.
How he's not the leader.
But I don't fall for the reverse psychology. If you wanna, hey, see what they're trying to do, y'all, is get us to turn against Tariq. If they want to say he's the leader, let them say it. But see, they want you to react and be like, no, he's not my leader. I don't follow him. And so to depower his position. Now, FBA is a lineage. Tariq is one of the most outspoken voices for that lineage. So in that sense, if you want to call him a leader, fine. Guess what? If he was our leader, then I'm cool with it. Because none of y'all can do better. And none of y'all have been able to affect the change that's going on. But you attacking Tariq is not going to change our lineage, and you saying he whatever. So what issue do you have with FBA as a lineage?
The man that trademarked the term foundational Black American, the man that owns the website of Foundational Black American, the man that comes up with the Majora spirit and the different spiritual system attached to Foundational Black American, and the man that comes up with the terms Tethers and all these terms that's associated with Foundational Black American, he's now not the leader of Foundational Black American. That doesn't even make
No,
sense.
because Foundational Black American is a lineage.
I mean, you could say that Hebrew Israelites
No, you
say the
can't.
same thing.
See, that's where the CIA stuff. Let me repeat it again. FBA is a lineage.
Yeah, you guys are trying to superimpose
Exactly.
your
So here
ideology
you
on
go.
43 million people.
So here you go, bro.
It's a French group. No, it's a
Hold
French
on,
group.
brother.
The majority of Black Americans call themselves African American or Black American.
Bro. FBA is a lineage.
You guys sound like
Unless,
Hebrew. You
hold
guys
on,
sound like
bro.
Hebrew Israelites trying to tell 43 million people that they Hebrew Israelites, regardless
Hebrew
if they
Israelite has to do with
agree or
is
nothing.
associated with their beliefs.
They
And
call it a lineage. They don't
bro,
call it
I can't.
a religion.
Bro, he don't want to talk, bro.
Go ahead.
And this is the problem. You see what I'm saying? Every time I say something, he just throwing like random babble, bro. We're saying it's a lineage no matter what you say, and you can't deny it's a lineage. Now you making other comparisons. I don't have no problem. Shout out to the Hebrew Israelites or whatever. But FBA is not associated with a god, with a certain prophet, or anything like that. So
what's the majority?
Brother, you gotta deal with one thing at a time. So you denying that it's a lineage is only you being a liar and someone who's opposed to it. When the people are telling you that it's a lineage. So let's get that out the way. So the lineage has been under different names. You said he trademarked FBA. So what? There's 6,000 trademarks on African American. There's African Americans who have different beliefs about what African American means. Now, the term FBA is a more specific and better term. And the thing that y'all are missing is y'all are in your emotions and you're not even dealing with the critical main points of it, which is the socio-political economic delineation for political, economic, and purposes of our position and power on the planet. Why are y'all ignoring all of that to just, Tariq trademark this? And like, y'all need to really, go get some help and therapy for your hate for Tariq, bro.
Lex, who coined the term foundational Black American? Who coined the term?
Tariq Nasheed.
Who trademarked the term?
Tariq Nasheed.
Who came up with the Majora aura?
Well, the Majora is not something totally new.
Okay, so show me this compound word prior to Tariq Nasheed.
No, I'm saying it's not totally new. Because you had words like mojo and aura. So he really combined the word mojo and aura. You know what I'm
I
saying?
just said
Aura. But so what I'm saying
I
is,
just said who
what is
coined
your
the term?
point though? All right, Tariq did all of that. What is your point? If he
Yeah,
did it
so
all,
yeah,
how
so
does that? Why do you keep bringing up Tariq about what? So is Jesse
Ron
Jackson?
literally
Hold on, brother. Is Jesse Jackson your leader? Because he coined the term. He didn't make it up, but he coined it and made it popular. Is Jesse Jackson your leader?
no, Jesse Jackson didn't
All
coin the
right,
term
so you're
African
dead.
American.
So you're dead. How many patents does African American have? Do you know?
It's over 6,000, but
All right, so bro,
Jesse
so
Jackson didn't coin the term.
in order for us to move on, you got to stop lying at least so we can get to the next thing. Because your
Yeah,
arguments about the patents, who created it, and all that, what does that mean? It only
right, so
means you don't like Tariq. And let's say he did. What's wrong with that if he was the one who did it? What's wrong with
I
that?
never said nothing wrong. I just said he's
Okay,
the
so now
de
what is
facto
your
leader.
argument? So I
I'm just
want to
saying
get
he's the de
to
facto leader.
your beef with FBA, because not what you got with Tariq. You got to handle that with your therapist. And maybe he'll give you a loan. I know the brother's a successful multi-millionaire filmmaker with a beautiful wife and children, a powerful black man. And you niggas disgust me with the hate. But let's get to the beef that you have with FBA, bro. What is it?
It's a xenophobic pseudoscience hate group.
All right. Oh, based on what? What is xenophobic about it?
Yeah, when you attack other black groups, you're literally
Name one
xenophobic.
attack. Name one attack from FBA on another group.
Yeah, you guys are blaming Africans and Caribbeans for all your problems.
You didn't answer my question.
I'm answering your
Name an
question.
attack
For
FBA
about
that
2
was
years,
committed on another group.
for about a couple years now, FBA have been blaming Caribbeans and Africans for everything under the sun.
You're lying. See, that we can't even have, and see, this is why y'all hate Tariq, because you know what that's called? A bad faith statement. We have not been blaming them for everything under the sun, only for what they're responsible for. And that's tethering and undermining us. And all Caribbeans have not been blamed. The word tether is a action word that has been explained to y'all a million times. So we don't consider Biggie Smalls a tether. He didn't undermine us. He had Jamaican. Shoot, we don't consider them a tether. We consider Candace Owens a tether, Myron Grant Gaines a tether, and the Caribbeans who say they don't want to have nothing to do with us, but yet they come to America, right, and benefit off of the things we laid down. That's the things you have to deal with, bro. Stop lying. We haven't blamed them. We haven't blamed them for when I trip and walk down the street. We haven't blamed them for, come on, so that's a lie.
You guys use tether and African.
See what I'm
And
saying? Y'all
Caribbean
see what he just
interchangeably.
did? After he
And
get
that
checked, he just moves past it.
You keep cutting me off. Can I address your point? I let you talk for 5 minutes. I didn't say nothing. For one, you guys come up with these terms undermining. I don't know what Caribbean or African is undermining African American. This is some pseudoscience you guys made up and are now using this
Bro, do you
rhetoric.
know what pseudoscience is? See, I can
Yeah,
tell.
when
This is
you
not.
hold on.
Let's stop
Can I
right
finish
there.
my point? Can I finish my point?
No, bro.
Nah, let me finish my point.
Pseudoscience. No, because
Yeah, you guys are pseudoscience. When you promote that black people been in America prior to Columbus and we always
now
been
you're
here, we
going
not
to another
African.
subject, bro.
That's the pseudoscience.
No, because pseudoscience is in the scientific field, bro. That pseudoscience mean I'm saying they call
So
it
is
snake
DNA
oil.
science? Is DNA
Listen,
science?
bro.
Is archaeology science?
Yo, you got it. Yo, bro. You're using terms that I know you niggas, you follow Ankh around and repeat that stuff from them dumbass atheist pseudo killers. You don't even know, bro, saying FBA has nothing to do with science. That's a social program. That's a social structure. Now, if you want to get into history, that's not science either.
So what is archaeology? What is anthropology?
Yeah, but FBA is not archaeology.
Yeah, so when you say that black people been here prior to Columbus and we always been here. We have no African DNA. We not connected to
All
Africa.
right, so is
That is
that what you want to do?
pseudoscience. That's
Not
pseudoscience.
not every FBA says that.
We could ask the chat room right now if they descend
All
from
right,
Africa
not
or they
F.
always been here.
Yo, did you hear what I just said, bro? There's some people who say they have no African ancestry.
Is that pseudo?
That's what they say their family history and records say. What does that
Right.
got to do with our lineage, bro?
I'm asking you, is that pseudoscience?
No.
It's not pseudoscience?
No.
So having a black person with no African DNA or a black person claiming that they've always been in America prior to Columbus is not pseudoscience?
No. There's
So
evidence for that.
so what consensus of scholar is promoting that? Which serious
Hold
scholar?
on. Ivan Van Serventer promoted it. Dr. David M. Hotep promoted it. Dr. Ben promoted it. The guy who wrote Unexpected Faces promoted it. Leonard Weiner promoted it. Jack D. Forbes, that wrote Africans and Native Americans, promoted it. Some of the early explorers promoted it. So there's evidence for it. The way you interpret it and feel about it. So you're a liar, bro. You're lying. There's a book called, bro, there's a
name
book
Ivan Van
called,
Sertima. Are you serious?
there's a book called They Came Before Columbus. So you acting like there's nothing there is lying. And even and before him, there was even white scholars that said this. And then you can go to things that they have in the Smithsonian, where they found ancient black people in the Caribbean. I've shown that. They found bones. What
So
about
now
Lucia? What
you're
about
up.
Lucia? And matter of fact, bro, you can go watch a documentary called The First Americans on the History Channel, when they're saying that there was some black people here way before the Native American. Matter of fact, there's art 40,000 years old of black people going to war with those Asian people. Go watch the documentary and go look up the artwork. You know what I'm saying? So you're way off. So when you talk about Native Americans, they already have evidence there was people here before them. Remember, white people only existed for 10,000 years. If we have things that go back 40,000 years in the Americas, those had to be black people.
Yeah, that's
bro,
true.
you don't want none of the holy
bring up
FBA codex, bro. You're
to
lying. You're not
to
making
even
no
bring up
sense.
Michael Emotep and Ivan Van Sertima in a serious realm of
First of all, it's
scholarship
not
is a
Michael
joke.
Imhotep, it's David Imhotep. And David Imhotep holds the only PhD in American studies, the only one.
You guys come up with some
So
of the
what are
most
you talking about? And who are
some of the
you
bad
compared?
arguments.
Who are you compared to David Imhotep, who holds the only PhD in American studies? And you say if you want to have a serious conversation. I just named you like 4 scholars, then gave you a documentary, gave you references. Like, bro, so
You're bringing up French theory that no serious scholar accept.
you mean no
Ivan Van Sertima
scholar?
has been debunked over 20 times, and he had to
No,
change
he
his book.
hasn't.
He had to
He and Africans claim they debunk them because they following and listening to white boys that want to try to say that a black man can't be in different places and get on a boat. And
no
what they
serious
really
scholar
are,
take Ivan Van Sertima
listen, and this
serious.
is what you're doing. You know who your leader is? That sucker ass ex-Marine crack dealing agent that they call Robert West from the pseudo killers. That's all y'all repeat. And that nigga is a COINTELPRO agent who used to be a goddamn Nuwapian living on the land down there. Now he's running around calling everyone pseudo when he used to believe in goddamn the 8th planet Risk in the 19th galaxy. So who is he to run around calling people pseudo?
Wasn't you a Hebrew Israelite?
Yes.
So what are you bringing up on Paz? You was a
No,
Hebrew
because
Israelite.
what I'm telling you, that you guys follow an agent and all you're doing is repeating. You don't even know what you have. You even ever read Dr. David Imhotep's book?
I don't need to read a pseudo
See what
book.
I'm saying?
I
Bro,
don't
get
need
him
to
out of
read a
here. You
pseudo. I
cannot
don't need to
even
read a
talk to,
pseudo
bro.
book.
What do you mean you don't need to read it?
He's a pseudo. I don't need to read his book.
And you want to
Why would I?
disrespect the
Why
dead
would I
elder.
read? Why would I read French
Bro,
theories?
do you have any good arguments? Because at this point, you're just tether babbling.
I'm tether babbling, but you promoting pseudoscience that black people always been here in America. That's pseudoscience. If every black person in America took a DNA test, 70 to 80% of their DNA will go right back to West and Central Africa.
Okay.
So I
So
don't
what is
know.
that?
I don't know.
So
No black person in America have their haplogroup connected to no Native American or America.
all right. Here's where what is the Native American DNA and markers? This is how you dudes are stupid. First of all, they haven't even tested 10% of the 43 million black people haven't even took a damn DNA test. Not even 10% have. Second, who are they using as the model for American DNA? They're using the Asians. So when they say, oh, you don't have no Native American DNA, so what? Who are they? They don't have none of our DNA. Our DNA is older than theirs. Albert Perry's DNA is older than theirs. So who's the model to say you don't have any Native Americans won't even allow them. They don't even use DNA for their tribes. You got to have records and oral history to get in a Native American tribe. They don't use DNA. So you dudes are ignorant, bro.
So Albert Perry DNA haplogroup is A00, and that's literally a Cameroon haplogroup. So now
Yeah.
what?
Listen, no, it's not. All right. This is where these crackers play with y'all's mind. Let me tell you the story, bro. When they discovered A00, they didn't even know what it was at first.
It was a ghost. It
But
was
hold
a
up,
ghost gene.
listen, bro. Then after they put out articles say, oh, we got to redefine evolution in itself because now we found this DNA that's older than anything we ever found before. And then they started saying, oh, but and then what happened after that? Oh, guess what? You know what? Actually, we found it in Cameroon. And now they're trying to link us to the Cameroonians. And you know what? You know there's subclades in A00. The one, when they say A00, that's one marker, but then there's subclades. Albert Perry's subclade is not exactly the same as the ones in Cameroon either. So you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Okay, let A00 is a Y chromosome haplogroup representing the oldest known branch of human Y chromosome tree, and it's found primarily in Africa, specifically in
But
Western
where did they
Cameroon.
find it?
It's
Where
a
did they
very
find it?
it's a
Where did
very
they
rare
discover?
lineage. It's
Listen,
estimated to
bro.
have split all over human lineage
This is what
about
I'm
200
saying,
to
bro.
300 years ago. This
Okay,
discovery of A00 has significant impact on understanding of human origin and migration pattern.
exactly.
Got
So they
no,
was
it said
wrong.
nothing
So
about
one,
America.
listen.
It said nothing about America.
So
Nothing
what?
about
But
Native Americans.
bro, they discovered it in America. The fact that it didn't say nothing about America should be a red flag to you. Why did they not discover it in Africa? They've been doing all this DNA, and then they find it in America, and then after they find it in Africa.
Maybe because the people in Cameroon wasn't doing DNA testing.
They claim, no, you're lying. See? Because they claimed they had already had it. They just didn't recognize it until they seen Albert Perry's. You don't even know the story.
The fact
You don't
remains
even, bro.
A00 is from Africa, Western Central
No, it's
Africa,
not from Africa, bro. It's from
not from
here.
America.
They found it here.
Albert Perry's a black man descended from African slaves.
Prove it.
What you mean prove it? The culture,
Prove that he's
the whole
descended from
culture,
African slaves.
your whole culture is African. Majority of your
See,
culture
now
is
you're
African.
going, you see what you're doing? Bro, you're babbling.
You
Now
told
they
me
go, oh,
the
we
proof
didn't
is
ask about
the
if the
proof is
whole
there.
culture. So the point is that the oldest DNA found was in the Americas, right?
And it's
And
African.
hold on, brother. They didn't find it in Africa till after they found it here. Second, that's not the DNA they're using for Native Americans. If that is the oldest DNA in America, and the Asians are not the oldest people in America, then you can't compare me to a Native American to see if I'm even from America, because they're not even from America. They're from Asia. And there was people who came in before him. So who's the model you're using? And then they don't have a big enough sample size of all the black people in America anyway. Like I said, go look how many out of the
So
43
they have
million
more
black.
samples. So they have more sample size in Africa of DNA than America.
Yeah, because they take those and they don't even have large. If you go look at the sample sizes that they're using, what's amazing is sometimes you'll look at the thing and it's only like 20 people or like 50 people out of thousands there. And they just use that to say, oh, this must be the majority. They don't even got enough large sample sizes of some of those markers in Africa that they associate with regions.
So what
So I
scientific
don't, but
data
what
can
you
you
need
prove?
to
What
understand,
scientific data can you prove that A00 does not come from West and Central Africa, primarily from Cameroon? Can you
they
show
can't.
some source, something, just something, that A00 is
The
American
source
haplogroup?
is that they found it in America, bro. They
Yeah,
found it in America.
on a African descendant slave, descendant man called Albert
So what, yo, if you claim all the rest of us were African, why didn't they find it before on the rest of the African descendants?
It's a rare. Do you know A00 is
Exactly.
a go? It's an ancient. It's an
Exactly.
ancient haplogroup.
Exactly. And it was found here in a black man from Florida. So get out of here, bro.
Yeah, he descend from Africa. That's proof. That's proof in it. So I don't know. You're coming up
Yeah,
with these
okay.
pseudo claims.
But hold up, listen to this. You say he
It's
descends from
more
Africa.
African. It's
No,
more
hold up,
Africans
bro.
with
I'm gonna go with
A00
you.
than
Let
African
me go with
Americans.
you. He descended from Africa. How long ago? 400,000 years. So that would have nothing to do with the recent, even African slave trade.
400,000 years.
Yeah, that's how far A00 goes back, dummy.
Yes, he probably came from his ancestors probably came from Cameroon, dummy.
All right, so the point is that DNA goes back further than the African slave trade. The modern populations, when they test you now, that is for modern populations. That's modern. That means that the people that exist now, they're comparing your DNA. A00 goes back 400,000 years, so you can't say that's comparing us to modern populations.
So you're comparing one African American with A00
Now you want to
versus
switch it. Now you want to switch it up. See what I'm
no
saying, y'all?
versus
That's
a
why.
whole
Hey, bro.
population
So
of
let's move
people.
on.
Hold on, no. You want to compare one African American with A00 versus a whole community in Africa that have the haplogroup A00. Wouldn't it make more sense
Yeah,
that
I
it
don't. You
comes
know
from
what? I'm gonna tell
Africa?
you the truth. Yes, I am. I don't believe them. I think they made that up because how did they say? You got to go read the story. When they found it, it was like, oh my God, this is shocking. It's gonna upset the whole story of evolution. We're gonna have to redefine this in terms of how old man is and this and that. Then they come back. Oh, you know what? We made a mistake. We actually had it in the database already, but we didn't realize it until we seen Albert Perry. So
I
guess
don't
what,
care. I
y'all?
don't care
So
what
hold
you
up,
believe. You
bro.
gotta
Listen.
debunk it.
So
You gotta
guess what?
debunk it with
Hey,
evidence.
you gonna
We
have to
don't care
mute him,
about your
bro. You gonna have to mute him. So guess what, y'all? You know what happened is we missed it. But now that we seen it over here in America, oh no, it's over in I think the white man made that bullshit up because he didn't want to admit that niggas was the oldest people in America. I don't trust the way they did that. How did you not know that you had this DNA in your database, but you just didn't recognize it until you found it in America in a black man? Can you explain that?
Lex, we don't care what you believe or what you think.
I
We
didn't
want
ask you what I
facts.
believe.
That's what you said. You said I believe the white man is lying. You
No,
could
so
believe the
now I'm
white.
asking you to
You could
explain. Did you?
believe. You
Hey,
could
bro,
believe the
did you
white
see
man
my
is lying.
question? Did
You
you
could
see
believe.
my question? Though, forget what I believe. Explain how that happened. That's not a belief. They
Yeah.
found it here first. They said they didn't know it was come from. Then they came back and they couldn't find it for the last 60 years. They had it in their database, they say. But until they found it in Albert Perry, they didn't recognize it. And then all of a sudden, oh, it pops up in Cameroon. Explain that to me. Fuck what I believe.
Maybe they didn't sequence the
See what I'm
genome
talking
correctly.
about, bro? You not ready. Let's move on. Let's move on, bro.
You talking
You're not
about your
ready.
belief and your
There's
opinion, and you
nothing you
can't
can do
debunk
to come against
anybody.
the FBA lineage. The
You
evidence is
compare
there.
you
The
compare
people is
one you
there.
compare
The
one
spirit
man
is
with
there.
A00 to a whole community that have the haplogroup A00.
Then why did they not
It is
know
more
about the?
logical to think it
All
came from
right, but I'm
Africa.
asking you, why did they not know about that community before Mr. Perry?
Maybe they didn't do DNA testing correctly in those areas.
Oh, so now they wasn't
Or they
doing it
didn't sequence the
correctly.
genome, or maybe they didn't sequence the genome correctly. That's common knowledge. And it's a ghost,
So they
ghost
got it correct.
haplogroup.
So you said maybe. Are you talking pseudo right now?
I'm not.
Maybe they didn't do. You don't know.
You the
So the
only
bottom
pseudo.
line.
You the only pseudo one. You
So
the
the
only
bottom
pseudo
line
one.
is. So the bottom line, Kwame, is you didn't even know that story. You didn't even know that. So you're just a hater. So you're not even informed. Did you ever even read about what
How
took
many?
place?
How many? How many African Americans have
Bro, did
A00?
you ever read about what took place with Mr. Perry's DNA?
Yes, I read about it about 10
So
years
why
ago.
didn't you know what I just told you?
What did you say? You just talked about white.
That
I
they
think the white
said,
man is lying. You coming
no.
up with conspiracy theories
You
that you
see what I'm
can't prove.
saying, bro? I said that they had the DNA already, but they just didn't recognize it in their records or whatever until Albert Perry's popped up. And then they said, oh, we see it in the Cameroonians. I'm asking you to explain that.
Yes, it's an ancient haplogroup. They call it the
Yo, this dude's
ghost
not
gene.
even listening to Aaron. Do you see he's not even listening to my question, bro? And every time I ask you,
I'm answering
all
your
right,
question.
so we can move on past that. We can move on. What other beef do you have? Even let's just say there's FBAs lying about them being indigenous. Let's just assume that, right? How does that change the fact that we're still FBA here and the lineage still what it is?
Honestly, I don't care about
Oh,
FBA lineage. I just care about the
now you
xenophobic
don't
rhetoric.
care, and that's
I
the
don't.
problem. Now, where are you from?
I'm from Jamaica.
See, that's why you don't care about FBA lineage, because you're a tether. That's what
Why
we're
why would
saying.
I care? Why would I care if how you
You're
define
not
yourself?
respecting what the tribe is telling you about the tribe. But what we're saying, you're saying, I don't care. Well, nigga, we don't give a damn about you Jamaicans and what you have to say, or what you think is pseudo, or what you whatever. Matter of
Not
fact,
what I
get that.
think is pseudo.
Are you in
What is
America?
pseudo?
Are you in the United States of America?
Yes, I'm an American citizen.
Get your ass up out of here. That's what we're saying. And I tell you what, we can be pseudo all we want. Get out of our land. Go back home to your rundown ass coconut land and get the hell up out of here. Now
This
hold
not
up,
your
but
land. We both 14th Amendment citizens.
wouldn't that be a great solution though? Since we're pseudo and since we're this and that, why don't you go back to Jamaica and let us take care of business where our homeland is? Wouldn't that be a good solution? You don't got to worry about us.
Brother, this is a free country
No,
established
it
by
ain't a
white.
free. No, it's a
It's
free.
a free
See,
country established by white people.
now it's a free country. No, the freedom that's here was established by us.
How
Okay?
so? How so?
Because we're the ones that made what was written in the Constitution real. We're the ones that why There was no freedom before 1964, before the Civil Rights Act, when y'all started flooding in here. You wasn't just allowed to come here. Those freedoms had a cost and a price. When it said all men were created equal in the Constitution, they didn't follow that. We made them follow that.
Yeah, and I appreciate
We
all
are
the
the true Americans
I
who
appreciate
practice. So hold on. So when you say this a free country, why is it a free country? Because of the blood that FBA ancestors shed. And that's why you are disrespectful to even say it's a free country and be talking shit about FBA. Ain't Jamaica a free country? Go back to Jamaica.
Yeah, your prime minister wants you.
I'm very appreciative of Black Americans getting spit on, chased by German shepherds. And
don't forget about the ones that was busting shots and beating up cops too.
I don't know about those, but I'm appreciative
Well, see, that's
of
the
the Black
problem.
Americans.
See, that's
wait,
the
wait,
problem.
yeah.
Hold on. Brother, our ancestors was whooping them white kids' ass on the way to school. See, that's what you don't know.
I seen
that's
them
why
get.
we
I've seen them get spit on.
The reason that we became a real fight, them people from the 60s, they had to fight to go to school, nigga. They wasn't just getting spit on and nigga, they was whooping ass. Ask some of our grandfathers about what they had to do just to go to school.
And let me insert this with this tether. For one, they had mobs, bro. So when they did quote unquote spit on us, that they weren't by themselves like they did in Jamaica. They were mob deep. There was 10, 25, and they had mobs behind them, bro. When they pulled up on us, they came in mobs. They always were the majority when they pulled up on us. Now, but let me go back 100 years. Kwame, we didn't get spat on in the Civil War, did we? When we fought in that, did we get spat on? Okay, wait. Okay, yeah, no, I said Civil War. I said Civil War. When we were fighting in the Civil War, didn't we kill some Confederates?
Yeah.
Did we get spat on?
Maybe.
Okay, so what war you guys won in Jamaica against the white man?
You got the first Maroon War. You got the second Maroon War.
Okay, so now what was accomplished? I got him. So now what was accomplished afterwards since you won? What was accomplished?
There was treaty signed and sovereign land given to the
Maroons in Jamaica are not even a part of the population. You're right. But they have their own government in a separate city. They don't even mess with you regular Jamaicans.
So how do you benefit from that, Kwame? Yeah, so Kwame, so when they won, I guess whatever you call in the war, that's not a war though. It's not a war. But when they won, how did you benefit? How did the average Jamaican benefit?
It wasn't a war. It wasn't. It was a war, brother.
Okay,
it's literally called the first. It's literally called the first Maroon War and the second Maroon War.
So how did you benefit from that? You, like Jamaica, the average Jamaican was not a Maroon. How did you benefit from that?
Some of my people was able to establish treaties and establish their own.
What about independence?
Flee here.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm getting there. So what about your independence? So that war took place in what year?
1781.
God damn! And you got your independence in 1960.
Well, what's the point of that?
Game over, bro. 19. I didn't even. Was it 1960?
Yes, 1960, bro.
Man, if you don't get your slave just
1962 to be exact.
Do Black Americans have a sovereign land? Do they have their own sovereign land?
Hey, listen, man. Listen. You just said y'all had a war in the 1700s, and y'all got your independence in 1960. That's crazy, bro.
I just told you the Maroons have their own sovereign land.
I'm talking about your country, bro. I'm talking about you don't go by Maroon. You call yourself Jamaican American. So you didn't benefit from that because your independence came in 1960, and you didn't fight for it, right? Did Jamaicans fight for independence, by the way?
Yeah.
In 1960, so when y'all got your independence, you actually fought the British for it in 1960.
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about prior.
So wait. No. I'm talking about 1962. So when y'all got your independence, wasn't it given to you? Didn't the British acknowledge it as okay? Yeah, you're independent, right?
something like that.
Okay, cool.
We're a British Commonwealth. We're part of the
Cool.
Commonwealth, just
Cool.
like
All right,
Now,
Canada,
so
wait.
Australia.
Hold on. I got a couple more a Johnny Cochran questions. Look, now, why did you end up going for independence? What motivated that?
What motivated?
Yeah.
That?
The dude don't even know more Jamaican history than me. Hey, dude, what motivated you guys to go for independence?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Hey, Lex, go ahead, man. No further questions, Your Honor. Go ahead, Lex. This guy can't.
hey
He's
yo,
not ready for me, man.
you know what's deep?
So Rod, do Black Americans have their own sovereign
No
land?
further questions.
What's the deepest thing about
Let
Jamaica?
my colleague
And
get you.
John Henry Clark spoke about this. Them niggas had one of the biggest color caste systems in the America. They were following after the Indians. Literally, the lighter you was. I'm not telling you know we had some colorist issues, but
Right.
they literally the lighter you was, your status was determined politically.
Wow.
That's even till today. You won't see no dark-skinned Jamaican president.
Is that true,
You won't
Kwame?
see it.
Lex is speaking on something he have no knowledge of.
What?
What?
Educator.
He can't prove a caste system exists in Jamaica, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You want to, bro?
Show his source.
You
Show
want
his
to bet?
source.
You want to bet money?
Show his source.
Google it right now, bro.
Why would I have to Google something that you made a claim about?
Because I already
Just
know. I'm
prove
just
it.
talking to you
I'll Google
randomly.
it. I'll Google it and share my
Give a
screen.
reference point. Give something. Give a source. Something.
Okay,
Bro,
I got it.
Jamaicans had a color caste system.
Prove
I know
it.
because I studied it. Did I
Prove
come
it.
here? I'm driving down the highway talking to you on the phone. I didn't
got
come
it.
here with the goddamn Jamaican.
All right, let me share my screen. So I'm gonna back your red. So when you say prove it, we got to prove it, right, Kwame? Don't we got to prove it?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can't make claims without evidence.
Okay. Right. I agree. So hold on. This is a quick AI search. Okay. Did Jamaicans have a color caste system? Okay. Watch this. Now let me read it because I didn't even read it. I just seen yes. I'm like, God damn, he's done. Okay. So yes. Jamaica had a system of social stratification based on skin color, often referred to as a color caste system, which persisted even after the abolition of slavery. This system placed lighter skinned individuals in a more privileged position compared to darker skinned individuals with socioeconomic mobility, often tied to proximity to whiteness. God damn. This is a whole cool country. No wonder. No wonder they think like they think. And they call us
Was
whitewash.
I talking out of my behind? I know. Come on, bro.
No.
So now what, Kwame?
That's embarrassing, bro. Yeah. Okay. So did he prove his point? Yes or no, Kwame?
Yeah, he proved his point.
All right. No problem. So anyway, what question you have for me? Okay. So Kwame had a question for me. What question for you have for me about the sovereign nation, whatever? Go ahead.
Yeah. Do Black Americans have their own sovereign nation in America?
We're Americans, so we're united into the Constitution of America. This is our country. This is our sovereign country. There you go. This is our sovereign nation, America.
If you say so, I guess.
Am I lying? You want me to Google that too?
Hey, Ron, I gotta go. I just want to make something real clear.
All right.
I'm not one. I fell out with certain, Aboriginals over this. I'm not one who denies our African, the African presence in us.
Right. Me either.
That's there, my brother. For me, there's some people who don't have it in their family. There's some people who deny slavery altogether. I'm not one of them. Yes, we have African genes, but we're not just Africans. And a lot of us were here already, and we had an ethnogenesis that is now we have a unique genetic makeup, brother. So I want to say, because I don't want some people to think I'm anti-African.
Yeah. So, Lex, brother, what when you said most of
you can't Africanize us, bro. That's all I'm
Lex,
saying.
when you say most of us, are you saying the majority of Black Americans are not African?
Have African genes, just like the rest of the world.
No. And when you speak in when you speaking in science, if your haplogroup didn't originate in Africa, you're not an African. So when you say
but no, one thing you got to know too, and this is why you got to check out Dr. Clyde Winter's work, another one that y'all like to call pseudo.
He is pseudo.
But listen, some of those haplogroups, They originated in Africa and left Africa, and then they multiplied in Europe, like the R1. They call that a European haplogroup, but R1 is in Africa.
Yes, that's called back migration.
Yeah, they say it can be back migration, but it's also migrating out. So what you got to realize is the European, he has a story to tell that he has to stick to. And that is that everyone had to leave Africa and change in this.
R1 developed
In this
in
linear.
Europe and Asia. It did not
This is what I'm
develop in
telling you,
Africa.
bro.
And it back migrated into
But
Chad
anyway,
and
my
those
point
areas.
was, bro, I don't deny African genes, but we're not Africans. Just because we have African genes. Puerto Ricans have Jamaicans have African genes. Are you
Some white people in America
Jamaican?
some white people in America got African genes.
So why, just because we have African genes, we got to call ourselves African when your ass just told me you was Jamaican? All right, yo, peace, bro. Yo, peace,
All right,
bro.
peace. Thanks. So Kwame, did you have any other questions for me? I got a bunch for you, but I want to be fair and let you question me.
I was listening to you and Unc.
Okay, good. Please bring up that. Please go ahead.
Damn, I should have wrote some points down that I wanted to ask you, but Unc kind of asked you. No, I don't really have no questions about, because Unc kind of asked you majority of the questions. You kind of duck a couple of them, but
No, I didn't. No, because he does what you did. He kept tying Tariq Nasheed to FBA like he is Mr. FBA, like he's the only FBA out of 43 million. So no, yeah. So he was saying pseudo, but then he came back at the end and agreed with me because he said he kept saying the term African American, and then he messed up and said Black American. I said, yeah, throw the F in front of it, it's foundational. And then he started laughing. Like, yeah, you just cooked yourself. You just use our term.
yeah. I mean, Black and Africa is used interchangeably and sometimes used synonymously. So
okay, so is there such thing as foundational African American?
I mean, according to Ngozi.
All right then. So there's no problem with foundational Black Americans. You just said it's interchangeable. So Unc lost because his thing was FBA is pseudo and African American is not. All right. And you just said the interchangeable. And I just asked you of the existence of foundational African Americans. You said yes. And I just said, well, what about if they're interchangeable, then I could say foundational Black American. So that's an L. Now listen, any more questions before I get to you?
Yeah, because when I brought that up before, I said, well, I should be able to call you foundational African American. You said, oh, we not African, and I
Brother?
said the same thing I'm saying today, is used interchangeably.
Okay, listen. Some FBAs call themselves African American, and guess what? They are to this thing, right? Because you are too. So we are technically African American, but culturally we're not. That's not who we are culturally, because we have a distinct culture that's exclusive, right? Just like Jamaica, and I can do that all over again. Yeah, so that's my answer to that. So we are African American because that's what we were called, and that's what the government put down, and that's in the census, whatever. But that's not something. So my argument against that is that's not something that we collectively embraced. We acknowledged it. We acknowledged that speaking about us, and it identified us, and it reflected us in this country. But that's not something like we openly embraced like we did Negro, color, and Black. We were proud to be Negro. We were proud to be colored. We were proud to be Black. It's in our language. It's in the facilities that we named and coined. African American is not there. All right, it's not
I have
there.
no problem with the term foundational Black American if it's used for exclusivity for a certain ethnic group. I have no problem with the term. I have a problem with the rhetoric and the pseudoscience. That's my only issue. I
All right,
don't have a
well,
problem.
speak on it. Speak on the rhetoric and pseudoscience, and identify the source. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, the pseudoscience is, like I was just speaking with Lex earlier, saying that Black people was already here in America prior to Columbus. That's pseudoscience. No serious scholar
Okay, cool.
would promote that.
Wait. Now
And the
you just asked.
consensus
Okay, now
disagree with that.
hold on. Now I was listening. I stayed out of it. I was fair and unbiased. I stayed out of it. I let y'all work out your own conversation. I felt like y'all two grown men and y'all got to respect each other space when y'all talk in order to have a conversation. So I stayed out of it completely. I listened to everything. Okay, brother. You ask him, name some scholars that agree with that. He named several, and then you start to question their scholarship. See, that's unfair. That's unfair because you said name some scholars. He named them, and now you're questioning their scholarship. You shouldn't have said name scholars because they are scholars he named. All right, now you want to question their work. That's something different. So you change the
I actually
goalpost
said
on that.
serious scholars. I didn't say
No,
just any scholar.
I believe who he's named is taken serious. Those guys are not like maybe certain work isn't taken serious, but their scholarship and as a scholar they're taken serious. They are a scholar is a scholar. Just like a doctor could be pseudo, but you could never take away his MD, like his practice and what he studied. Like he is that he's qualified. Now he might go on some bullshit later, but he's still a doctor. Like he still knows what he's talking about as long as he stay within his education. But now I just want to say this to you, bro. Like Lex just told you, but every FBA don't believe that. You got some FBAs believe that they never been to Africa, none of their ancestry, no DNA, nothing. But guess what? You got to debate them, bro. So what you cannot do is bring an argument to somebody who don't agree with that. Just like if a Jamaican didn't agree with something and you did, I wouldn't force that person belief on you to defend it. I'll ask you what you think. I might bring them up and say, hey, what you think? And you might decline or you might accept it. But I'm not going to force his belief on you unless his belief is a fact and you're just denying it. Okay, so now what about that?
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand that. I'm not, but it's not an anecdotal situation, and I'm literally going off.
Yeah, but that's
the
between you
fact
and
of,
Lex, though, right?
Yeah, but
okay. What that got to
going
do with
off.
me?
I
I said ask me questions about me, not about Lex or Tariq. Ask me about me and about FBA, and like you said, some of the pseudo points.
I brought up the pseudo point.
But my response was that to everybody don't agree on the same thing. So it's like, yo, you gotta find those in those spaces, like Lex, who agree with that, and then debate them, like you did. And do you think you did good today versus Lex on that particular topic?
Yeah, he brought up Ivan Van Sertima and David Himmeltep. Like those are, come on.
Okay, so now what's okay? So so that was already argued. Okay, so but what else is out there before I question you? What else?
Just the whole African and Caribbean bashing and saying that we have.
But I think he already addressed that though, right? Didn't you already go over that?
But you're asking me about the rhetoric and you asking me what
Yeah,
pseudoscience. So I'm just going about it.
something you didn't discuss already. I want to beat a dead horse. You feel me? I'm gonna pretty much say what he said.
Go ahead, Ron. You can ask me some questions. We just go off that.
All right. All right. So now Unc said this. Now speaking on me and Unc, Unc said he does not have an issue with Africans who are not due reparations from America siphoning our reparations, sneaking and stealing it. Do you agree with that with Unc?
Nah, but I think if the U.S. government is giving out reparations, they should give it to African Americans that could prove, they
Right.
descent
And
from.
and when you disagree with Unc as far as Africans who cannot prove, they shouldn't be able to just latch on and steal or siphon out money from reparations unbeknownst to those who are due it. Don't you think that that's wrong?
Yeah, that's wrong. But
Okay.
if they do it and they swindle the U.S. government, the
No,
white
but
man.
you're not because those checks got names on them. So you're not swindling those. That means that the government already wrote that off. That's going to individuals. All right. So if you siphon a check meant for individual, you're not swindling the government. Are we correct? Aren't you swindling the guy who the check or women who the check is written to? Right or wrong?
No, you be swindling the U.S. The federal government.
Okay. Okay. Let's do it better like this. If the U.S. government cut a check for me for whatever reason for $1,000, and a guy siphons out of that 1,000, let's say 400, and I only get $600 of the money that's owed to me. So I'm looking forward to $1,000. Are you telling me he didn't steal from me? He stole from the government.
If you want to put it like that, yeah, okay, Ron, that is bad.
How else to put it? Damn. I'll say. So you disagree with Unc as far as that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, goddamn, let's have a legitimate conversation. I'm trying to answer your questions to the best of my ability. I'm gonna stand on whatever I say, whether you like it or not. And I could be wrong. And guess what? I'll research it and correct myself. I'll do auto self-correct if I made a mistake. And therefore. Now, we spoke before. So you're familiar with the diaspora, right?
The diaspora?
Right. Like
Yeah,
folks who. Okay, cool. And the transatlantic slave trade, right?
yeah.
So I'm picking back up where we left before. Now you know when I bring something up, you know. Okay. So remind me again, which was more impactful that led to the diaspora, right? Blacks in the diaspora. Was it the slave raids or the slave trades?
According to the consensus, it was the slave trade raid.
Okay, cool. Well, what else can we look at? Because remember, you throwing around the word pseudo, and we're sourcing up. So I'm gonna hold you. I heard you say that with Lex, so we're gonna do that. Okay, now slave raiders. Who were they? According to your research, who were the slave raiders?
Primarily the European.
Where'd you read that from? Because I read something different.
National archives and
Okay,
different sources.
yeah, you got it. Okay, so okay, what about Queen Nzinga? Was she a slave raider?
She participated in the slave trade.
Was she a slave raider? I know she sold slaves, but was she also a slave raider? Did she capture? Did her Angola on behalf of her capture blacks and then trade them? Okay, that's what a
Yeah,
slave raider is. Okay,
yeah,
cool. And wasn't there other surrounding African countries in Central Africa that I could bring up for you? Also slave raiders.
yeah,
Okay, now that was around like 1600, right?
yeah.
Okay, so what year were there European slave raiders?
I
Oh wait.
mean, the whole entire transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, bro, I need you to find that for me. I need you to find that for me because I'm gonna tell you what I found. I could easily show my screen. I did it before, did it yesterday. That's not true. So, European, matter of fact, let me share my screen. I'm gonna do a quick Wikipedia on your ass. Something quick. You can't do nothing. You can't do Wikipedia. You can't do Google. You can't do nothing to show that. Okay, so let me do a quick Wikipedia on you. All right, I'm gonna share my screen as I type it in there. So dudes just be making stuff up and they act like they're ready for me. All right, cool. So we're picking up when we left off at. Watch this. That's all I'm gonna type. I'm not gonna rephrase it. Okay. Cool. And I'm gonna go to Wikipedia, a quick one. Cause they're actually gonna bring up the slave raiders. See, you see, it's already clicked. I already clicked it. I told you, man. Here we are. Okay, here we are. Okay. So the Atlantic slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade involved the transportation by slave traders of African people to the Americas. They don't say nothing about slave raiders right here, bro. So in the first few words about it, representing it, summarizing it, it says nothing about raiders. It says slave traders. European slave ships regularly use the triangular slave trade, not raid, route, and it's not called the triangular slave raid, by the way. Okay, because you said something different. You said that most of these folk got into the airsport through the raids. I got you. I clipped you. Okay. It says Europeans, and stop me when I'm wrong, when Wikipedia is wrong. Europeans established a coastal slave trade, not raid, in the 15th century, and trade, not raid, the Americas began in the 16th century, lasting through the 19th century. The vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave raid, no. Read it again. Transported in the transatlantic slave trade were from Central Africa and West Africa and had been sold by West African, does it say slave traders or slave raiders?
Go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Okay, that's what I thought. Now watch this. And been sold by the West African slave traders to the European slave traders. Okay? Traders, they did a deal. While others had been captured directly by the slave traders in coastal raids. Let's talk about that. European slave traders gathered and imprisoned the enslaved at forts on the African coast and then brought them to America. Some Portuguese, let me expand my screen. Some Portuguese and Europeans participated in slave raids, some. As the National Museum Liverpool explains, European traders captured some Africans in raids along the coast, but most of them, is most many or the minority? Is most the majority or the minority?
Most is the majority.
Right, it's a mathematical equation. Okay, expression. So most of them from local African or African European dealers. European slave traders African or African European dealers. European slave traders generally did not. Wait, ho. European slave traders generally did not participate in slave raids. Brother, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a source that could back up my claim that I could put. Give me a second. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to put blame on the Africans for the slave trade, which which is kind of crazy. Now let me read from my source. In the 15th century, Portugal became the first European nation to take significant part in the African slave trade. The Portuguese primarily acquired slaves for labor on Atlantic African island plantation and later for plantations in Brazil and the Caribbean. Though they also sent small number of to Europe, initially Portuguese explorers attempted to acquire African labor through direct
Yeah,
raids
attempted. Right, go ahead.
along the
Attempted.
coast, but they found that these attacks were costly and often in ineffective against Western
Oh, stop,
Central.
stop, 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 stop. So they attempted and they realized it was cost efficient and it was ineffective. Go ahead, your source cooked you. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, so can I just finish reading?
Yes, but it just cooked you though.
Were costly and often ineffective against Western Central African military strategy. For example, in
Uh-huh.
1444, Portuguese marauders arrived in Senegal ready to assault and capture Africans using armor, swords, and deep sea vessels. But the
And what happened?
Portuguese discovered that the Senegalese outmaneuvered their ships using light,
Oh,
shallow water vessels, better suited to instruction for the Senegalese coast. In addition, the Senegalese
right. They
fought
were ineffective. They
with
fought back.
poison
They stopped
arrows
them.
that slipped through their armors and decimated the Portuguese soldier.
Wait, stop,
Subsequently,
stop. What the yo, dude? You're reading what validates what I read, bro. Do
I
you got
didn't
to do
even
you?
finish. I didn't even finish
Okay, go
reading.
ahead. Continue. God damn, bro.
Subsequently,
Nothing you
Portuguese raiders generally abandoned direct combat and established commercial relations.
commercial, bro. That means selling. Commercial means buying and selling. Sorry, right there. We don't need no more. So that means they abandoned that mission ASAP, and they came back in the 16th century and said, "Yo, how much?" They said,
Yeah,
"How much?"
you're talking about prisoners of war.
Okay, bro. It don't matter what you call them. It was a buy and sell transaction, bro. It was a bartering system. It was not some slave raid that you just thought your source corroborated what I'm reading. So I don't got to read no more, dude. Listen, I keep telling you guys, I'm really HIM. Him Brown, Himmy Hendrix, however I'm gonna do it. Him Thomas, you dig? Little Himmy, I'm really him. So let's move on. So that's called an L, but it's okay, bro, because you learned something today. So now you never gonna repeat that ever again, right?
Well, I'm gonna repeat what the consensus say
And what it say?
that the slave trade was
Yeah, trade. Thank you. Okay, cool. Trade, not raid. Got it.
yeah,
Got it. Okay, cool.
it was built
So
on the slave, not the slave raids.
all right. Okay, no, but the last time we talked, I'll show it to the family. Wasn't prepared today because I ain't prepared for you and Kwame and me and Lex to call in, but I'll show it tomorrow. Okay, move. Let me get on. Yeah, I'll show. I'll make sure I clip it this week. I can't guarantee tomorrow how busy I am. But you acted like you told me to prove that most of the diaspora happened through the transatlantic slave trade, and you just did. I did, you did, we did together. Thank you. Bro, we are a great team when we're working on the same side. All right, so let's move on from there. Right. So no need to talk about that anymore. So now, so Quinn is in good. You agree that she okay, so we passed that. So yeah, so now we could catch up. Oh, are you aware of George Washington Carver?
About what?
No, just of his name, just his name.
Yeah,
Okay. Are you aware of Martin Delaney Robinson?
yeah,
Paul Cuff?
yeah,
What about the ACS?
yeah,
What about the KKK?
yeah,
Black Reconstruction?
yeah.
Shirley Chisholm?
Yeah.
Tell me about her.
I think she was one of the first black female millionaires, if I'm not mistaken.
Hell no, not Shirley Chisholm, bro. Yo, she's the first woman and black woman in Congress.
I'm mistaken her with the lady from Harlem. But what about Chelsea Chisholm?
Okay, well, was it? Don't y'all brag about her being a Caribbean activist? That without her, the civil rights movement wouldn't have been what it was. That's not your argument.
I'm not 100% knowledgeable of Chelsea Chisholm,
All
so
right, so
I don't know. I don't
let
know
me
that
not pin
claim.
that. Let me not pin that on you. Okay, so my fault. I thought that was one of your talking points. All right, so what about Steve Stokely Carmichael? Do you believe that he played a significant role in the civil rights movement?
Yeah, to some degree, yeah.
Okay, to what degree? Do you think it was like large as Dr. King, or you think he was in the back seat?
No, I wouldn't say larger than um Dr. King or Bayard Rustin or those people. No.
What about Malcolm X?
Did he play a pivotal role in the civil rights movement?
Yeah,
To some degree. I
that's
mean, he wasn't a
interesting.
part of the Deacon of Defense or any of those
No,
groups.
no. Well, that's interesting because Malcolm X, most of his career, he was against voting and marching and things like that. And Islam took a strong stance. That's in their doctrine to be anti that. So that means that when Malcolm X that means when he hopped on the bandwagon, it had to be when he departed from the nation, right?
Yeah.
That means the civil rights was already up and thriving. And when he got in there, Dr. King ain't acknowledging him. So all those activists you're talking about, they're not acknowledging him. He didn't play no pivotal role. He ain't helped nobody. He was in the back of the bus during that whole thing. He played little to no role in the civil rights movement. Now,
Okay.
okay, now Stokely
So
Carmichael, what did he accomplish in America?
I mean, he led a few of the early marches, if I'm not mistaken.
Accomplished. No, what did he accomplish? Like, what can he hang his hat on? I did this, and as a reason, this got done. So people could look at this forever because of my presence in America.
I mean, he sparked the whole movement. So
He sparked what movement? He sparked what movement?
he coined the term Black Power.
Yeah, no, he did that, but no. Okay, so he sparked the movement of like a Black Power type of thing, like that type of thing. Yes, okay, but when you say movement, I'm thinking you're talking about the civil rights movement. So yeah, so the
Black
Black
Power.
Power.
What's the difference? Black Power movement, civil rights movement. He coined the term, and he led a strong movement in America. So he can hang his
He
hat on.
led. He led.
Okay, sparked. He sparked the
He
move. He
sparked.
spear. He
Are you
spearheaded
serious?
a move. He spearheaded a movement.
Wow. Okay, so let me ask you this: who's considered the father of the civil rights movement? Is it Stokely Carmichael or A. Philip Randolph?
I say A. Philip Randolph and Bayard Rustin.
No. Wait. Stop. Let's slow down. Who helped the Italians get their union rights? Because that was a spark of civil rights movement. He was already fighting for rights in America. So who helped the Italians get the Child Labor Act going and the union rights? What person was that?
I don't know.
It was A. Philip Randolph. Yeah, see, bro. What you got to do is stop looking at Tethers, who played a part in the civil rights movement. You need to study more about FBAs who played major roles. So it
So
was.
so
Let me
so
wait.
Malcolm X is
Hold
now a
on.
tether.
No. Well, you guys claim him, right? When I ain't saying you, but a lot of Tethers claim him. So I say. So I know he's FBA and he has Caribbean. So he's not a tether. But I'm saying if a tether is claiming him, that means they're undermining his FBA influence, like his FBA DNA. Like we don't undermine his Caribbean DNA. We don't say no, he just pure FBA. No, we acknowledge that. But if a tether is going to dismiss his FBA, parents, right, his halfness, then that means they're taking them as their own.
Nah,
So we like,
we just pointing out that Malcolm X has Caribbean background, just the same way people pointing out that Westmore got Jamaican ancestry. So we just pointing out, well, Westmore and Malcolm X in the same boat.
yeah, no problem. Okay, so now let's go here. Let's move on.
And,
So
and he would be, and Malcolm X would be considered a tether because most FBA is against Pan-African. Pan-Africanism, and he
Most of
died.
Malcolm
And he
X's life,
died of
yeah, but
Pan-African.
it doesn't matter. Dr. Ben died a goddamn Muslim. You dig? So is he Muslim now?
Dr. Ben did not die a Muslim.
Yes, he did. Yo, yeah, his funeral was in the traditional Islamic way. That you talking about? All right. So anyway, so let's go on. Yeah. So how you end your life? Don't dismiss the bulk of your life. So the bulk of Malcolm X's life and the most of his works, his most important accomplishments was with who? The Nation of Islam, Orthodox Islam, or as a Pan-Africanist? You tell me.
I would say both. When he worked with John Henry Clark.
What did he get? What was accomplished through that? That the American public knows, that's taught in schools, that's like universally known, internationally known.
Yeah. He started an organization, the Afro-American
Bro,
Union.
nobody and how successful was it, by the way? And
It
how
still
long did it
exists.
last?
It still exists to this day.
Bro, doing what? Okay, back to this. What did they accomplish? They've been in 60 years of existence. What did they accomplish? Yeah, exactly. Okay, okay.
They still exist
Nothing.
to this day. That's
right,
the point.
right. That's you could the KKK existed. They accomplishing nothing. So what? Now watch this. The Black Panther Party exists today. What did they accomplish? Absolutely nothing. So you got nothing burgers out here that's out here moving and shaking. The Moorish Science Temple exists today. What are they doing? Absolutely nothing. Okay, so yes, that happens. Stuff can exist for no reason. There can be a nothing burger. But anyway, let's do this. The sovereign citizen movement exists today. What's going on with them? But anyway, who idea was it to march on Washington?
If I'm not mistaken, Bayard Rustin.
A. Philip Randolph. You are mistaken. Do you understand that A. Philip Randolph was Dr. King's mentor?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Bayard Rustin? I don't know this. You might be educating me. Did Bayard Rustin speak on Washington?
No, he was the organizer.
Oh no, A. Philip Randolph was. Now let me ask you this: did A. Philip Randolph speak at Washington?
I'm not sure.
You see, chat. He's looking one way. He's looking. This is called confirmation bias. Now, I didn't look for A. Philip Randolph. My research pointed me to him. I'm just researching the civil rights movement. I'm researching like Black history and things like that, and the Garvey Must Go campaign. And these names are popping up, and I'm like, well, who's that? And I'm researching that guy, and I'm following. So I didn't look for this. It came on my plate. So you're just 100% wrong. This dude says Stokely Carmichael sparked the civil rights movement when A. Philip Randolph gets that credit.
I never said Stokely Carmichael.
You said spark.
You said words spark. In my mouth.
Okay. Did you say spark? What's the difference?
I said the Black Power movement. I said nothing about civil rights.
Bro, I chat. You hear this right here? This bait and switch. I asked him specifically. I said I give you credit for the Black Power thing. Then I said specifically. I said the civil rights movement, and you said, yeah, he sparked that off. Maybe
I never said he sparked off the civil rights movement.
All right.
I never
I'm
said
gonna
that.
rewind. Okay, so I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna rewind the thing. All right.
Yeah, you go rewind and you can hear my words verbatim. I never said he sparked. He created the civil rights movement.
All right. So give me a second. Let me find it. I'm getting to it. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna get there.
Yeah, don't put words in my mouth that I didn't say, brother.
All right, I got you. Hold on. I could be mistaken. Let's see. Okay, let me go further. Ah, shit. Okay, I got it. Here we are. Hold on. Okay. All right, watch this. Here we are. So if I'm wrong, again, I'm human. If I make a mistake, I could say, hey, I misquoted you, but I don't think I did. I did this, and as a reason, this got done. So people could look at this forever because of my presence in America.
I mean, he sparked the whole movement. So
he sparked what movement? He movement.
He coined the term Black Power.
Yeah, no, he did that, but no. Okay, so he sparked the movement of like a Black Power type of thing, like that type of thing. Yes, okay, but when you say movement, I'm thinking you're talking about the civil rights movement. So yeah, so the Black Power.
what's the difference? Black Power movement, Civil Rights movement. He coined the term, and
He said, he used them interchangeably. He said, what's the difference? All right, but it gets worse.
he led a strong movement in America, so he can hang his
He
hat
led. He led. So now he just said, what's the difference? So he interchangeably used. He synced them together, the Black Power movement and the Civil Rights movement. Like that's no mistake there. And then I said he said, I'm like, he led this. Watch this.
Okay, sparked. He sparked the
He
movement.
sparked. Are you serious?
He spearheaded a movement.
Wow. Okay, so let me ask you this: who's considered the father of the Civil Rights movement? Okay, so now he used them interchangeably, and look what I'm saying. Well, who's the father of this? So clearly the context. He said Black Power movement, Civil Rights movement. What's the difference? That one and the same. So I'm like, whoa, wow. Then who is considered? So, dude, get out of here, dude. You just don't even consider the father. Bro, you smoke too much, bro. Okay, so you smoke too much, man. You don't remember what you be saying, bro.
Brother, I said when I said the Black Power movement and the Civil Rights movement, I'm speaking primarily that they existed at the same time.
No, you said what's the difference? If I say what's the difference between a hater and a troll, I'm saying they're one and the same. Oh, give me.
You literally try to say I said Stokely Carmichael started the Civil Rights movement. I never said that.
Brother, you said what's the difference? When you don't make it, when there's no distinction, it's one and the same. If I say, yo, there ain't no damn tiger that did it, it was a lion. If you say what's the difference, that means you believe they're the same thing.
Wrong. What I meant is they
okay, what you meant
at the same time.
Okay, so I wasn't
tripping. And then to reiterate what you said, you asked me directly who started the Civil Rights movement. I never said Stokely Carmichael.
Because you used them you were cooked then, because I mentioned A. Phil Randolph. At that point, you were cooked.
Yeah, so I never said Stokely Carmichael started the Civil Rights movement. So you're putting words in my. I never said that,
bro. You use them interchangeably,
bro. I said he spearheaded the Black Power movement,
bro. You use them
coexist side by side. Well, not basically side by side, but exist at the same time as the Civil Rights movement.
Hey, family, y'all heard him. He used them interchangeably.
I never used it interchangeably.
Okay. Wait, when you say what's the difference?
To reiterate what I meant, they exist at the same time, and sometimes coexist.
Okay, but something can coexist, but they're different. So you can't. So now you won't. If something coexists, like cohabitate, there's still a difference. When you use the words, what's the difference? You're saying they're not. There's no difference in them.
No, the difference.
What's the difference between 2 + 2 and 3 + 1?
Brother, the difference is that
the
Civil Rights movement was for everybody. The Black Power movement wasn't for everybody.
Cool. Well, wait, yes, it was. We were called black. What are you talking about, man? You heard this guy? Yo, when the Black Panther, with the Nation Islam started the Black. Whoa. Okay, dude, you're saying Black Power, which he maybe coined, but he co-opted Elijah Muhammad language. Elijah Muhammad was the first person to say black and give significance and make that a proper noun. The message to the black man in America. Okay, so you can't take something already. So what he did was, so he's not a creator, he's an innovator. So we got to educate everybody. So people are inventors, and they could build something, right? And it might be fallible, but another person could be genius and take that and make a tweak to it, and it becomes better. That's possible, right? He could have done that, Stokely Carmichael, but he's not an inventor at that point. He's an innovator. That's called an innovation. He made improvements to what was already existing, right? So he's an innovator in that sense, not an inventor. Elijah Muhammad would be an inventor, not an innovator. That's all. But anyway, that part I wasn't really. That might be news to everybody, but that part wasn't really my thing. My thing was the roles that these guys played in the civil rights movement, and they were very insignificant, little to none. And without them, everything was still would have hopped on. Don't forget, they hopped on to help. They hopped on in the inception of it. They hopped on to help. They used our talking points. They used our position. They used our march and our frustrations, and they piggyback that. Let me ask you this question: are you familiar with that new release video of Dr. King and a whole bunch of other young brothers coming up brainstorming, think tanking, the whole. Come over here, get out, wait from the car. Hey, okay. So, are you familiar with Dr. King and his other his other colleagues when they were game planning the whole civil rights movement?
No, I haven't seen that yet. Maybe if you give me a link, I could probably
All right,
check it out. But I
hold on
haven't
one second.
seen
I'm
it.
taking my son. Okay. He said that with them, and then I brought the car. Said he ran. All right, yo, cook for a minute. I got to go on mute.
Yeah, so I don't understand wrong position. I never said Stokely Carmichael started the civil rights movement. I never said Malcolm X started the civil rights movement. So I don't really understand his point, but I don't know. Now he's trying to undermine Malcolm X and limit Malcolm X's influence because he's half Caribbean. Y'all destroy Kwame. He's hollering for white Jesus to save him. Okay, so you're a Hebrew Israelite FBA. What's more points to you, Israel or America? He's cooked like Thanksgiving turkey. Tethers sat at the table Tethers sat at the table years ago to plan the colonization of FBA. So Tethers sat with your white American leaders to colonize FBA.
I'm back. Where were we?
You was talking about a video with
Okay.
Martin Luther King.
Yeah. So my point is like those were the originators that was brainstorming and planning how they're gonna go with the civil rights march. And my point for saying that was Stokely Carmichael was not in that video. Neither was Malcolm X, and neither was Shirley Chisholm. All right. So and these were like the pioneers. This was it was brainstorming. It was come up with strategies how they gonna go about it, how they gonna get the liberals to back them. This was a whole. Y'all can Google it, YouTube it. I have the receipts. I can play it, but for another time. Okay, but it's out there. All right. Some of y'all already seen it. You know, you dig. But anyway, those guys came. Now we make no mistake. We support and we appreciate the help that anybody did, whether they have FBA, non-FBA. If they helped out, we appreciate it and we like it. And we encourage that today. But what we're not going to do is embellish and romanticize their effectiveness and their role. These guys were backseat, back of the bus on the tail end of it. They were not day ones. All right. So where else we at? Oh, now you were debating Dan, right?
Yeah.
You were debating Dan last time, and I forgot to play the video with you. I forgot to play the actual video. Are you familiar with Professor Grift?
A little bit.
Okay, do you rock with what he stands for?
I don't know. I don't know most of Professor Griff's talking points. You talking about from Public Enemy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know most of the talking points.
Traditional Pan-Africanist stuff. Like he's pro-Africa, Africanist, brothers and sisters, Africa, gonna rise, that type of stuff. All right. Okay, so now I'm gonna play the Jamaican Prime Minister because I forgot we talked so long I didn't even play it. Jamaican Prime Minister. And I was gonna ask you something else. Here we go. Got it. Let me get the video. I hate to play somebody else's recap. I hate that.
Right.
But I might be forced to do that because he's in the news for like just other stuff like that. That's not a big trending.
So, Ron, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can you be an FBA and a Pan-African?
Yeah, we already said that because to us, a Pan-African is an ideology. It's not an ethnic identity. It's a belief system. So you could be a FBA psychopath if that's what you want to be. Sex, FBA transgender, FBA drug dealer, FBA scientist, Hebrew Israelite, more science, Temple of America, sovereign citizen, wacko. You could be all that stuff.
Okay.
Okay. Now I got him. Because I know you and Dan were having disagreements on this message. Okay. Would you like to see Jamaica built up by Jamaicans and like, you know, where Chinese are less and Indians less involvement in
I honestly I don't really care for Jamaica at this point. My focus is Africa. Yeah, that's where I'm at
that's
with it.
crazy. So you abandon your homeland.
I mean that's where my people was dropped off at, but my main focus is my homeland, my base, my motherland.
So that means that you agree with Tariq Nasheed that nobody hates Jamaica more than a Jamaican.
You said what?
So you agree with Tariq Nasheed then that nobody hates Jamaica more than a Jamaican.
No, I love Jamaica. I have no
But you
I
love
said
Africa
my
more,
main
right?
focus.
Right. When you say Africa, it's 54 countries. So like all of Africa, Sudan, Kenya, South Africa.
Yes.
So how is that your main focus? These are countries with different sovereign governments that had no connections with each other. No dealings, no commerce. They're just random sovereign governments that run it their way.
You do know Africa has free trade and things like that, right?
The whole country?
The whole country.
I mean,
the
whole, yeah, that's what I meant. The whole continent?
Yeah.
Right. But are they using it to trade amongst themselves or foreign powers? Like when I say foreign, Asian, Indian, European.
They're using it to trade amongst states. It's called the African Free Trade Agreement.
Okay, so why are they more in debt with foreign powers than they are with themselves? If they're trading with themselves and borrowing money, things like that.
They borrow money from the IMF and the World Bank and the different.
Okay, for example, Kenya, who are they trading with? What country are they trading with?
Different countries in Asia.
But you said Africa. You said they're trading with Africans. And like, what are they trading? Oil? They all got oil here. Here's oil. Use my oil. Now use my oil. Use my oil. Here, use my diamond. Use my diamond. My diamond better. Like, what are they actually like?
Okay, for instance, Burkina Faso is trading tomatoes with the different West African countries. You have South Africa that have different industries in West Africa. So yeah, they're trading with each other.
All right. So let me play this right here. Now, well, I already know. Well, when you say Burkina Faso, I know a little bit about that. I know that they have their little interconnected countries. Like everybody's not involved, so they're trading with Mali and a couple countries like that. Like they all got something in common. They all kicked out the French. They all are in bed with the Russians, and they all got recent coups that just got rid of the last coup. You dig? So I'm familiar with that, but I don't know them like doing business with people outside of that, like 3-4.
Yeah, they're trading with Ghana. They currently trading with Ghana and Senegal.
Okay, I'm gonna play this video, right? Because this is what you guys argue, and I want to know, and you guys were lost at a certain point, right? So I want to play back the video and see what was missed. All right, I'm gonna fast forward to get to the point.
Any changes in policies in the United States. Firstly, let me say that Jamaica is the homeland.
Wait, you said Africa was the homeland. That's a contradiction.
So Jamaicans all over the world will always be welcome back to your homeland.
Okay, he said it was Africa.
We are prepared to receive all our hardworking Jamaicans.
See, I don't like that trick bag. See, I hope FBAs are watching, especially those who don't consider themselves FBA, ADOS, and freedmen. You see, this is what they want you to do. And like we heard this from Yvette Carnell, they want you to like really discard your domestic homeland and just all arms open for Africa, a place you've never been before, don't know anything about, don't know the politics, nothing about, none of the language, cultures, nothing, and just be all embrace it to Africa. Just it's just a dream. It's like meeting Jesus like right now. Like that ain't Jesus. That's a white guy. That's AI. That ain't Jesus. That's what that is. It's like, yo, I'm giving up my homeland. That's I can physically. He just said they all welcome back, so you can actually go back and make a difference. He's see. The thing is, family, that's easy work to embrace Africa because none of them ever going. So it's much easier to say, yeah, I'm embracing Africa. First of all, he didn't name a country. He said Africa. That's why I say which one? Like Kenya? It's just Africa. 54 countries. So
Yeah, I want to see all 54 countries rise.
So are you going to help the rise?
Yeah, I plan on moving back to Africa within 5 years. I mean, moving to Africa within 5 years.
What country?
Either Ghana or Kenya.
What about Burkina Faso?
Yeah, that's a possible option too.
In 5 years, his ass will be still here in New York. All right. Let me press play. Are you saving up for that trip, or are you working on dual citizenship, whatever? And you better get that bank account savvy because they like you ain't coming over here without some damn income.
Yeah, of course. I'm not gonna land in Africa struggling.
So what type of employment you gonna do over there? You gonna trade tomatoes?
No, I plan on starting trade schools and involving young African men to be involved in trade and probably move on to science and STEM and things like that.
But you don't want to do that in Jamaica though, right?
Yeah, I'll do that in Jamaica, but that's not that's not my main focus.
Hey, family, see, this is that Marcus Garvey shit. Let me explain. I would think it's much easier to go to a place where you're familiar with than to go to a place you're unfamiliar with. Culture, language, all that stuff, region. It just to me, it's my opinion. It's just fantasy. So in business, there's something called proof of concepts. Every business, damn near all businesses that's big today were all small piece of shits in like a basement or backyard or something like that. It all started there, and it grew to the powerhouse it is today, Fortune 500 today. So, but that's called proof of concept. You're watching it grow. You're watching it grow. You're pouring water, and it's growing, growing, growing. Nobody just starts from really just, hey, I want to start a business, and it's a Fortune 500 company. That's not how it happens. So what I mean is, before you jump thousands of miles away, why not start something small where you can see your short wins? Like this is just how life works. You know, even with basketball, like they got AAU, they got, middle school. You start there, you win, and you gain confidence, you gain experience, and you go, oh, and do it. And even first year NBA, second year, by fourth year, you might be an all-star. So like it's steps, it's a process. But this fantasy where we just skip steps, like you don't even know how productive you will be even in America doing that with people who share the same culture as you, language and state as you, town, city, politics. You might not be successful here. I would think if you can't be successful here or Jamaica, it's going to be 10 times harder in Africa. That's just my opinion. So, but people like to skip, where they're at and where they're from and run to Africa, and maybe you'll be successful. I can't tell you you're not going to be successful. I just don't understand when people just jump and make a huge leap like that. Like with Garvey, you would think Garvey would establish stuff here first, see it grow, water it, become successful, and to be like, all right, okay, this ain't good enough. We tried this. Look how far we got. It's time to go to Africa. No, that's like more respected. But to never be successful in America or Jamaica and just run to Africa, like that was a huge reach. So I'm not saying you can't be successful. I hope you are successful. I just feel like that can't be everybody's dream. Like some people got to build up some wins where they're at first, build that confidence, build that proof of concept, and be like, look, and show your resume. Look like what I did with chess. I started small. I taught for free in different communities, different elementary schools, and people loved it, and they seen value in it. I started to charge. you know, and then I grew super big in Jersey. And I became like one of the most notable people in that field in the surrounding cities. Like my name rung bells. There's like no question, like you coming to me to learn.
I respect your opinion, but you asked me my
Yeah,
goal.
I know. That's why I say I hope you're successful. I'm not saying you cannot be. I would never tell nobody unless it's just some ridiculous, stupid shit like you're gonna start life on Mars, something like that. I wild out, but I'm never gonna tell somebody they cannot do something. That's not my thing. And I even hate gotcha questions, but I had to do that for you because you were doing it to Lex Word Text. I hate even gotcha questions because gotcha questions are not really genuine. Yeah, but I did that only because you were doing it earlier. Um, but oh, play the video.
Who have been in the United States or wherever they may have gone for economic benefits. Jamaica has always been, since its colonial days to now, a net supplier of talent to the world. It may be a good thing to have some of our Jamaican talent
But not yet.
return to our shores to help us.
So basically, what he's saying is Jamaica want to return on their investment. So his position is when Jamaicans left Jamaica, right? Because they could have what a lot of them are saying is that like a lot of countries don't like brain drains. Like they don't like when their working class or educated class or wealthy class leave the country and make another country better. So they call it an investment. Yeah, you leave and then come back and make us greater. Like take whatever you got over there, resources, education, wealth, bring it back here. So it's like we let you go to come back. Kind of how ex-architect school Stupi with the Japanese. They went to America to study, you know, how we manufactured cars and went back and got Mitsubishi. You did like they stole a lot of stuff under the guise of we just visiting as diplomats. But it's a return on investment. They didn't stay. They went back and built up Japan to like the first non-European superpower, and they as a result they became the first non-European country to defeat a European power, which is Russia. Japan-Russo War, something like that, Russo-Japan War. But that's what countries like to do. Now, what I'm saying is Jamaica could have easily blocked their immigration or migration, right? They could have made laws where it's hard to leave the country. But like Britain did, you know, with building America as a colony, they let them go. Like, nah, go build America. So a lot of countries do that. So they say, nah, go abroad, learn from the best, come back and make us greater. Like that's the whole thing. It's a bad thing when they don't come back. So that's all he's saying right now. He's saying, hey man, y'all been in America, y'all been in UK, y'all been abroad, Japan, wherever y'all went, y'all been there long enough. Now he's not asking for everybody to come back, but he's saying, hey man, we need some of y'all to come back and build those skills that you guys learned in those other countries and build up Jamaica. Now he'll be saddened if he heard that Jamaica's going to instead go to Africa and build up Africa. I know we can imagine that, but watch this.
To build our country. There are many Jamaicans now who are feeling uncertain in the United States and who are considering returning on their own to avoid.
Wait, are you uncertain in the United States? That's why you're going to Africa in 5 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, like I said, I hope you be successful. And I'm not even like being sarcastic. Let me press play.
By the indignity of being deported. And we welcome you back to Jamaica. We want your talent.
So I'm only going to the part where you guys argue in the video.
Want your resources. There are many opportunities in Jamaica that together we can take advantage of and build the country that we would want. But let me be clear.
Here it is.
That for those Jamaicans who intend to come back with crime and violence to undermine what we have been building here.
Okay. So did he just accuse, potentially, of Jamaicans coming back to Jamaica to undermine what they got going good over there?
Yeah, he's talking about criminals.
Wait, let's run that back.
Crime and violence. We intend to come back with crime and violence.
He said with crime. He didn't say as criminals. He said if you come back with crime and violence that means you're going to be a criminal in Jamaica. So, and this is what Dan was arguing. Okay. So you got illegals in the country, and that's a crime itself, but that's not supposed to be deportable by itself. Like according to, the Biden administration and Obama, like that wasn't enough to deport people just because they were a criminal. Like they even gave them jobs still, as long as they pay taxes. So there was like ways around to stay in the country, although you got here illegally. Like they didn't go out to, like what Trump doing. They didn't go out to find anybody. They said, just don't commit crimes. Don't be a burden on society. Be an asset. Okay, and if they get deported eventually, like from Trump administration, that doesn't mean they're criminals. I want folks to like separate that. So illegals are being deported. They're not deporting them mainly because they're illegal. They're deporting them because they did something. They did a criminal offense in America, or they did a criminal offense in their country, and their country got the FBI, gave them notice, like, yo, this is a wanted man. So just because ICE posts my over and lock him up, and he's on the list, just because he didn't do a violent crime in America, it doesn't mean he's not on it, because we don't have stats of other countries like criminals. We don't have that. So some of these people could have been on the list of a violent list in their country, smuggling, trafficking, terrible things. And you got to mute that. Terrible things, and they're on a wanted list from their homeland, right? Their country saying go get them.
Right.
So anyway, so why call them criminals when their only crime is coming to outstaying their visa, sneaking into the country? Like they didn't actually commit a crime, like an offensive crime in America. Right. So that's not why they're being called criminals just because they're here illegal. Like they're being called criminals because they committed a crime in America, what they did back in their country in the wanted list. You understand that?
Is that your assertion?
No. That's a fact. That's a fact. I played that yesterday. Not my assertion. I played that yesterday. And like I said, the Biden administration, I played Obama's. Matter of fact, I got an Obama clip later I'm going to play. I've been playing Obama's immigration speeches. How sometimes he sound like Trump.
What year was this speech?
It could be 2007. I didn't look at the
I'm talking about the Jamaican Prime Minister.
Let me see. Just 5 months ago.
Okay, so this is the Trump administration, right?
Right.
Okay, so what are you bringing up Obama or Biden for? He's literally talking about the Trump administration. This had nothing to do with the Biden or Obama administration.
Oh, so you didn't get my analogy, like because I was responding to you calling them criminals. Okay. Damn, you missed chat.
I understand what you're saying, but the Trump administration is not deeming them not criminals. They deeming them as criminals and treating them as such.
Okay, all right. So watch this. Oh boy, dude, what are you talking about, man? I just played the Trump. I played one of the head guys leading ICE. That's not what he said, because he was being questioned by a journalist on tough questions. Like they're not called criminals. Matter of fact, when I mentioned they could be wanted by their country, that's a Republican. That's what they explained to the liberals, trying to act like, hey, look, they're going against their word. See, they didn't commit no crime in America. They didn't commit no violent crime. So they're playing semantics. And what the Trump administration did, like their representative, their spokesman said, hey, okay, what they're leaving out is that, yes, they did not commit a violent crime in America, but they're on the list for committing a violent crime or a serious crime in their country, and they're on the wanted list at their country. And they were saying our jurisdiction do not have their criminals crime stats in our lap. We don't want it. But he said they would notify who to go get. So although we locking this guy up, although he doesn't have a criminal record in America, he has one back at home, and he's on his homeland wanted list. So it goes back.
Let me ask you a question, Ron.
My God, just to be easy.
Are model citizens detained or criminals? Or if you break the law, you're detained?
It's a couple ways you can be detained. Yes, you can be detained. Go ahead, answer your question very shortly.
Okay, so when you break the law, you're detained. So when ICE is arresting people, that means they broke a law and they're now being detained, right?
No, not all the cases. So let me explain. So again, brother, you got to get off your damn PS5 and really start looking into this stuff, man. So what they do is they go after those who you explain, who you describe. And a lot of times they're with other illegals. You know, illegals tethers flock together. So a lot of times when they lock them up, they're with other illegals who did not commit a crime. So when they're asking them all for their ID, they call the Republican Party called the MAGA. The Trump administration calls them collateral war. I'm not war. No, I'm sorry. They call them collateral damage of this guy is the target. So now so they look into their background and say, oh, you're illegal. Okay, you're coming too, just because you're illegal. But you were not the target. Your bad luck is you're hanging around with criminals. You know how they say wrong place, wrong time? That's literally what just happened. They call them collateral damage.
Right. So when you're doing something illegal, is that breaking the law?
Okay, no. So people who smoke weed in Jersey, are they breaking the law?
Yes, they're breaking the federal law.
Are they breaking the state? Are they breaking New Jersey law?
No, but they breaking the federal law.
Oh my God. So explain the difference. So how can you be legal to Jersey and be illegal federally?
Just like how
No. I'm talking about explain it. Not give me an analogy. Explain how that's possible. I know how it's possible. I did a whole video on this. Okay, but explain how it's illegal federally, but state-wise is legally, but I'm doing it and I'm not getting arrested. Explain that. Explain that process. That's not like a contradiction.
States, the United States is a combination of different states that govern their own self under the country, which is the United States of America.
It's called. Let me help you out. It's called federalism. Okay, but continue.
Yeah, so you can do something legally in your state that's governed, but it could be illegal on the federal level.
Oh, but they're not getting arrested. So basically they're committing a crime, but they're not getting arrested, right?
Yeah. So the federal government.
Stop. No. Stop right there. That's all I needed, because I'm trying to explain something to you. You said if somebody did something illegally, shouldn't they be arrested or detained? Not necessarily, because people are doing things all the time illegally in states, but it's something called decriminalized, my boy. So a lot of these immigrants that's here illegally in these sanctuary states, that illegal way they got here, that's decriminalized. They're protected. So the only way to get locked up now is to do a crime now. So that means the crime itself coming to the country illegally is decriminalized. So they don't look at that as an arrestable.
Ron, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. No, wait. Before you do it, let me just finish the chat. Let me finish. Okay. So let me give the weed analogies first. If you're smoking weed in Jersey and a cop ride by and smell it, he's not locking you up. But in Georgia, he's locking your ass up. Okay. So it goes back to how is something illegal federally, but what state you in, it's an arrestable offense and another state is not. So back to illegally coming into the country, that's not technically an arrestable offense in every state.
Okay. Do you know the definition of illegal?
Yeah, but listen, if you want to ignore what I just said, bro.
No, I'm just asking.
I got you. Yeah, but I want you to speak to myself breaking down something being illegal and at the same time being decriminalized. Explain that.
It depends. It depends on the state laws versus the federal laws. So some things can be you have state laws and you have federal laws.
Okay, pardon me. Thank you, bro. Thank you for pulling up. Thank you for participating. I answered your questions, the early ones. You answered mine. Right now, I'm explaining something. I don't believe you're paying attention. You're playing a PS5, you're smoking, you're doing something, bro. But I don't want to keep repeat myself over and over and over. But so I want you to leave peacefully, and because if I remove you, can't come back later. You dig? So you can leave. You can come back later, but I want you to listen to me in the chat and then fact check me in the chat. Okay. But I can't, piece of you. I don't want to go fall out and bad vibes, things like that. But I want to finish what I'm saying. You're not listening. I want you to listen and fact check me. I want the chat to hear me though. I know they're confused on how something is federally illegal, but state-wise legal, and therefore you're not getting locked up because ain't it illegal? The same thing. Hey, bro, let me ask you this: what's the age of what's the age to consent sexually in New York?
I think 18.
Come on, man, stop. What's the age to consent in Georgia? Do you know? Like just a random guess. Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Okay, but it's under 18. But federally, what's the age to consent?
18.
Right. Do you see? So you could be consenting with a 17 or 16-year-old, depending on the state laws, consensual sexual laws, and you're not gonna get arrested by a state cop, police cop, county cop, nothing in that state. But if the feds had a federal indictment on you and they got wind of that, they can add that in there as statutory rape, and that could be a one account of rape. Because although states approve it and you won't be arrested for any state, no matter what you did prior, they could even be a video and they won't do nothing to you because their state law is okay. But if the federal government gets you for something like a Diddy, like how Diddy had sex with 17-year-olds consensually in New York, that's cool. Because New York, I believe it's actually 16, but 17 for sure. Okay, but if that was the case, the federal government could have said one count of statutory rape because federally it's 18. So guys and gals, you got to know that. So a lot of things y'all doing that might be illegally federally, but legally state-wise, if the federal got a case against you, indict you, they're gonna hold you to that possession of marijuana that the state let go, right? So yeah, I just want to end like that, and then I want to re-explain what I mean. Again, it's called federalism, bro. So I want you to watch the chat so you don't have to keep responding right away and listen and digest, and then come back on and cook me. Because if I'm wrong, you'll be allowed to come back on and say, Ron, this is how it is. And guess what? Wherever I'm wrong at, I would appreciate the correction because I hate being wrong. Okay, and I'm just recalling it. I'm off the top, not reading nothing. I'm just off the top of my head. So, brother, thanks for calling up. Great bill with Lex that was needed. You guys bought me time. I didn't have to end the show. I was eating, and I stayed out of y'all affairs until it was over. I chimed in, and even when I started going at you, I never came at you aggressive, called you name, called you Tether. I just, cooked you. But in my opinion, but I appreciate you like always, man. You dig, and peace.
I'll tie back in. Good bill, bro.
Yeah, and like I said, if you think I'm wrong what I'm saying, work on something in between the hours and call back, and you'll have your chance to correct me.
All right.
All right, peace, bro. All right, yeah. So, chat, I know we didn't miss that, what I just said. I know it wasn't that difficult to catch. The state, like jaywalking, that's a state law. That's not federal. But if it's not, you got sanctuary cities where they're letting certain shit go. They're locking up people and letting them go. They're locking up. Are we denying that a lot of these illegals getting locked up for DUIs and then being let go the next day? But if that was an American citizen, that's not happening. But that's happening in these sanctuary cities. So he's wrong. I can't even play the video because he's dishonest. Oh, illegal. No, it may be illegal, but that doesn't mean it's an arrestable offense. He's not getting that. Dude, what are we doing? Like jaywalking is illegal, but that's not necessarily a ticketable offense. Vagrancy is illegal. You dig? That's not necessarily arrestable or ticketable offense. Like, what are we doing, man? Like, so basically, the word is mandate. The word is mandate. It's not mandated in these states to arrest or detain certain illegals for being in the country illegally. That's not mandated, but it's mandated by the federal government. It's not mandated by these states. These states are not locking these guys up, by the way. It's actually ICE. So if it was so illegal, why are not state police officers, county police officers, and local police officers joining up with ICE? I mean, what's up, man? They're not even helping ICE out in most of these states. If it was so illegal, they would be on par. Like, yo, ICE, we got you. Look, I know where Pablo at. I know Juan at. I know where this big head Eritrean guy's at. I know where the Jamaican at. They were doing that, man. Bro, they're at odds with each other because these are liberal states in the sanctuary cities, and they rock with their mayor and their governor more than Trump. Matter of fact, these cops themselves voted for Kamala. So they're like, nah, I ain't helping you out. I'm going to do a bullshit job. And that's why ICE said, nah, we just got it. That's why ICE family, ICE stopped. Look what ICE stopped doing. ICE will arrest these guys and give them a court date. The courts let them go again. So now ICE like, okay, none of that bullshit. ICE is locking them up and ICE is deporting them themselves. They said, the hell with the court, because these guys are against us. Like these guys want to send them back home and be a threat to society once all over again. Okay, we're going to fix that. We're going to detain them, lock them up, charge them, prosecute them, and then, or not prosecute them, but lock them up, and we're going to deport them ourselves. No more going to court. But now we got to find this illegal, violent person all over again. It can't be that goddamn hard to let me take this shirt off, man. God damn. He got me hot as hell, bro. So this is summarize what we talked about. He lied about slave raids. Most slave raids were done by Africans because Africans had to go get the African to sell to the white man. They weren't voluntarily like, "I'll go take me." They had to go catch them. They're slaves. So Africans were the true slave raiders. He read from himself, from his own source, that white people were unsuccessful and they were getting their ass kicked by poisonous tip spears piercing their armor. Okay, so they gave up and they came back and they decided with commerce. I mean, dude is reading it and he believes it sides with him. And I could have ran with that the whole discussion. Like, dude, are you serious? You're silly. Your comprehension is flawed. I could have did that. I moved on. So we talk about these tethers and the civil rights movement. We see how they supported us. They were with us, but they were very insignificant. They didn't spark nothing. They didn't lead nothing. Whatever language he did, they didn't do that either. They hopped on late, and without them, everything was already in process. They were not in none of these board meetings with Dr. King and other intellectuals, A. Philip Randall, none of those guys. Stokely Carmichael, Shirley Chisholm, or Malcolm X were nowhere near the brainstorming, the think tanks at that time. It just cooked city. It just cooked city. So yeah, it just lies over and over and over. This dude said, I got a source. I'm a debunk that the transatlantic slave trade is real. It was really transatlantic slave raid. Then he read the source that agreed with me, and he just conceded like a tether. Lex said, I still don't know his point. Yo, bro, he, like you said, I was listening. He would just, and bro, hey Lex, I've been complaining. Yo, look at my videos where Kwame is the title, bro. I've been complaining. Like this, when he's cut, he just changed the topic or ask you a question about something. He would never address or speak on more about what he just lied on or you cooked him on. He would just change it. So he did it to you. I was kind of like laughing a little bit. I'm like, yeah, now people know how I'm feeling. He does that to me. The dude is a bad listener. As we can see, he's a bad reader because he thought his material was going to side with him and it sided with me. And he said, I'm going to continue reading. Okay, continue cooking yourself. That's called pseudocide. Continue doing that. Laura Mall says, like I stated earlier, I think Kwame was raised on a steady diet of lead, paint, crayon, and rubber cement. Yo, you are wild. I hope Kwame go to Africa and build it up. That whatever he's going to help, I hope he's successful. I hope Africans get, some straightening and get things popping. Oh my God. My God. Oh my God. Russian Revenge says Africans land. KKK. Oh, he said Africans land. KKK Caribbean tether. That's funny. Love, Master, Chad themselves. That's it. That's it. Okay, he said chat. I think Master. Some of y'all still gonna get fired on your day off from genocide. Kwame is considered a genius in his homeland. Yo, federal supersedes state. Yep, but feds don't involve themselves in the things that state does. So again, you gotta learn federalism. Only when it comes to where they both. So at some point they both cross paths. They both can tax. They both can do shit like that. And then that's when feds shit. Anything constitutional fed. But as far as like jaywalking, feds don't have nothing to do with that. As far as you can see, as far as abortion, feds is out of that. I think marriage, feds is out of that. So a lot of things are just states only. States are mini States got their own like pseudo president, which is their governor. And by the way, do you know states got their own Congress? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, federalism, family, get used to that, get familiar with that, and read about that. I'll do that one show. One show I'll go in hard about that. FBA takes it to the top. That's a fact. Without the cheat sheet of gun outlaws, Kwame Reed's at the third grade level trying to insult us. My God, you got spat on. I mean that. I mean I don't know what Pan-Africanist as FBA can rock with him with that. Like he don't know. He's trying to diss us, and he's disrespecting what he claimed to stand on. All right. Oh boy, Rico Miller says if Kwame goes to Africa in 5 years, in 6 years he'll be homeless eating bushmeat. Let me give Rico a lineage wrench. My family, go ahead and like the video. We going hard. Pinky Wells says Africans, Caribbeans don't even get along until they're working against. Right. They only come together when it's against us. Interesting point. Interesting fact. That was wild work, fams. I'm bringing Dolomite. Dolomite takes to Africa. As that some Africa's way down in the jungle beach since they. Oh, you're gonna rephrase that. Okay, so she said, I can't pronounce that language, but she said, very bad reader and listener. He only hears himself. Once that happens, he's closed his ears off to anyone else. Right. I'm telling you, Kwame, if you want to be good at this, like you're young enough to get better, but right now you're terrible. And I got to critique you. Honestly, unbiasedly, bruh. Work on that comprehension, brother. You only know what you're going to say, and you got your mind and ears and comprehension and understanding closed out to anything that comes back. I'm actually explaining federalism. I'm explaining how they work together, how they cohabitate, how they not cohabitate, how they coexist. I'm explaining like something can be illegal here. Now, here's the thing. The feds can actually swoop in on your marijuana, but for my research, the feds work with state officials. When I say feds, the federal government, they work out an agreement with these states that allow marijuana sales, usage, and manufacturing. They work with them where they would leave it alone. So it's not like the Fed says don't do it, and the state said we're going to do it anyway. And no, yeah, that is when the feds crack down. So family, whoever said federal outweigh, yes, but they also work with states and they leave it alone. The same way Jim Crow was illegal, right? But it was legally with states, and the federal government stepped away, said, you got it, do what you want. Okay, so how come they didn't use their federal, power to say, hey, Jim Crow, and they did eventually. Dr. Carl Anderson talks about the Civil War when they used that power, and the Civil Rights Movement, they used that power twice. And these Confederates that's under the guise of conservatives, they didn't forget that. And they're trying to find a way where they attack us again. The federal government is like decentralized, watered down, or they control it. One of their party members control it, where it can't bail us out third time, like Dr. Clark Anderson said. Okay, so he's a wannabe voodoo priest. Oh my God. Aspiring Health, that was Rico Miller. Aspiring Heights said, they are mad. We woke. They all working together to put us back to sleep. Code word African American. Yeah. He's coming back. Okay, he'll be back. Where is it? Do you have the soccer ball? Do you have the soccer ball? Huh? Is it in the garage? Okay. He said no. Okay. It's in the garage. Okay. When he come back, you can bring the soccer ball. You can play soccer. He takes all his toys and hides them, keeps them. I'm doing good. It's hot. I'm just, working and just enjoying this. He's coming back at the store. Yes. He's coming right back. Yes. They'll be back in about, huh? They're going in the orange car. Yeah, they'll be right back. Huh? Little 4-year-old trying to have a conversation with me. Okay. All right. Let me see. Okay. So okay. So somebody liked one of my comments that I did on Professor Grift wall. Matter of fact, speaking of Professor Grift, matter of fact, let me play the Jamaican dude first. See, and that's where he was wrong with Dan. So Dan had more patience than me, and my patience got way better. Because if this was me, like I would say some mid 2024, especially early 2024, I'd have been screaming his head off, calling him retarded, all illiterate, all type of names. I got way better. My tolerance has grown. I matured that fast in a year. I'd have been laughing and teasing and calling every name. Every time he debunked himself, I'd have been going crazy on him. I matured, I evolved, I leveled up in 1 year, and we want them to do the same thing. So let me play the Jamaican dude. Stand flies. He'll be back. You'll see. They're gonna come back right fast. Hmm. I think to get some food and maybe flowers and things like that. I don't know. Okay. Do you like? Yeah, that was because it rained yesterday. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Those are disgusting mushrooms. Yeah, that's disgusting. Don't put that in your mouth. Okay, and don't let her do it. Don't let your sister do it either. It's nasty. Don't let her get one. Yeah, the dog likes to eat it. Yeah, see, dogs eat stuff we don't eat. So when she comes outside, you give her one, okay? Well, do you eat dog food? Do you eat dog food? Do dogs eat dog food? See, dogs eat stuff we don't eat. I'm cooking a 4-year-old. Well, the dog's actually in the cage. Once they come back, I'll bring the dog out, and you'll see them eat the mushrooms. Okay? Yeah, but you're gonna be scared. You're gonna run. You're gonna be scared and run.
Why?
You did it last time.
I gave the marshmallow last.
No, you ran last time. Remember? Oh, thank you. Okay, are you still scared? You gonna feed them that one? Okay. So when the dog comes out, don't run because she's gonna come outside hyper and happy and try to jump all over you. Hmm.
Yes. I'm gonna get so many marshmallows.
To undermine what
Okay.
we
Yeah,
have been
marshmallows.
building here.
She calling the mushrooms marshmallows. Okay. Yeah. And don't run, okay?
Let me those Jamaicans who intend
Okay. So family, I want you to catch the language. It's very specific, it's very divisive, it's everything they said our language is. Look what he says about them coming back.
and take advantage.
And now so Kwame, okay. So Kwame is trying to change the narrative that he's only talking about the criminals who committed a crime. So when Dan was cooking him, Dan was saying, no, he's not speaking on Jamaicans coming back who committed a crime. Don't forget they're self-deporting. They're here illegally, right? So remember, whoever get caught here illegally can't come back legally. So he gave them a chance to self-deport with $1,000 to work towards their process, their paperwork, their whole process, right? So some are going back to come back legally, or maybe coming back to Jamaica just to help build Jamaica. So he's saying He's not speaking to Jamaicans who committed a crime in America. That's the point. That's the point. He's not doing that. He's speaking to Jamaicans that might commit a crime in Jamaica. Okay, that's the difference. So it's in the language. But Kwame, he thought white Americans didn't. I'm sorry. He thought the Atlantic slave trade was actually the Atlantic. He thought the transatlantic slave trade was the transatlantic slave raid, and he cooked this up with a source he thought was going to debunk me. It corroborated what I said, and it debunked him. So just keep in mind, consider the source. He's the same guy. I got a clip of saying he told me that Ibrahim Traoré had electric cars in Burkina Faso. He was mass producing electric cars in Burkina Faso that can compete with Tesla. No, get out and put it in your mouth. What are you doing? I'm gonna tell your mom. Okay, but don't do that then. That might be a psychedelic. You know what I mean? What's he doing?
Of and build the country that we would want. But let me be clear.
Listen to the language.
That for those Jamaicans who intend to come back with crime and violence.
Okay, you see that? Come back with crime and violence, not coming back as a result of crime and violence. It's in the language, man.
To undermine what we have been building here.
To undermine. So he's calling them tethers.
These are the yucky parts of it.
Yeah. So, their prime minister called them the ones coming back. Well, he didn't call them tethers. He's saying, well, yeah, he did basically. Or he's saying, don't be a tether here. Okay. Yeah. When they come back, when they come back only because he want to see the dog too. Yeah. So I had, yeah. So let me be correct. He's saying for the potential tethers. So he's understanding. He's not optimistic, right? He's understanding that they're gonna come back and try to tether. Yes.
They got came like big.
Well, dogs grow. Yeah, when they keep eating, they keep growing. So if you give him that mushroom, he's gonna grow bigger next week.
How many of them?
Well, don't drop it there. Drop it in the grass. You're making a big mess. And then I gotta sweep it. Yeah, there you go. You can do it there. But that's the dog food. If you mess it up, he's not gonna eat it. So. So you see that he is potentially calling them tethers. That is very interesting. He used the word undermine. To describe some of them, he described the action undermine. Our definition, our standard definition of tether is an immigrant that attempts to or undermines us. That's our, he used our language. That's crazy, yo.
Crime and violence.
Okay, wait till they come back.
To undermine what we have been
when they come back
here. Let me be clear to you.
Okay, it's 100 degrees. Come play. Huh?
TV, so you can watch it right now.
Okay. Oh, the TV. No, it's in there. I gotta bring it out later. It's too big. I need help. Don't put that. I gotta clean it. Don't put that there. I gotta pick it up and sweep it. You're making a big mess. That's okay. Okay, yeah, you can throw it in the grass. It's 190 degrees. Kids more heat tolerant than adults. Man, it's not complete with them. She is tripping. But listen to the warning. If they come to bring crime and attempt to undermine, so he's saying we ain't gonna tolerate, but the same thing FBAs ain't tolerating, we ain't gonna tolerate either. But the difference between us and the FBAs, we ain't gonna delineate. We're gonna decapitate. We're gonna eliminate. We're gonna terminate. Listen to the whole message.
Together, we can take advantage of and build the country that we would want. But let me be clear that for those Jamaicans who intend to come back with crime and violence to undermine what we have been building here, let me be clear to you that this is not the Jamaica that you left 10 or 20 years ago. It is not the JCF that you left 10 or 20 years ago.
Mm.
You will either meet a judge or your maker if you come back to Jamaica and violate our laws.
See, he's not calling them criminals. See, and Kwame weak argument. No, but they came. Well, all of them didn't. All of them didn't come to the country illegally. Like Dan said, some of their visas expired. They had other. Maybe the asylum seeker. Look. Maybe their asylum seeker status was revoked. Maybe their refugee status was revoked, or maybe it was approved. Because you're not here forever as asylum seeker. You're not here forever as a refugee. You get refugee status that may be 10, 20 years. You dig? But eventually there's a revoke, you know what I mean? It's a period where it expires and then you got to reapply if your country's still going through heavy turmoil, but your country might be doing way better. And it's time to return. But his weak attempt to spin narratives and the truth is just it's epic of just being a tether. Just to undermine. That's why he don't want to go back to Jamaica. I get why he don't want to go back. Because he knows he's gonna go back and undermine. And he knows it's basically he knows if he go back, it's basically a death sentence because he can't help but to undermine
and create havoc. I know that there are many who will be returning to Jamaica, coming back to lovely communities like these, rural areas like these, and they may attempt to set up gangs, get involved in scamming, and
Oh my God.
Undermine the values.
He said undermine again. Yo, listen what he said. Yo, this is crazy. He said they're gonna do okay. So if they are okay, listen. If they are not what we say they are, right? Some of then why would they go back there to be what we say they are? You dig? If they're not what we say they are in America, then why would the prime minister believe they're gonna go back to Jamaica to be who we say they are in America? Like he is very pessimistic of the return of a lot of Jamaicans. Listen.
Rural areas like these, and they may attempt to set up gangs, get involved in scamming, and undermine the values of the communities that they return to.
Damn, they're gonna undermine the communities in Jamaica. We charge them with undermining the communities of FBAs. That's wild, yo. He is literally repeating our talking points. So when they talk trash and say we undermine hate, we preach hate, I'm gonna just pray this guy. I'm gonna play this guy's words and say, what is hate? What did he say that was hateful? And like Lex said, he's not dark skinned. This dude is light as goddamn Mariah Carey.
We will not tolerate that.
Mm-hmm. You look dead ass too.
All our Jamaicans to always feel that they have somewhere to come back to and call home and be well received. Come back with a good heart and a good mind. Come back willing to work. Come back with your resources. You will be able to make life here. But don't come back here to undermine and destroy
third time he said undermine.
What we have built.
Don't come here to undermine, destroy. I would love to talk. I would love to interview him. It's like, yo, do you know everything that you're weary of, concerned about? That's exactly what they're doing to us over here in America. They're destroying and undermining, or attempting to, what we're building here in America. He'll probably be like, I know, and that I see it. And I don't want that to happen over here. Because they will meet their maker.
The government is already planning in terms of putting in place new measures, enhanced security measures to address those who we know have a criminal past or who have been interdicted in the United States, convicted in the United States, and are being returned after serving their criminal penalties there.
Right, because there's something like that. Everybody hasn't extended their visas, extended stay after their visas. Everybody isn't an asylum seeker or refugee, and that status is expired. Some people have definitely, I can imagine, committed crime over here. Okay. So yeah, but it's all bunched up together.
And we will ensure that they are appropriately monitored here and that they are not in any way contributing to an increase in our crime or murder rate.
Damn. So he gonna put a damn bracelet on their ankle. for the whole duration in Jamaica. That's crazy.
We have sacrificed long and hard.
He said we're going to
People
surveillance
of
them.
Jamaica have borne the negative impacts of local violence. We will not
Well,
tolerate
thank you.
criminals coming back here to increase our crime rate or murder rate. It is on a downward trajectory. We're
Thank
doing
you.
very well.
That's a
and
baby
we will
orange.
not
Thank you.
allow this to happen.
That's on the grass bed. What you doing?
That's okay. But yeah, because it's covered with the pill. So you take the pill off and you eat the baby orange. I think it's a tangerine. All right. So there you go, man. There you go. All right. So let's go back to your boy, your godfather. Let's go back to the. So hi. So if Umar Johnson is the prince of Pan-Africanists, then he must be the king of Pan-Africanists because he was way longer than he's Kappa. Hi.
Fact that we just got to put up with that is the weird part. And like what happened
Go your sister.
happened with what was it with Kai Cenat, right? And then Kevin
With
Hart
who?
went on there to try to Kai Cenat, the Haitian streamer, the number one streamer, I guess what they gamer streamer or something like that.
Yeah, the little young guy.
That's wild.
Oh, the
He
younger,
comes
the
with a
brother.
super
Yeah,
case.
okay, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
he
He
comes
got some
with a
heat for
super
the
case.
asses.
And
Ain't that crazy? Yeah, everything they said we lied on them about, their prime minister is saying no, it's true. And we ain't gonna play that. We ain't delineating. We're terminating. We're executing. We're eliminating. We're prosecuting.
and so it's like, okay, they say
I'm trying to read some chat. Yeah, Pan-Africanist, DL says Pan-Africanists sit around talking about the white man all day. Right. They take no responsibility. 100% FBA can't sit around talking about Tethers all day. Right. Come on, man. But what we will do is defend ourselves and rebrand ourselves. They get mad at the rebranding. FBA Adolf, that's a rebranding. Because let's be real, African American was tainted. Black American was tainted. So we are name change, another name change. Let's call it rebranding. You guys tainted. You guys tetherfied our old names. You tetherfied Black American. You tetherfied African American. We are rebranding. If you think about a Black American, you're thinking about Obama also, Kamala Harris. You think of, so now with the rebrand, when you think about Adolf and FBA, you're not thinking about Obama or Kamala.
he grew up here, right? They say he's from America. He grew up in America and all this.
So let me get Stable 08 says peace to you. Let me get Stable 08 a lineage wrench. Stables 8, please come back and just Oh, hey Lex, you know what I could do? I thought about it. If Lex is still there. Because you see, so that's why I'm saying, Lex, that right now in Georgia, I'll be in Georgia next month. But in Georgia, it's hard to do interview because the kids just come talk to me. It's going to interrupt. But what you could do, if you wanted to just go in, you dig about the book, I'll be on mute listening, and you go in. You can do that if you want to do that. You can go in about your book uninterrupted. You dig for the whole duration, how much you need. And when I'm listening at the end of it, if I had any questions, I ask. Yeah. So if you want to do it that way, if you just want to present your book and tell us about it, how you and what's motivated you to and inspire you to write the book, publish it, things like that, you can do that. But I won't be able to go back and forth because either my son or the next door neighbor kids are going to talk to me like they just did, and it's going to ruin the interview. And I'm like, hey man, say that again. Hold on, let me go on mute. So yeah. So if you wanted to, you just can go in about the book as long as you need, like that. So DL says delineation means making rules of do's and don't. Making rules of do's and don'ts for our group, right? Setting up barriers to admission and rewards for compliance. The FBA wealthy class are our leaders, not politicians. Borrowed Time said they always come back because the African foot is like a boomerang. Once it frees it, it makes its way back soon. Yeah. I don't know why they think. Kwame is the one that introduced Paul Cuff to me, and didn't Paul Cuff come back? It is, yeah. So all the early so-called Pan-Africans brought their ass back to America. So the debate now should be this. Matter of fact, Kwame, if you're still there, let me know, bro, because I want you back on. Change the topic. Change the topic. Change the topic. Let me see if he's still here. Yeah, Kwame, click that link. Come back. We're gonna change the topic. Come back on. Kwame, come back on. We're gonna change the topic. Now we're just gonna build, right? We're gonna talk about the early founders of Pan-Africanism without no debating. We're gonna just circle our wagons on history, like, you know what I mean? We're gonna, because somebody sent me links of other so-called founders of Pan-Africanism, the Pan-Africanist movement. So I want to know if you ever heard of these guys. So yeah, if you're there, click the link. We're gonna switch topics, switch gears, and talk about something that's less hostile, less debatable, and just more about being historically correct. So click that link and let's get back. Let's get back. Let's talk about Pan-Africanism. No Garvey. We're talking about people before Garvey. Some people you're aware of and some folks you are not aware of. But it's no gotcha stuff. It's just understanding the founders, the early founders of Pan-Africanism. All right, click that link, dude. I used to have his number. I don't know what I did with it. I lost it. Did I take a picture of it? Let me see. I wrote it down some like way back, I think in April. I wrote it down, and I believe I lost that paper. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, thank you. Let me say thank you now, because I grabbed my phone, so I see. Ant, thanks for the Cash App. He said coffee, 100%. That we might go. We haven't been to McDonald's in a minute. Yeah, I'm family. Listen, if you're not in Georgia or South Carolina, you're not gonna believe how I'm sitting in the goddamn shade and I'm burning up. Listen, the shade here is equivalent to New Jersey's no shade. You dig? I'm telling you, this heat is different. You're not in Jersey. North right now be flooded. People walking up and down like crazy. Not in this heat. I guarantee you this heat would clear out downtown North. I guarantee you. I guarantee this heat would clear out downtown North. You would not have folks traveling back and forth. You would not have folks in North right now, downtown North or the major streets out there, Springfield Ave, South Orange Ave, Central Ave. You would not have folks right now, Broad Street, walking up and down North. Not with this heat. This heat is different, bro. Like I said, I walk in this heat often. You dig? And I used to come back in the house. I'm talking about 2 p.m. going right to sleep. Drained, right to sleep. Like tired of shit. Like, damn, am I having a stroke? Am I having a heat stroke? Or am I just tired? You afraid to close your eyes? Like, damn, am I gonna wake up? This heat is different, man. It's different. Yo, there's no such thing as long sleeve and shorts. I'm sorry, there's no such thing as long sleeve and jeans. Like, I wore jeans one time. I took my little walk and I damn near wanted to kill myself. I said, never again. I'll do that shit out here. You know, it's now I see why women out here justified to wear nothing. Not in Jersey, in New York. Nah, because they're overdoing it. But out here, I wouldn't be surprised if a woman just came out in the ass naked. That's how hot it's out here. Where it's like, I get it. I understand, sis. It's just so damn hot. Like you need a fan out here, like a factory fan blowing on you. Be right back. Let me grab a cold water. This is ridiculous, yo.
Well,
I'm in the shade.
How is it that when he reflexively said the phrase "Black people don't have culture," he could have been from wherever, anywhere else? You know what I'm saying? It's like, how can you grow up here with us and not be beholden to the vibes and the frequency and
Right.
absorb
You want to talk
that?
like us, dress like us, and act like
Right.
us.
Yep.
But when pushed, that tribalism presented itself that I don't know if he was a part of or not. They say you're from here, but he sounded like any other, you know what I'm saying, non-Black American Black person who would say that. And I've heard that ever since I was a child. I'm 46 now, cuz I've been hearing that since I was 7, 8, man. It's almost 40 years now, and we still got to put. How we ain't got no culture? You see how they act? You know what I mean? So I think this is where it comes from. I think the younger generations who are now coming up in an awareness and this particular type of attachment to a Black identity, a Black understanding. I think they saying fuck it, cuz I think they saying, you know what? We done saw what y'all went through, and we done saw the back and forth, and they're not willing to put up with it.
So you mean to tell me I watch my mom and dad struggle? So when I get to a certain age, I say fuck mom and dad. That was that. I'm not. I don't know any people that I had a fucked up car when I was growing up.
This dude really needs to sit down. Like, dude, you are so outdated. You are so obsolete, so unnecessary, so unwanted. Like, dude, sit down, man.
That shit got me through. You know why? New York winters are harsh.
Yeah, I'm in South Georgia.
I called that shit the Green Hornet. That fucked up raggedy ass Green Hornet.
40 minutes below Atlanta.
Yeah, I remember that.
The Green Hornet.
That car got me through. My ass wasn't on the bus or walking or on a bike. That raggedy car got me. I didn't curse the car. You understand?
It got the job done, didn't it?
I'm going back next month.
Even when I sold it,
I can't take this shit.
I sold it to, I gave.
I got a nice tan. Yeah, I'm actually light skinned.
I wasn't Professor Greg then, but you understand?
But right now, I look like Wesley Snipes. You dig? This is the opposite. This sun is the opposite of cake soak. You dig? I'm actually light skinned, but right now I'm looking like Michael Blackson.
Saying, but that car got me through. So if what we put together as a culture when we weren't even allowed to have a culture got us through, why would we now turn around and curse it when everybody else is manipulating? Oh
my God!
Monetizing our culture. For example,
I don't even know these towns' names at all.
Black culture.
You dig?
I had some avocado toast.
Now I don't want to give my exact location because you got weirdos on the net like Sha Sun. Now I'm good. Like people like him scare me. You dig? My man will roll up at me with spiked gloves. Like, yo, what you say about? Like, dude, are you serious? No. I don't know what that place is called. You just named, but I'm like new here. I've been here since April, but I'm out. I had enough. Back to Jersey, next month, August for sure.
A matcha tea,
and
some other stuff.
Professor Grift.
I just had some water and hot tea. I fast
she got down in the kitchen. That's Black culture. My wife was able to go up there and make something out of it. Ain't too much up there, family. Trust me. She put something together because my mama's mama did that.
My family's from GA, Florida, border, Geechee land, heaps, whoops ass. Yeah, I was just in South Carolina when it was getting it. Yeah, South Carolina was horrible too. Oh my God. Damn. They might got more trees out there though. Because South Carolina is more rural. It's not like Georgia. Georgia looks more like it's getting close to like modern cities in up north in the west. But they're cutting down trees out here. The South Carolina got a long way to go. So it's like more trees out there, more shade. Sheesh. God. You near Savannah? I don't even know where Savannah's at. I'm near. Let me think of a city I'm near. I'm near. Would I be here? Oh, Peach something. I'm near Peach something. Peach Tree, Peach City, something like that. I'm near that. Cause I be seeing that a lot. Peach Tree, Peach City, something like that. I'm near that. A little salt. Gatorade works too. I always have some Gatorade. And Muck says, I love the South, but you do get dark down there. The sun hits you red. I'm telling you. I was looking like Mariah Carey. Now I'm looking like Precious. If you Bill, what he had, like they built. Can we read that? My screen terrible. Something they have a pane of extra palm tree. Okay, or coconut tree. Grip is a product of bygone era. Yeah, exactly. South Carolina got those rolling hills. Oh, Savannah on the water. Okay, Savannah South, GA on the water. I live in Chatham. Let me see what that's at. Let me see how far that is from me. Hold on. I'll tell you right now. Let me see. Chatham. Let me use my Google Maps. I want to retire in Marietta with a young wife. I live in the North Metro. Oh, really? Because I seen Metro showing signs. I'm like, is that where Metro Boomin got his name? Move. Damn fly. All right, let me see where Chatham at. Let me see it. South Savannah, South on the water. I live. Oh, you lived. Oh, so you're in Savannah right now. Let me see how far you. Let me see where Savannah's at. Savannah, Georgia is. Yo, wow. Where you? Yo, you must be near South Carolina, yo. That thing says 3 hours and 23 minutes. Not a young wife, a young beautiful wife. Yes, it says Savannah is 3 hours, and you must live at the border of South Carolina and Georgia. You got to be up north. You got to be, yo. There's no way you that going the other way. Because it takes 5 hours to get to South Carolina, like a certain city in South Carolina. Let me see. Let me see where whatever you said, where that's at. Chatham. Chatham. Is that Chatham County? Chatham Parkway? Oh, that's Savannah. Yeah, same thing. 3 hours and 3.5 hours. I'm in NC right now, but grew up in Savannah, GA, Chatham County. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, I got family in North Carolina. I lived in North Carolina. I went to school in North Carolina. So I stayed in Forest City and I stayed in what's the other one? Forest City and or Rutherford. I think it's Rutherfordton or Rutherford, something like that. And I went to school out there. All right.
That's
Right.
black culture.
Right.
You
Black
understand
culture
what
is
I'm saying?
Right.
making something out of nothing, bringing forth things out of the most impossible ingredients, the most impossible materials to work with.
Right.
We are the manifestation of what they call magic or whatever illusion they're trying to cast upon the public is what we manifest naturally. That's why we are so oppressed. We are the very thing that they mimic, that they emulate.
Right.
We are the
Yes.
culture. That's why everyone mimics us. We
Yeah.
don't need
Yeah.
a
We
Like Carter
definition of
G.
who we are
Woodson.
because we
Like Carter G.
represent.
Woodson said. Oh, go ahead, sister.
I was just saying we don't need a
You near
representation of our
Fargo.
culture
Let me
because
see.
when we enter, our
Oh
presence
shit, drop my damn
is that
phone.
culture.
I stay doing
Yeah.
that bullshit.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
So we
then
don't
I
need
can't keep a phone for shit.
that the thing is though, that's part of the
I
issue.
stay without a
It's
phone.
because we've been this type of hyper social factor within the United States that works more almost as something that is above human, if you will. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
Not
pronouncing it
human to some
wrong. Oh,
folks,
I'm
but
not sure.
definitely above human because we are a factor amongst ourselves,
Let
the
me
fact of
see.
our very presence.
I
When you
think
see
Griffiths
how
has a
people
tether. Yeah, yeah.
respond to the way that we do
Listen.
things, and then they either start mimicking.
Listen. Damn, why do people got to sell their soul just because their wife is not an FBA? Like, you still could be down for. You don't have to sell out. You can still be a rider. You can still be representing the lineage. Why do they believe they got to sell out as soon as they outside their lineage? Like, dude, you still can be thorough. Savannah. That's what I say, Savannah. Oh, y'all got the country accent, man. Hell no, that thing's Savannah. No, I mean it's Savannah, like the Savannah Desert. It ain't Savannah. That's that country accent. Let me see. Y'all said something else. Can't find it. All right. South Carolina across the river from U.S. across Hutchinson.
or they start
When I
reverse
moved to
engineering and
Florida
being able
from
to
California, I
expand in
didn't
ways that they
respect
weren't
the
off
heat
of their own
and
model.
humidity.
We're
Walked a
utilizing
mile and
some
damn near
sort
fell.
of social fuel, some
Hey,
form
I'm telling
of
you, yo, when I walk my mile and a half, man, we got to stop at this little gas station. Be sweating. You know what I mean? Like, God damn. We country, yes, it's pronounced like African savannah. It's savannah. Country, that's talking about savannah. Yeah, I don't pronounce vowels in it. Yeah, I remember I went to McDonald's. They did some, my kid could play there. I said, yeah, let me get a chicken nugget meal. Yeah, she said some country shit. I'm like, what? Like, man, I had to put my ear in her mouth. I had to put my ear in her mouth. Like, what you say? Some country shit. That's gonna cost you $9 the better than I seen. I'm like, all right, I need an interpreter for this woman. Yo, somebody out here, yo, what she say? Yo, interpret this for me. She said $9.59. Oh, okay, here. After that, I just made minimum conversation. Like, all right, nah, I ain't trying to keep doing this with you. Your country ass. Yeah, like New Jersey, like hey, listen, y'all gotta admit, up north is like they're called the uppities, right? They call the uppities. You look at our leaders. They go out of New York. They be the most educated. You dig? We speak proper grammar. We actually pronounce the vowels correctly. We don't say I'm fixing to go to the store. We don't say fixing with nothing. You dig? And you see what I'm saying? Like that shit Professor Griffey saying. They got that from the South. You see what I'm saying? No, what I'm saying? Like what you just say? God, I know you ain't say you know what I'm saying. No, I'm saying? Like, yo, damn. Y'all talking about fixing to go to the store. You fixing, like, I don't know where that can't even make sense in slang. I'm fixing to go to the store. And they say stole. They say stole. S-T-O. Minor O. I'm fixing go to like I'm fixing go stole. Like ain't no verbs at all. I'm just fixing go stole. Like, all right. Like y'all like really doing a disservice right now. Proper is the way it was pronounced. Like when you study a language, they have, in the dictionary, it shows you how to pronounce the word. They give like certain markers or, things on a word to pronounce the over the a. Because you can say like agape, right? Agape. But if you read it without knowing how to pronounce it, you're going to say agape. So in the dictionary, it would make the A got the I sound and it'll have the E have the A sound with the little symbols and stuff. Yeah, so each word in the dictionary is supposed to be pronounced in a proper way.
or populist catalyst or something like that.
We say finna, yeah, they say finna all in the damn South. Y'all Southern too, St. Louis. Don't do that because up north, y'all say just no, we don't. No, give us an example what we say remotely close to the South. Give us something that we say improper as close to the South. No.
We're so much more than what America can tell us.
Why you think people know I'm from the North as soon as I say something? Where you from? Where you think? I'm from a state where we speak proper English. That's where I'm at. Where we pronounce the vowels, the syllables. That's the state I'm from.
Because we are what the world can tell we are. But that's up for us to set that definition. It's quite difficult for us over here, it's being that.
Yeah, all y'all will sell English out here. Well, in Jersey. Y'all gonna all have summer school. That's America. We FBAs don't have tribalism, but we do have regional dialects. Yeah, dialect differs. Yep. Yes, sir. You're bugging. Leave the South out your mouth. Yeah, nah. I like the South though. I like the South. The South. I ain't gonna lie. The South hospitality. The South Southern people are way, in my opinion, they way more friendly, on cool. Like Northerners, like they're dealing with self hatred. Like they still trying to be accepted by white supremacy, pat on the head, shit like that. And I know the South got their element of that, but nah, like black folks to me are more easy to get along with in the South. So far, I've been out here a little easier. It's more friendlier. Like people smile. You dig? You don't get that in the North. Don't wait in the North. Don't you dare Say what's up to a black person you don't know. You can nod your head, something like that, but don't you dare speak to a black person you don't know. You might find yourself in a fist fight. People ain't trying to speak at all. They ain't trying to make no new friends. Raleigh, North Carolina, and got some trailer trash hype type country accent. Really, you sound white. That's what they would say. Yeah, they would definitely say that. Jersey is a bunch of racists. Well, immigrants, the black destroy areas. Yeah, and from my experience, Jersey white people are way more racist than Southern, because Southern people like they already embrace their white supremacy out here, so there's no need to flex it. You dig? So like they'll speak to you, they'll go to your cookout and invite you. It'd be like a a legitimate relationship where it's like just don't overstep your boundaries. In the North, white folks be racist as fuck, but they'll fake it like, hey man, why don't you come play pool with us? But the whole time they hate the shit out you. Like, nah, I'm good, bro. Nah, Mike, I'm good. John, next time. Like, dude, nah, I ain't doing that, bro.
Okay, we're forced into
I
this.
get invited all the time, like the stuff. I'm like, I'm busy. Like, what day is it? The 3rd? Yeah, nah, I got this meeting. Nah, my bad. It's not the 3rd, it's the 4th. Yeah, that meeting is 10 days. Yeah, okay. Well, on the 11th day is actually, nah, man, I'm being in the hospital. I'm being there for the whole year, bro. Well, the first day after the year, nah, but then my mom wedding. Then whatever they got, nigga, I got to come back for to not come.
This universalism, catalyst factor perspective of
Yeah. Out here, like people speak like I had to get used to it. When I was in South Carolina, I wasn't used to black folks waving at me. Yeah, then I had to get used to it. Now I started waving first. Like, oh shit, this is different.
within one citizenry or whatever. But when we do that, which is a difficult and monumentous task, right?
I call
if there's
drink,
anyone
like Coke,
that
Pepsi, pop.
maybe have
that's
somewhat
another thing. You just say ice, that whole pop soda pop thing. Yeah, that was hard to get used to. You want some soda? You want pop? Huh? Pop lock. Not pop. Drink soda pop. Oh, okay, yeah.
of a shared experience, maybe not.
You want some pop? No, I don't fuck with the king. The king. I don't fuck with the Prince of Papa. I don't fuck with Papa. The Prince of Patton. Oh no, not him. I'm talking about soda pop. Oh, okay.
Parallel one, but somewhat close, whatever. Then it should be that immediate understanding and recognition, right? But it's not.
Yeah, go bowling with them, Dorsey. Go bowling with them. You're gonna see how, and they had their little enclave. Yeah, you see how friendly. You see how friendly they are when you go bowl with them. They're gonna forget you're black. They're gonna forget like you're not black. These damn niggers, man, I can't stand them. Oh shit, Dorsey, my fault. Not you though. Not you. You cool. But the other niggers, yo, can't stand them. I had an Indian tell me that, a Pakistani to be exact. Like, man, them damn, I had a rough time in high school, man. Them monkeys was picking on me. The monkeys, this monkey, that. And, oh, not you though, not you. I'm like, look at this nigga here. Not you though. It was on the job. Not you though.
Not that. It's that, you know what? My tribal standing says this. And it's like, well, your tribal standing says that y'all gotta super
stop
far
that,
away, cuz. What about he
drink, cheer wine, good ass. Cheer wine, good. ASL. I don't know. All these acronyms. I don't know all the acronyms. That's why I moved back to California. Yeah, I see why.
Here now.
I'm ready to go.
They stand on that distance.
I don't mind coming back out here like in the winter. You dig? But the summer, nah.
And tribal standing. So it's like, okay, well, if everyone is going to have that, and there's.
And by the way, why nobody is ever outside in South Carolina, at least where I'm at. Even when I was in Charleston, North Charleston, nobody ever outside and like down south. Like, no, I'd be like the only person else. Even right now, there's the whole duration. I've been live. I've been outside. I just see people coming and going. Nobody sits outside. Nobody walks around. Nothing. I'm the only person who actually walks around out here and like explore walking. Everybody get in the car and that's it. And get out the car, go back in the house. Nobody even chills outside. Like I'm not saying I'm literally the only person who's visible outside all the time. The entire time I was here, I'm the only person outside. And you know they're like, yo, he's not from out here. The actually Uber driver told me, nobody go outside. And in Georgia, and nobody in South Con too. Nobody go outside. You just stay in the house all day. But like, y'all think the KKK about to march or something? Like, dudes be traumatized.
There's nothing wrong with it because everyone has it, right? What's
Well,
wrong
son,
with
let me
us
ask you a question.
establishing it? And I'll end with this. What's the difficulty with us having it?
So how you feel about people when they say that blacks don't have no nationalities?
What you mean how I feel about them? Okay. It ain't up to them. As far as I'm concerned, again, the niggas they love to hate, cuz for real. I don't care. They can say whatever they want. You know what I'm talking about? The niggas they love to hate and imitate. But there's not but we're empty and there's nothing to us. I don't get at no play.
Right. So let me ask something. So I'm going through the table of contents of this book. Black people invented everything. And the table of contents alone is damn 4 pages. When you start talking about no, I'm dead serious, bro. I'm talking. So when you start, and I know this, brother, supreme understanding. So when you start talking about not having a nationality, not having a culture, why does it seem like they gotta demean us in order to make themselves look like they're bigger and worth more and valuable? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. If your lights go out and you call the plumber or the electrician, does he have to come to the front door sticking his chest out saying the electrician is here? No. Fix the goddamn lights, then I'll know you're the electrician, right or wrong. It's black people that set this thing in motion, and we continue to feed and fuel it. But you're right, bro, son. They don't give us the credit. You understand what I'm saying? And on the small scale, we recognize and know who we are. It's just that the world is viewing us through a distorted lens.
Absolutely.
And as we begin to clear that lens away, they like, nah, it couldn't be them that invented all this stuff. Not them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So yeah, it is us. It's us. You understand? And you see glimpses of it in other places in the world because we're connected to those people. There's some inventions that took place over the last 10, 15 years in Africa, right? Black people in America are unaware of those things on a massive scale.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Okay. We don't know about them here. This right here, they don't know about this in Africa. This is not taught in the educational system.
Yeah, you're right.
That is the divide. So that's why I say all of us need to, I don't know, raise our vibrational pitch. I don't want to sound too deep, but raise our vibrational pitch to the thinking of God so we can understand each other's plight. We can have some compassion, humble ourselves.
All right.
Let me have a cultural exchange with my brothers from Africa and the Caribbean islands so we can exchange some information so we can uplift one another. That's my take.
Learn from one each other and just move forward.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, we all the same people.
We're one.
Okay, well, wait a minute. How are we? Okay, how are we one? But people arrive with tribal,
because they've
connections
been
and tribal
miseducated.
things.
They've been miseducated, bro.
Miseducated.
Okay, but wait a minute. If they've been holding on to those tribal connections and identity and perspective, we're talking what? Let's give them 3,000. Okay, for some folks, 3,000 years for some folks. Okay, 1,000 for some folks.
You got to go.
I'm just saying though. But I'm saying our views of us over here, we're maybe 200 deep. We're maybe 200 years deep. Everybody else.
Yeah, I need Kwame to call back in. As asks, how you doing? 420 says, now you better off. He said, you better let me know you're the electrician if you're messing around with my. Yeah, our stupid analogy, stupid tether analogy. DL says, the thinking of God. Yeah, I mean, these 5%ers, like, we got to stop. We got to stop. Wow, this is a long one today. Yeah. Because I started early. I came here, I started at 7:30 or close to that, I believe, a little after that. Yeah. And we had change of events. We had Lex come on and square off with Kwame, and then Kwame felt good. He thought he did good. I don't think he did good. I don't think he really did good. Then he squared off with me. He still think he did good. I still think he don't think he thought good, but he got a good poker face. No, we are not the same people at all. because the majority of inventions were invented by FBA in America, not Africa. That's why Africans don't know exactly. I get a 404 error when Professor Griff talk. Yeah, this dude is just a grifter. Just said Kwame. I still can't pronounce that name. What did that say? He said Kwame got beat. I think he's too shook to attempt a debate again. Yeah, he might have had his ass whooping for the day. But I'm not even gonna debate him. I want to ask him about Pan-Africanism. And I want to go over it. Not ask him, I'm gonna go over Pan-Africanism, the history of it. Just like a brief little, maybe 15-minute discussion. Kwame, where you at? The link's in there, or if you are you still here? We have different history. Our parents raised us different. We are not the same people at all. Zero. And then DL says, I grew up Pan-African and started asking simple questions. They will block you like an NIGGA with a YouTube page for asking. Yep. Griff is crazy. That's his friend Supreme Understanding. Yeah. These 5%, these God Allah. Come on, dude. I know you're some bullshit. Your name is God Allah and all this crazy stuff, man. Damn it, Simon.
Got, you know what I'm saying, thousands of years on us. And it's like, okay, well, let's say that we are a burgeoning people. Let's say we the freshest people to this world, you know what I'm saying? Black Americans, post-emancipation and everything, right? Okay, give us whatever time that we need in order to construct ourselves. We don't do it at the pace of everybody else. And,
right.
and you know what I mean? But,
son, I hear the sincerity in your heart, but I think you keep negating racism and white supremacy. Ain't nobody gonna give it.
That's all they want to talk about. That's all they want to talk about. They want to, what's that? That's called over-representation. Yeah, they want to over-represent white supremacy. They want to act like that's the only thing that matters. No hatred, no inside hatred from Tethers don't matter. Leave it alone. They are brothers and sisters. Nigga, you are a lie. You are a lie. That's a down south phrase, by the way. You are a lie. Like I got it from you guys. We say you are a liar, you dig? But he is a lie. Shit. Damn, flies attacking me. Kwame, get your flies, man. Why you sick of me?
There's no time.
Exactly. Time wait on no man.
We not getting no time. You better work a job, do what you got to do, survive racism, white supremacy, and then study.
Exactly. Time waits on no man.
Yeah, but that's not. This is my opinion, DL. That's not respect, though. Being a fool for your entire life and never changing up, never evolving, never getting better. That's not respect worthy. Respect worthy is starting off one way that wasn't the best, evolving and becoming greater and becoming a better influence to your people, and your message actually resonates with young, thriving minds, not being a fool your entire life. Okay? I mean, and he's being canceled because he makes stupid ass statements like he got a history of that. Like he single-handedly ruined Public Enemy. He almost single-handedly ruined Nick Cannon. That show Nick Cannon got canceled on, he was the guest. He's a cancer.
My wife goes to bed early. I had the night light on. I'm like this, bro, because I got to, you understand what I'm saying? I got to take my time because we got to work. We got to, you understand what I'm saying?
No, and why I keep saying that? Now, that's our ignorance. We say, you know what I'm saying? Like he didn't say, you know what I'm saying? Listen to what he just said.
Take my time because we got to work. We got to, you understand what I'm saying?
Yo, why do they say it all fast? And then they squint their eyes when they say it. It's like, yo, just say, do you know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? And they say it all fast. You understand what I'm saying? Now that's a New York thing. That's a New Yorker thing. That's not Jersey. Now some Jersey is borrowed that, but that's straight up New York. Where you just say it so fast, I don't understand what you said. You understand what I'm saying? Like, nah, can you say it a little slower?
Yeah.
And that's the key is
Renaissance woman said facts. Renaissance Revenge said facts. He's an whole agent. He always been, man. I respect nothing about that guy. Okay, if you get to the part in the video, you will see the light bulb going off for grip. They're not telling white people what their nationality is. Facts. Oh, see, you're really German American. No, you're Irish American. Like, stop it.
We are a reflection.
420 says Griff got that tether. Oh, I heard that. So he's definitely some BS. Borrowed Time said, since Africans love Africa so much, they should drop the pan and just put in the plate. Put the plate lip back in there. Put the plate lip in there.
Of our inner self. And if we are
Oh
not
my God.
cultivating our
Hey,
inner
yo,
self,
when people start talking about that, I'm sorry, this might hurt some of y'all. But when y'all around me talking about that inner self, overstand, I'm leaving. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm not going to sit here and try to understand what inner self is supposed to mean. Like I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'll be back. I'll be back. If you're on the panel, I'm going on mute. I'm not going to entertain inner self, overstand. I'm not doing it, man. I'm not doing that. Like that's worse than like Southern slang. That's worse than pop or I'm fixing to do something. That's worse. Inner self overstand. Like, nah, that's agent talk. No, not you guys. But I believe that came from the agents like Professor Griffin, people like that. This Malachi York, this overstand, understand. Nah, I'm good. I'm passing on that.
self, how can we are not cultivating our inner, that's the key, is we are a reflection of our inner self. And if we are not cultivating our inner self.
Now, you know, she's not talking like that at her place of work. You know, she's not talking like that in court. She's going to give white folks the utmost respect and she's going to speak regular English. But on our podcast, you disrespected, which is inner self overstand. Like, come on, man. Just be yourself. Be who you going to talk, how you going to talk on your job.
How can we want our outer
Are you serious?
become some magnificent place? That's like trying
the outer limits. Yo, come on.
And to change your appearance through your mirror reflection. You have to do the inner work.
Vocabulary.
We have to educate ourselves. They only gave us 5 senses to work with. When I know.
Wait, now we doing this conspiracy theory. They only gave us 5. Who is this they, man? Let me help you guys out with English. You cannot establish a pronoun before establishing a noun. You got to establish the noun first. You got to say the boy drunk the soda pop. And now you can say he, him afterwards. But you can't start off by saying he drunk the soda pop. That leads to too many questions. Who? How old? You dig? Why? That just leads to no. The boy drunk the soda pop. He felt sick. He brushed his teeth and he felt better. Whatever. But you got to establish a noun first. Don't start with that pronoun. This is more agent talk. That they know our potential and they going to try to stop us. Who is the they, man? What are we doing?
Full and well, there's over 20 senses. It's a breakdown.
Overstand.
If that's like going to war with 5 guns and they have an entire
so you can reduce my sentence.
bunker full of guns.
Minor
We got the senses of the spirit, which is prayer, praise, worship, faith, and meditation. They don't even teach you about.
Okay, wait a minute. Say that again.
Senses of the spirit, which is prayer, praise, worship, faith, and meditation. They don't even teach you about that.
Yeah, the video won't stop. She said they won't even teach you about that. Ma'am, who you keep saying they? Who is the they?
The spirit, which is prayer, praise, worship, faith, and meditation. They don't even teach you about that.
So you just made that shit up.
The spirit and the emotions and the feelings of the soul, which is mind, will, emotions, affection, imagination. They don't even want you to tap into that. Then there's balance, temperance.
Yeah, where is she getting this from? It's like a white man's website for Pan-Africanism.
Perception, magnetism, electromagnetism, but they only want you to focus on sight, sound, smell, touch, and taste. You have to ask
what? She's still saying they.
Yourself, why is that?
Yeah, and like, how do we get there? How do we get to the agent babble? Like, how did we get here, man? They're talking about something. They're talking about the boy. Y'all forgot the subject. Let me give y'all the subject. Let me expand my screen. This is the subject. You dig? That's the subject. Do not boycott or protest African businesses with host Professor Griff. That's it. What is she talking about? They don't want you to teach. They don't want you. They don't want you. What are we doing?
Okay,
Why
but that's
is
the
that?
overall greater point. But what we're speaking of is
You
the
see?
unnecessary frictions that are presenting
And you
themselves.
see, you see, why do I see it? And somebody come back and back me up. He checked her. He said, "Yo, you going somewhere else, man? Look, we're talking about this."
Again, it's the surface. It's the surface that is being agitated to the point you can't even go into the depth. The thing is, the depth of us is
What?
seen right off the bat.
What are
We
they talking
are
about?
the essence of anything that is able to be modernized in any society.
Yo,
Modernization of societies.
I'm sorry. 3 people have been speaking for a total of 15 minutes, and they have absolutely made no sense. Nothing made sense just now.
Happened because of Black Americans.
Your statement tells me that we need to start to change ourselves.
Oh shit.
What do we need to change about ourselves? We good. We've been look. What we need to change about us?
Can I tell you one thing we need to
Oh shit. Now they're gonna blame us. Somebody say, no, you need to breathe. Inhale 6 times. Stand on one leg. Kick with the other one. That's the Danielson. Okay, have your arms out like a crane, right? And say Candyman 5 times. Yo, she is wild.
change.
We
We
need to
probably need to
re-educate
change the
ourselves.
fact that we only speak
Oh, they
English.
said LA. Lord Moss said this is the epitome of Hotep Babel. Yeah. They just evolved from Agent Babel to Hotep Babel. Burnish Brad said, and when Thanos got the Infinity Gauntlet Babel. What a DSA one said, what the F is he talking about? You know what's crazy? When the first brother that came on there, the Freedman, he made the most sense, right? He cooked Professor Griff. Professor Griff kicked him off just to entertain Agent Babel, Hotep Babel, and Tether Babel.
On what we've been taught and what we've been given.
Yo, Goat said, don't say Candyman 5 times. You might regret it. Yeah, I ain't gonna do that. But wasn't he FBA? So we might be safe. That's like a tether mistake. Let me give Goat a lineage wrench. Goat, like the video, give it a lineage like. Thank you. Sister with the language I cannot read. African sounding like a megalomaniac based in the out of Africa theory. They always claiming everything was from them. We want to have it if it weren't for them first. Now, don't that sound like whites? Yeah, exactly. Like they yeah, I always listen. I'm known for saying Afrocentrism, Pan-Africanism is nothing but reverse white supremacy babble. I've been saying that for years on my channels, my Unbiased Ron. For years, I've been saying Pan-Africanism is nothing but reverse white supremacy painted black babble. That's all it is. White man said they did everything. Nobody did nothing. Pan-Africans did everything. Nobody else did nothing. Nobody else contributed to life at all. Just all black people. Like that's whitewashing reverse Pan-Africanism babble.
Don't even investigate, and those of us that do, I'm not speaking on those that do.
Yeah, she's funny.
I'm saying the general population has been educated against themselves. They've been taught how to put spells upon themselves to prevent them from even excelling spiritually.
Hey yo, Professor Grift, this what we doing, bro? This what we doing, bro? You kicked off the U.S. Freedman who made the most sense because he cooked you politely. You started an argument with him. He still politely respected you, and you kicked him off when he proved that Africans sold us into slavery. You said they didn't. You asked for a source. He told you Ghana, and you still kicked him off. And now you got this woman here just Hotep babbling, agent babbling, tether babbling, everything. Just babbling. Babylonian babbling. Shit, they just say Babylonian babbling.
The main focus is to not create.
American Dream, man, you missed it, bro. Kwame was on. Let me get a link to American Dream, and dig. Maybe because he was on before. Let me get a link to him. And I'm only giving a link in case you want to talk about. So I have nothing to talk about. But so only click the link if there's something you want to talk about. Don't click the link. Don't click the link waiting for me to talk about something. I have nothing to talk about. But if you want to talk about something, there's a link. All right. I can stand listening to her. Yeah. But she's her ignorance is just entertaining. You didn't even get to the cooking yet. Bro responded, sister said it's a scientific theory only based on the sources they have available now. The oldest bones from Africa, but not all early men came from the Homo habilis or sapien sapien, like Dennis Ovan and Neanderthal. And Bernice Brad says she sounds like she smokes 3 packs. Yeah. 3 packs of Newports every day. Did you guys know that the cigarettes company? So you said Newports. And I'm telling you how I think I'm well versed in stuff in history. Did you guys know that it was proven, the government agencies proven that cigarettes ads purposely targeted black people to smoke cigarettes, but not just any cigarettes, because you got non-menthol, you got menthol, right? Let me tell you the difference. Menthol is like, you could say mint. It has a mint taste. So before menthol cigarettes, they were non-menthol cigarettes. So kids, first of all, white folks always smoke cigarettes, right? But they smoke non-menthol. So kids would not really be smoking non-menthol like that in their teenage years, because non-menthol, their first experience was usually disgusting. Like as a kid, you'll stop. It's not. It looks cool, but it tastes disgusting. The taste was terrible, right? So what they did, they would like discourage to like really smoke. So a lot of white kids wasn't really hopping on non-menthol cigarettes early in their stages, right? Of teenagehood. Okay, so when they created menthol cigarettes, this was a deceptive thing to do, because now the cigarettes got a minty taste. So now it's more pleasing. Non-menthol cigarettes are less pleasing. So now they targeted they targeted menthol cigarettes in black areas primarily. And that's the reason why we smoke menthol cigarettes. Now, they were caught. I think they were sued. This is a real case. This is a real thing. Y'all can look it up. Simple Google search. This is a fact. So check this out. Not only is it more mintier, menthol cigarettes are more addictive. So there's a great chance you can start off with non-menthol cigarettes and then get off it. There's a slim to hell chance you can start off with menthol cigarettes and get off it. So not only was it more pleasing to a teenager, but it had a severely harder addictive nature to it. Very hard to get off, as you guys know if you smoke them. But non-menthol cigarettes are not that addictive. They don't taste good. So it's like kind of discourage people to smoke them. But the black communities were targeted by menthol advertisements. And that's why we smoke menthol cigarettes. That's the main reason why we smoke menthol over non-menthol. So anybody black that said he smoked, I already automatically assume is menthol cigarettes. All right, because I know the history. I do a lot of reading and research. I'm very inquisitive. So did y'all know, I don't know if it's still around, but there was a federal ban on menthol cigarettes. This happened some years ago. Like they are actually banned from the country. They're not count as contraband like that. But I don't know if it stayed, it got lifted. I don't know. But so some years ago, they were debating in Congress to ban it. At some point, it went through. It was a federal ban, I believe, in this country. People didn't know that. It might still happen. It might still be there. I'll research it later. I'm just hot as hell right now.
They give you all of these tools, all of these devices to prevent you from creating. That's why I said you have to go
destroy
within
ourselves,
yourself
right?
and realize that you can create in the first place.
Right.
If you don't know,
that's what
My
it
white
means to
teacher
be.
did teach me that.
That's what it means to be black in
Me and
America.
our
And
people
who the
had
hell
to
is more
use
creative
liquor
than us?
stores in every corner.
The world
Didn't
show
have
us that we're the
yeah.
world's most creative.
But that's like a different story, Pinky, because that's accountability. I get it, but that's like, okay, Pinky, this is going to be an extreme example. I'm gonna give a little pushback. That's like the little kid didn't have to take the chocolate that was used to kidnap him. You dig? So the kids in the car kidnapped, smuggled out the country, but somebody can argue your position. Well, the kid didn't have to take the candy. So it's like, well, why is candy used to kidnap people in the first place? why are these cigarettes used to target FBAs to get them addicted to nicotine and die of lung cancer and all type of other they show commercials, people get fingers and arms amputated. So yeah, so I like to use an extreme example there. Forgive me for that. But that's like saying the kid didn't have to take the candy, which led to them to be kidnapped and smuggled out the country or, trafficked somewhere in the States.
Well, can I say one thing real quick? I think we might want to start at speaking
Obama
more than the English language, because I want to communicate.
I get you. I get you. You saying adults should know better. I get you, but why is that even there though? Like, make it even. It's bad to do that, period. But the reason why they do that, Pinky, is that they know that our psyche is damaged, right, through all the oppression and degradation and just the legacy of slavery. Like, we're not making sound decisions. So once they completely destroyed us, like the Willie Lynch book demonstrated, we've been totally broken. Now we're susceptible to all these stupid advices that a regular adult should just turn away, and some that knows that. But don't forget, Pinky, we are thoroughly broken. So we're adults just by age. We're not adults thinking wise. Not, some of us thinking wise. We got to break out of it. That's why only a handful of us are saying we FBA adults. Only a handful of us can make that adult decision. The rest of them think they're coons, Sambos, Black African Americans, Negroes. You did dig? So it's always been that way. There's been a handful of us always that can see right from wrong, but the mass majority of us are, victims of, like Therese says, white supremacy and their devices, their diabolical devices. And that's why we try to teach, each one teach one to get us out of this, some of you guys would call a spell, because we just have like a low spirit, man. And we say, oh, well, shit, I'm already broken. Might as well sell drugs, smoke crack, kill my brother. Like, it's a low self-esteem thing that replaced our high self-esteem. And it's that total broken process that lasted for 400 years. And we're trying to overcome it. A lot of us are overcoming it, but there's so many. The majority of us do not overcome it. The majority of us make stupid decisions and they fall for these crazy ass tactics from white people, unfortunately. So they're adults in age, not really psychologically adults, in my opinion.
I want to communicate through my enemy's dialect because it's limiting. Are you following what I'm saying?
Right.
Yep.
So we might want to start there. So we're not the end all to everything.
Professor Grift is a perfect example of an FBA person that's broken.
Unless we're able to at least communicate with the vast majority of the world, and a lot of us have a narrow view of the world, and we think that the world is America, and it's not. There's a lot of other people that speak a lot of this. Listen, there's over 1,000 different dialects on the African continent, of which we speak absolutely none.
Yeah, we don't need to.
We speak English,
all
our
of them,
enemy's language.
No, that's not okay. That's not. That's that's that Pan-Africanist talk. It's I hate the white man, hate the white man, hate the white man, and anything that the white man does is automatically no good. The white man can like literally bring heaven out the sky, put it on earth, and it's no good because the white man did it. Like, that's their mentality, yo. The white man did it. He's no good, and everything he does is no good. That's a false sense of reality. What are you talking about? So the white man, got these airlines up in the sky. You ain't gonna hop on it. You ain't gonna hop on the train. You're gonna hop in the car. Like, dude, stop. All this technology. You're gonna put your Android down. You're gonna put your goddamn iPhone down at tablet. Like, stop, dude. But he's a perfect example of a broken person who's a victim of white supremacy. You dig? Like Tariq, now she explains it and defines it. He's a perfect example of a man who's broken and a victim of white supremacy. This dude, the white man. Okay.
So we might want to
start. But you speak language when you have a necessity for it. What is the necessity that we may have for another language?
I like that. Furnace Brass, they should be called the Council of the Unconscious Community. Let Africans have their own European-made languages. None of the languages are indigenous for real. They've been switching up and renaming. Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. The Nigerians, they come over here. They speak great English. Remember Trump? President Trump thought the Liberian president spoke a different language. He didn't know he didn't know the Liberian citizens, Liberians spoke English. He didn't know that because he's thinking like Professor Griff that only the black man in America speaks English. No, you guys heard Ghanaians come over here and speak perfect English. You guys heard Sudanese people, Eritreans, Ethiopians, Somalians, they all over here. Kenyans, they speak English, man. What are you talking about, Griff? Like he act like these guys don't speak English. Griff, they got their own language, Griff. Answer this question. Why did they learn English? If it's so terrible, it's the enemy's language, why did they learn it? They could have saved time and learned another indigenous language.
Well, but you speak language when you have a necessity for it. What is the necessity that we may have for another language here?
They speak French and Dutch.
We have to communicate with the world, bro.
Okay, then shut up then. And the communicative language is English. Yeah, Ibram Touré, those guys speak French. Like all of their policies and laws and all that shit is in French and Dutch.
Yeah, I get it, but
have you studied the bastard language called English?
Oh my God! Now, he must be a Moor. Have you studied the bastard language called English? So he wants to debate now on pseudo bullshit, pseudo babble.
Have you studied the bastard language called English? It don't describe.
Yeah, it's the language. It's the language of confusion.
Hold on.
The hell it ain't.
Don't describe what the sister just gave us. What Empress just gave us. It don't.
Empress she spoke English and made no sense. You can't blame that on. You can't blame her babble on the English language. Stop it.
Describe those concepts.
Right.
It just don't. The English language is limited.
But the thing is, we embody those concepts, and this is why people learn English the way that we speak it, because we the one who take out all the BS. This is why we drop words. This is why there's always a consistent.
Yeah, this is why we drop words. This is why we say understand, overstand. Stop it. Hotep, Ashe, stop it.
Of affirmations. Yeah, I mean, you smell me, you dig, you feel me, you this and that.
What's this guy talking about?
Talking like that in the business rooms around the globe.
Exactly. They're not talking like that in the business.
Listen. These guys are literally stuck in 1960, 1980. Bro, your CEO is saying you dig, or whatever slang was popping. Your CEOs are speaking slang, modern slang. Okay? Your CEO is saying cap. What's good, yo? Peace. Your CEO is talking like that. Slang has become so useful. I told you, when I was doing interviews in 1920, you could not say yeah in an interview. You can say yeah now. There's a diamond record with Lil Jon and goddamn Usher called yeah. That shit is diamond in like 12 countries, including America. Everybody's saying yeah now. Don't forget, our rap, you can't have it both ways. You can't say rap is the most influential genre and then act like nobody's speaking slang. Nigga, rap is full of slang. If everybody's playing it, people know what we're saying when we say these words. When we say cap, when we say, yo, chill out. Everybody know what that means, man. Like how many white channels you see where they saying the same words in the proper context? Indians, Asians. This dude said you can't say these words in a business meeting. Are you retarded? You think Master P ain't saying nah in a business meeting? Are you retarded? Y'all heard that? Y'all ever watched Dame Dash go crazy at Def Jam? This dude is wearing basketball shorts, fucking Nike Dunks, and a damn wife beater. Flipping out. And this dude said, we're not using this language in a business meeting. Are you nuts, bro? First of all, half of us, not half of us, but a large majority of is running the business meeting. How you think Rockefeller is, man? What you think So Def is? What you think what you think Michael Jordan, whatever he got going? What do you think this is? What Jay-Z got going? Kanye West got what are you talking about? Robert Smith. What do you this dude is stuck in 1970, man. Yeah, he got to be 120 years old, bro. This is an old dude. He was old with Public Enemy. He was 60 then.
Nah, son, I'm
'Cause
sorry, bro. They're not talking like that,
Yes,
man.
they are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
So
But
yeah.
what
then,
if you
Guess
want
so
to
what?
they're
do?
not.
What
So
if
they're
you
not
want to do
talking like that.
business with the Africans or whatnot? You
They're
got to
speaking
learn
the
the language.
language
1980
of white
BC.
domination in those schools and
No,
in
they're
those
not.
rooms.
No, listen, bro. Right now, on when Africans that
Yeah,
are on
yeah,
the rise are
exactly.
getting together,
Dorsey.
there's sometimes have interpreters, but they're speaking their natural tongue because they want to communicate.
Yo, this dude, a lot of these Pan-Africans, they are so afraid of white people. They get pulled over, they are locking their doors. They got to bust out their windows and drag them out. Like, they are so afraid. They running and they didn't even do shit. All they did was not have their seatbelt on. They get out the car running, busting their gun. Like they really believe white people are thinking about them and want to get them, the Pan-Africans. They really believe they're making noise and they're going to free Africa and the white man got to stop. They believe this bullshit. They believe they're at war with white people.
What Empress just gave us.
Right.
When you start talking about trading in the billions of dollars for natural resources,
Exactly.
they not talking about
Exactly.
They not talking.
Yeah, this dude is a retard, man. The only people trading for resources in the billions are countries, man. like what private individual is like, yo, let me get some diamonds. Like, come on, man. That's somebody acting on behalf of their country. And if you are doing that, bro, you're past the billions, man. Like you up there, or like you knee deep in some Elon Musk shit, some Jeff Bezos shit. Like, but again, like all these crazy hypothetical scenarios. This is what Pan-African is about. Like, so far, family, you gotta admit, nothing they're talking about is productive and applicable. Nothing. Nothing they're discussing is productive and applicable. They're just babbling, just saying random fear-mongering shit.
About, you feel me, son?
Exactly.
They're not having
Exactly.
that kind of conversation, bro. But hold on.
Especially if you're doing business overseas.
Hold on one second. Let me bring the brother on.
I was speaking of that.
If they're overseas, that you definitely gonna say it. They don't know what the hell you're talking about. It ain't offensive. So overseas, what you gonna say? You gonna speak French all of a sudden, man? Speak Gujarati?
Figuratively, it being a consistency of affirmations. This is why the English language has such the lacking that it has.
Even in my household, when we speak affirmations, we try to do it in the natural language that it is.
Oh my God.
We try not to use the English language. But D Nick and what's my brother that just came on?
Yeah, this guy, so far we are an hour in this, and all he ever did was speak English. Yo, listen, man, these guys are Stone Age folks, man. We don't want to speak the English language. They believe is like a spell. These dudes are. I told you, whatever they can associate with white folks, they believe is no good. Walmart is terrible. Your big socks is terrible. Just wine. Don't drink wine. Don't go to Don't eat a burger. Don't go to Five Guys. Don't even go shopping at your Publix. That's the white man. You got to grow your own food. The fuck we talking about, bro? That's some third world country shit, bro. I ain't growing no new food, nigga. I'm going to the supermarket and buying food. The hell we talking about, man? And yo, by the way, try to grow food in Georgia, which is hot ass sun. Everybody gardens are frying up. It's hot ass sun. As soon as it rains, the rain is no good because it gets hot right afterwards. Like Jersey, it rains, your day's pretty much over in Jersey. Most times it rains in Jersey, your day is done. There's no outside activities. It's too wet. No basketball, no park, none of that shit. Out here, I seen it rain 3 times, and we went to the park that day. Sliding board and everything. Everything's super dry. That's how hot it is out here. 3 times it rained. And it was dry as hell at the park. These dudes are ridiculous, man.
What's your name, good bro?
My name is Jamoy Shabazz. Peace, brother Griff, my big brother. We met before down at the Warriors conference in Tampa some years back. But
okay, yeah. So I got you and D Nick on Meet the Rest of Us. We here trying to have this discussion in a peaceful kind of way. You understand what I'm saying?
You hostile as hell, though.
And I respect everyone
He's very passive
in the way
aggressive.
we're having the conversation. This is a model and example on how these conversations should be handled.
No, the hell it ain't.
Bro.
Okay, I see that you put something in the like the overarching theme here is like how do we clarify this? Seems to be a disconnect between a lot of us in the diaspora. Seems like to be a lot of diaspora wars these days. Is that correct? Where we're trying to understand each other better and see like, where's the
Yeah, something like that.
where's the disconnect coming from, right?
Right. Yes,
And
sir.
I
Yes.
just want to add my 2 cents on why I think that is. Like, actually, the brother that's speaking, I don't know what his name is, but I think he's making some great points.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I would like to go back to did Africans sell Africans? Did the first guy did the U.S. freedman, was he right? When he said Africans sold Africans and sourced up on you, Professor Grift, was he right or wrong? I would like to ask that question. Why they got a full panel? I wish I knew about this. I would have called in. Like, yeah, I just want to say, were you in agreement with the brother that sourced up that Ghana was selling slaves? Because they definitely did making a formal apology, 100%. And we could talk about Queen Nzinga. We can talk about other countries. I mean, it's documented who was selling slaves. It's not selling black folks. It's not that long ago, man. It's documented, bro. There's names. We got names. We got countries and we got names. Okay, you want to source Queen Nzinga? There you go.
As far as see, there seems to not be a two-way street that's been going on. Like Brother Rich the other day when he was speaking to the Jamaican chick, he said, look, if I went to your land, this is how I feel. I'm from
Really, I heard about that, sis. Shit, my bad.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin,
What is that?
and my people have been here, on this landmass for hundreds, possibly thousands of years. But if I go anywhere else to Jamaica, Haiti, Africa, my first, notion is to find, the indigenous people, the blacks there, and see how I can respect and cherish their culture, their ways, but I don't feel like it's reciprocated. I feel like other people come here and, you mentioned that there has to be an educational component, right?
Yes.
Well, we have been told by a lot of people that immigrate to the United States that, hey, when we first came here, they told our family, on the entry portal, hey, stay away from those Black Americans. They're dangerous.
They've been
You're gonna get in trouble.
Right.
So I feel like,
They even
look,
show
okay,
videotapes.
right. Which is so my thing is, I agree with you as far as the educational component. I just feel like now what we have to do is they have to be intercepted. That same portal they went through to be this, like you said, when have we ever been showed? When have people at large across the world ever been showed a positive image of us? They are already.
I predict he's going to deflect. Professor Grift is going to deflect.
Coming in with a negative disposition because of how we've been character assassinated, all around the globe. So I feel like we need to make it to the point where it's like, hey, when they come over, instead of going through that, mind bending, whitewashed white supremacy school, you get intercepted by us and enculturated by us and taught by us about how you need to come here and respect and cherish our great legacy and contributions the same way that we would go and respect your great legacy and contributions, because a lot of us over here don't feel no way, but it's like, hey, that's the thing. A lot of us are immigrating in reverse to their places. But if it was, I guarantee you, a lot of us will be going there like, look, man, how can I fall in line with the grassroots of this place? How can I get down with the Professor Griffs of Haiti and Jamaica? I want to get with the real and follow y'all. But when they come here, it's like everybody has this, it's like a silent contract that says, okay, they let me through the portal. They done let me into the great mystery Babylon. So now I have to play my position and be silent, as it pertains to.
And he doesn't even know they're selected. Like dudes be having these conversations and are totally unqualified. Like they have these conversations based on pure emotions and feelings. And this is why he blocked U.S. freedmen when U.S. freedmen showed and proved that Africans sold us in slavery. Like, who doesn't know that? And it's supposed to be an elder.
Black American suffering. They know. My thing is this. We have a lot of examples, even though we've been character assassinated around the globe. There's a lot of examples of Black American greatness all around the globe. We could just look at Professor Griff. I don't even, or some people in my family, or some people in the people on this.
Yeah, Professor, I know you on this podcast. I know you know, you wanna make him drop his guns, but yeah, he's a horrible example of Black excellence.
Panel's family. So just if you can take, my thing is this: if a person can't take the best of us and use that as an example, to me they have an agenda. There's some sort of agenda or some sort of ulterior motive. You know who the best of us are. Use that as an example. But if you take the worst of us and use that as an example, I think you have some negative.
Right. But they want us to take the best of them as their example, and the best of them only make up like 0.0000001% of the population.
Ulterior motives, and you might be working as like a devil agent, or you come here to undermine us, and that's where people say, well, damn, where's this this animosity coming from? Some of what appears to be animosity coming from quote unquote foundational Black Americans. It's like, because a lot of us has been dealing up close and personal with some of these sentiments. Like I say, I'm from Milwaukee originally, but I've lived for a long time down in Florida, Orlando, Miami. I've also lived in Los Angeles. And I can tell you straight up, a lot of people I've known all of my life, of course, if you live in Orlando, you know a lot of Haitians, Jamaican. So I'm like right there up close and personal. And I can tell you, I have a lot of friends that come from these places, but they'll tell you, and some of their families, like, look, now we're not getting with that. Like, they still have yet to overthrow their negative predispositions about Black Americans and work in tandem with us. That's what we having a problem at. Like, come on, man. Like, you've been here long enough. You've been here long enough to be able to reach for the best of us now. Griff, before you got here, you heard Professor Griff on the radio. You know who the best of us is. So why aren't you using that as the example and the starting point? Not starting with the bottom, but why don't you start with the top?
Right. So can I ask y'all something? I'm born and raised in New York, real quick. And if you all decide to come to New York and you never really been, wouldn't y'all want to know from me how you move, so
right?
Okay, that's all I'm saying about people that's outside of our cultural experience. Are you following what I'm saying? So Son was right. He was right, and you're right when we talk about this educational component and this cultural exchange. I want to know how to move in these countries. I want to be able to do business in Africa. Africa's on the rise. Right. You understand what I'm saying? How can I get there? How can I benefit? Because y'all already know my story. I'm damn near fried in America because they ain't gonna let Griff do nothing. You understand what I'm saying?
Man, we love you, Griff.
I love y'all too, and y'all already know that by how I move with y'all. And I was just telling Son, that I got to be able to speak another language in order to communicate in a real way with my brothers and sisters on the African continent, Caribbean islands, and in other places around the globe, especially for business.
The misinformation, the disconnect comes from the fact that everybody around the world has been taught, they've been brainwashed by white supremacy to think that we have no culture, when in fact everybody walking on planet Earth has a culture. There's no living people who don't have a culture, but it's just that the way that they've been brainwashed or miseducated. It's that they come over here and think that, oh, you guys, because of the way the slave master and the powers that be taught him to think. But now it's like a rude awakening, because a lot of us are saying, hold on, what do you mean we don't have any culture? What do you mean? Like, I could trace my lineage back hundreds of years. What do you mean? Jazz? What do you mean? The blues, rock and roll,
shouldn't we focus on the goals when we communicate with these people? Blessings to everybody in the room. Shouldn't we just, to make it simple for everybody, shouldn't we focus on the goals? Like, I have a lot of friends that have went through that. Like, I'm a Rastafari, but I'm an American Rastafari. And so the joke within my peer group is like, I'm a coconut. I'm a cotton picker that look like a coconut with booty scratching sensibility. So, offensively speaking.
And we let
so we have that kind of camaraderie. And what they told me about.
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't realize we were coons in Jersey and New York until the Fat Joe thing. So when the Fat Joe thing happened, I was already in South Carolina. And like, we're so used to saying the N-word, and we're so used to hearing Latinos and Indians and Chinese and white people. we're used to seeing every race use the N-word. We thought that was normal. We thought the entire nation, like, foreigners, non-black foreigners all over the nation says the N-word. Because all we know is the foreigners that's in New Jersey, New York. Right. So when the Fat Joe thing happened, that was the first time. That was my revelation, my aha moment. That was the first time I understood that these folks are really not everywhere in the United States. They're concentrated in certain places. I didn't even know that. Like a lot of these foreigners are really concentrated in like California, Florida, New Jersey, you think Massachusetts, New York. I'm thinking they were everywhere. I didn't realize they're not even in the South. I didn't know that until I came to the South and I realized y'all argument. Like, nah, that's some cool shit. And I'm like, damn, all that time I was a Sambo. I'm over here letting them say the N word around me. I'm thinking like that's accepted all across the nation. I didn't know that black folks were like, hell no, we don't tolerate that Fat Joe shit. So like that was a hard pill to swallow for like blacks, Foundation Black Americans around the New York, New Jersey, like a tri-state. So yeah, so we definitely dropped the ball. It was definitely our fault, 100% why Fat Joe felt like he was entitled. And most of these clowns feel entitled. They could say the N-word without consequences, without a physical punch in the face consequence. Yeah, so I didn't realize how much of a coon we were.
How when they go through the whole immigration process, I remember my brother from Guinea. He was the only one.
Yeah, the white man's
in
definitely
immigration
of it. That's
situation in the
So
classes.
the thing is, let me respond to Dorsey. Dorsey, the white man's the source, okay, but the white man removed himself. Okay, the white man is the source of the genocide that happened in Rwanda, but he didn't necessarily pull the trigger. He did. It was black folks who pulled triggers. That goes back to Picky Wells. Like she said, like we got to be held accountable for adult decisions we make. Yeah, the white man put the Tutsis above the Hutus in the status, as far as status, political, and all that type of shit. And the Tutsis start to disrespect and flex on the Hutus, who are normally the dominant, race, tribe, whatever, ethnic group. And then they start disrespecting the Hutus as though the Hutus are not the majority. So the Hutus, when they was like, yo, y'all serious? Like, yo, the white man ain't gonna protect y'all when we punch you in the face. And they kept flexing and antagonizing the Hutus, and the Hutus popped it off. And they genocided those goddamn Tutsis. That's what happened. The white man took the minority group, gave them political power over the majority when the majority was always in charge and ran that area. I told the Tether American Dream. That's what happened with Liberia. You did like they put the free blacks that went to Liberia. They gave them a legal status and political power over the natives, and they did the same thing. They started to flex over the natives. So it caused tension. And the natives didn't really fuck with them. You dig? And they started to put them in a second class, citizen type bracket. But they did not enslave them.
That read the autobiography of Malcolm X, but everybody else didn't, and they were just teaching them about like don't mess with Black Americans, da 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 da,
Right.
this type of stuff. Then like the white dude who was the head of admissions at I think it was Notre Dame.
Yeah, King
And he got fired for
the white man's
saying
100%
like I like Africans over African Americans because you get the soul without the baggage. You know what I'm saying? And these are conversations, and a lot of people come in with goals. If you didn't come here to fight with us or to be a part of us,
you're against us.
Then what was the reason of you coming here?
Right.
Why would you leave your country to come here? And then that becomes a really difficult thing. It's just everybody's focused on goals, and we would love to learn different languages. Like the brother said, like there's no goals, no immediate economic or social goals. There may be spiritual goals, like what Griff was talking about.
Spiritual goals, man. Miss me with some spiritual bullshit. We're talking tangibles in 2025. Some spiritual bullshit. Listen, they won't circulate their dollars in our businesses, but they always want us to patronize them. That's a fact. when they come to our neighborhoods, it's to extract our money and not to bring it, not to reciprocate their dollars in our industry and digging what we got going on. That's 100% fact.
Need to communicate with our people, but if people don't have that as a goal, you know, like I don't care about talking to my people. I want to get money. If that's what your sensibilities is, I can't we shouldn't be communicating with those people if we have different goals and different sensibilities. So I think it should really focus like what is your goal? Why are we talking to you? Who sent you? What you know, all of that. I mean, let me know if I'm wrong. Like
wait, so you want Professor Griff to tell you you're wrong?
You're not
I kind of
necessarily
get what
wrong.
you're saying.
But what you might be missing
Told
is
you he's missing something.
different people have different agendas and different goals. You mean to say we have to have a common goal? And
wait, look, yeah, this dude is a grift. What did he say that was wrong? It's like, yo, without our civil rights movement, you guys won't be here. Like, that's a fact. Definitely not in the mass numbers you're here in right now. So if you were to come over here, you would think you support our agenda, our goals, and our missions, right? But they don't. They come over here for some selfish shit. Like somebody said in the chat, they're selected. These ain't random people coming to the country. They're selected. They're given visas. They're given green card. They're given this stuff. They earned it from whatever criteria white supremacists set for them. They're vetted, like Tariq says. So yeah, so if they not on our shit, they're our enemy, bro. But listen to this guy spin the narrative and protect the tether class. All he has done this entire time on this panel, all he did was protect tethers and blame FBAs. All he has done, like most Pan-Africanists.
I think this is what Jay was just talking about. We have to have a common goal. If you and I have a common goal with everyone else on here, we can make progress. And if we have to speak the English language, then we'll deal with it for now. But our children's children, that baby you holding, I want that baby's children to be able to speak its native tongue.
What's his native tongue?
If we don't communicate with our people back on the African continent, you are losing.
You see, is right back to Africa. Yeah, this dude said that baby, this guy speaks no African language. All he speaks is English. And he's holding you guys to a standard that you got to speak he said native tongue. There's 54 countries, there's 1,000 dialects over there. Bro, which language they gonna speak? Do you know, I'm not going to tell y'all about the voting process in Africa. Do you know certain politicians don't even waste their time going to certain regions in Africa, in their country, because they don't speak the same language. So they don't even waste their time looking for votes over there. They speak a whole nother language. They can't even communicate to like do a little pitch. They don't even go over there. Like that's how fucked up they are over there, man. They don't even campaign in certain regions because they don't speak the same language. That's how fucked up they are. But this dude said, you got to speak your native tongue. I guarantee you, whatever he thinks that is, you can't communicate with the rest of the countries because they got their own native tongue. It's just stupid Hotep babble 5%er talk.
You're going to lose that. Your child that you hold as children will never be able to speak his natural tongue. And I think that's what Empress was talking about, was getting back to the core of who we are.
Empress was saying understand, overstand, outer self. Are you talking about that? That's the natural tongue? Understand, natural self, outer self. That's the native language?
Senses. I don't know if y'all heard her, but that was me.
Yeah, we're going backwards.
We got to tap into them other senses.
Absolutely, because they teach you to
exactly,
weapon against yourself with the language that you use. That's precisely why they call it spelling. They don't teach you who you are, what you are, to cultivate
Family,
that.
We're not going to miss that. She keeps saying they don't do this, they do this, they don't do that, they can't do this, they could do this. Ma'am, who is the they? You never established that noun. Why do you keep and they're talking about the English language and they're not using it correctly. Ma'am, you cannot mention a pronoun without first establishing a noun. There's no they, them, him, it, her, she, nothing without you establishing a noun first. Who the hell are you talking about? Who are those plural peoples? Who is the they? That should be pissing me off when folks do that. Who is the they, ma'am? She's been saying they for an hour. And she has refused to identify the they with the noun. Who is the they?
That, or if it's because they teach you to
we got to tap into them other senses.
Listen to this fool.
Absolutely, because they teach you to weapon against
Message
yourself
to English made her
with the
money.
language
Exactly.
that you use. That's
8 a.m.
precisely why
Dorsey.
they call it spelling.
Listen,
they don't teach you who you are, what you are,
we're FBA,
to cultivate that, or if as
Who
soon
are
as you
we?
get a sensibility about any type of discernment, they already got your peers in place to tell you you crazy, you're delusional, you're bipolar.
Man, that's because you
all
are.
of these misnomers to define
No, it's not a misnomer. You actually are, man.
that is spiritual.
You have proven they come to spiritual
we
shit.
gotta,
Listen, man, we're past spiritual bull. That's nothing burgers. We are in the tangible era, man. Tangible. No spirituality right now. It's tangible shit. Tangible results. Tangible
if we
check.
keep doing the same thing and it's not working, then we're the people that are insane.
No, man, you're the
with
listen.
the same approach.
You're the only so clinical psychologist determined who was insane. Ma'am, you are on record of being insane. Okay? So no, stop projecting.
We've rerouted
And
those
expecting a different outcome.
Oh
I
my
get you.
God, a
in
bunch
a
of
spiritual
fools.
battle. So if you
A spiritual battle. I don't want to fight a spiritual battle. I want to fight a tangible battle, man.
don't know, you in a spiritual battle with 5 senses,
Yeah, cut the check.
and I just gave you 20.
Right.
What
exactly.
are the chances
Look, Aspiring said in my studies, with the majority of people globally speaking, that's a fact. So what is she talking about?
of you winning that spiritual battle?
I don't want to fight spiritual
We're
battles,
coming
man.
at the approach
That's
from the
now. Okay, we went from tether babble to agent babble to hotep babble. Now we're dealing with cycle babble. Like, man, let's move on to cycle babble bullshit.
Angle. We have to educate ourselves on the appropriate approach. If you are aware that you're in a spiritual battle and they're miseducating you,
they again.
Then that
Who is
means
they?
you need to cultivate your spirit so that you
Cultivate
can discern
your
that you're
spirit.
being miseducated.
Cultivate your spirit so you can discern that you're being educated. And Professor Grift is using her as a reference point of education. Listen to this fool.
Aware that you're in a spiritual battle and they're miseducating you, then that means you need to cultivate your spirit.
How do you do
so
that?
you can discern that you're being miseducated in the first place.
How do you cultivate your spirit, man? He says
Is
right and he
it
laughs.
different with people who are?
He says right and laughs, and he's called intelligent or representing black elegance. Ma'am, how do you cultivate your spirit, man?
Or who want no part in the spiritual battle? Like we're all, huh?
I don't mean to cut you off, but you have no other
Bill
choice.
Taco.
They're waging a spiritual battle.
Judge, I was cultivating my spirit. Can I get a reduced sentence?
What the sister's saying is spot on. You have no other. You see, it's easy.
No,
it was easier.
39 cents.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the righteous.
We got a new guest in the building. I gotta read the new guest. Message. They said, but ain't that imaginary African ancestor they chasing doing the same thing, expecting? Yeah, exactly. He came. He certified. Thank you. He came in right on point. Let me give you a wrench. I call that a lineage wrench. So give us a like. I call that a lineage like. Like the video for me, please. Thank you very much. Let me see what we're doing. These likes should be up there. Y'all were doing good at first. Let's see what the likes at. Let's see what the likes at. Because likes were definitely good at one point. Let's see where they at. Let's see.
Like we have no other choice, but we do have one choice: is to not to engage with the wicked. If your goal is only economics, then I don't need to talk. I don't need to talk to you.
See, Nick, that's not what the sister's saying. Listen,
he said, "Yeah, bro. She don't look. Now listen to his language of listen. Y'all got to understand the mindset of a Pan-Africanist. He's gonna say we're at war, and they're never gonna identify who they're at war with. It's like, yo, who's the target, bro? Okay, because he know once he say that, he gonna get locked right the hell up by ICE. All right, so dude, who are you at war with, my boy? Like you can't use those words like that on the net, fool. That's why you always cancel everywhere you go, and that's why you cancel people. He used that language that got Public Enemy canceled. Chuck D and Flavor Flav. He used that language on a Nick Cannon podcast that almost got him language. His language gets people canceled and get himself canceled. He is non-influential. Now he's going to tell us we're at war. Let's see if he identified the target.
Talk to you.
See, Nick, that's not what the sister's saying.
Chosen.
Listen,
Right.
He's a grift.
We're at war right now, whether you want to know it, feel it, or not.
Oh,
These people are waging a
These
spiritual
people.
war against us.
Yeah, we're hearing they and them and these. Who they never identify who the they, them, and these are. So we're left to our own imaginary, right? Our own imagination. Well, my imagination identified the them, they, these as tethers. You dig? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, tell us who you believe they are, so we don't come up with our own, assessment, conclusion. Because I'm thinking tethers.
What she's saying is, put these particular things in your spiritual toolbox, so you can fight back.
Fight who?
You understand what I'm saying? Because we're
So who are we fighting?
Right now, we're at war spiritually.
No, I agree with that, but
so he agrees. So we're fighting a spiritual war. I'm unbeknownst to that, our past. I'm fighting a tangible war. Okay, there are tangible people that's tangibly undermining our tangibles. You dig? The spiritual shit miss me, man. This ain't the place for that.
From what I've seen from this sister, she's a righteous sister, and I'm a righteous brother. So that should go in my toolbox. But if
you're funny.
If you're not, and you're just like, man, I don't care about that. I'm like,
the Marvel, exactly.
I'm over here with my tribe and da da da. If they came over here only for economic goals and they don't want to break bread and want to build with us, and some of us go over there only like, man, it's cheaper over there. I'm gonna go over there and live like a king, and like exploit my Americanness and all of this. Like, their goals are, they're not in the spiritual.
I will never be a traitor. I'll be a bitch. I'll run from occasion, a confrontation. I'll do whatever I take, but I will never trade on my lineage, dude. Hell no. Being a traitor to your race is the worst thing you can be. You might as well be a crackhead afterwards.
They don't even need those spiritual tools because they don't even care about spirituality. That's what I'm asking. Is like, so should we just?
That's the very way that they're moving up on us.
Okay, here today again. So spirituality. Listen, man, we with this psychobabble, I'm good. Let me fast forward. Who is this Empress woman? God damn, I know she's by herself. I know she's single as hell. Unfortunately, her kids probably were taken from her because this type of language, people be calling child services, man. They be concerned for the kids because she's the type of person that will quote unquote homeschool them or send Umar donations for the imaginary school in the future. The kid's like 90 years old now, and she's still sending donations for them to attend. Like, yeah, this imaginary shit got to stop, man. This is hurting us bad. I hope she's a tether.
Thank you.
Through the spirit. That's why we're losing so bad.
The spirit.
We think that it's a physical battle, and it is not. They are teaching their children about 20 senses while we're being taught about 5. Right. They know how to discern and tell us.
What the fuck is she talking about? I'm sorry, I got to curse. 20 senses when we're learning 5 senses. And then she got an imaginary conception for reality of the 20 senses. Oh.
Right.
About ourselves before we even know who we are.
Yeah, she's far from educated.
And that is by design, and it is very deliberate.
But who's the they, though?
We're coming at this from the wrong angle.
And they're saying
what do you think they have the Illuminati and all these Freemasons in place for? What do you think they're teaching them about those 20?
Yeah, but who is the they? Who is the they teaching the boogeyman? Now we're talking about the Illuminati. So we're gonna go nuts. So now we're okay. So we're like far removed from Babel, all types of Babel. Now we're just in the insanity zone. Right now we're just all crazy right now. This chick, like, she done upped it up. We are now. The stages of the sea and air, you dig. Now we're just in stages of dialogue, and now we're at the insanity stage. We're just everybody's right now just crazy. We're just having a crazy conversation right now.
Senses that you don't know about.
Oh my God.
Because that's how they winning.
Right.
Yeah,
And
they winning. They winning.
using those.
Okay, so now I'm led to believe that they, them, these are white people collectively. So it's the big white person, the big white hillbilly, the big white everybody, every white person is on board. Every white person is on code. They all think alike. They're not warring. Russia's not mad at the United States. The United States not mad at another foreign white country. They're all in cahoots with each other. They're all colluding. It's a big grand scheme. Oh boy. Yeah, we don't have time for this, man. But this needs to be heard so y'all can see how sick we are. This is the people who you might be arguing with in the chat. That's why I say, listen, Pinky and all you guys, save yourself. Some folks are worthy of an argument, but y'all gotta be able to discern a psychobabbler from somebody who's genuine. You are potentially going back and forth with her in the chat. Y'all got to consider that when y'all go at each other in the chat, you're probably debating her. Dumb as rock.
Against you using them against yourself because you're
Professor
binding
Griff
yourself.
broke that down 20 years ago.
Yeah, he was banned from TV because of that.
In the physical because you don't have all the tools spiritually to cultivate your
New Orleans,
creations.
Key 504, bro. Welcome to the Insanity Show, bro. We're now at the Insanity Show.
Professor Griff broke that down 20 years ago.
Yeah, he was banned from TV
nutshell.
because of that.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think there's no other better way to put it. It's really, really, really clear. It seems like we're making progress, and it seems like we're losing at the same time, man. Because it seems like we're making progress, and then we'll have this issue that we got to deal with. Someone wanting to boycott Black African braiding salon.
Yes, yeah, but
that's so damn trivial.
No, it's not. It's a statement. See, a protest is symbolic, bro. Okay, it's bigger than, a salon. We're doing their restaurant. We're doing all of their businesses, bro. And you're mad. And we're on code. You dig? It's not trivial. It's symbolic. We're putting the world on notice. Fool. So we're basically saying when you disrespect us, we're putting you, we're going to boycott your businesses. Because we got that $1.7 trillion spending power. Remember that? We're saying you're not getting a piece of that. Okay, so it's not trivial. It's very symbolic. And speaking of spiritual warfare, that can be considered spiritual warfare. You see how selected they are? But whatever, I don't know much.
Who came up with that, Griff? Where did they come from?
Oh yeah, if you go online, there's a sister right now going hard, and there's other people that's following her because it's trending now for them to boycott the Africans. And I said, nope, we're gonna nip that in the bud right now. And all I'm asking everyone on here to do is just breathe for a second right now, pull back, and get the wider picture. Get the wider picture. Someone else is behind. Someone else is behind that because someone else was behind canceling DEI, a critical race theory.
Yo, y'all ain't gonna believe this. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. Hey, you remember all of that? Yeah, y'all remember all of that black magic, spirituality, and all this bullshit? Yo, y'all ain't gonna believe this, man. Hold on. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna believe this, yo. Yo, somebody asked.
Africa survives in our spiritual.
Oh, slow down. Hey, yo, this is crazy. This is right on time. So Yvette Carno's gonna address all this pseudo African spirituality bullshit. Listen to this.
As she explains, Africa survives in our spiritual makeup. This is magic. I don't believe in magic. Like she believes that once you are gone from a place and once your ancestors have gone from a place and intermixed with other people and have in experience and in different experiences, there is some kind of invisible umbilical cord that ties us together. That's believing in magic. I don't believe in magic. I don't believe in magic. I don't. And when people tell you about these invisible ties that exist well after the fact, they're telling you that Africa is a magical country and they should not be taken seriously ever. There is no magic on this planet like that. I read books to read about magic. I'm reading a book right now, Magical Society. I read fiction about that's fiction. Africa survives in our spiritual makeup. That is, what she said. That it is our spirituality and vitality that defines our responses to European culture. My vitality, I wake up energetic every morning. My vitality is not defined by Africa. What are you talking about? This stuff, this is
they are
this
nuts,
is ridiculous
yo.
stuff, fam.
They are nuts.
This is
They are
absolutely
losing their
ridiculous
mind
stuff.
over our delineation, yo. That was on point. That's crazy. They're talking all this magic stuff. I just happened to look real quick and boom. Yvette is addressing the magic. This is wild.
And all these other things that they came up with as
Facts.
stumbling blocks to put in our way. Remember a minute ago, it was the gender wars that all these people with YouTubers were having.
That's true, though.
Gender war
Yeah.
conversation, blasting one
So
another
wait,
online.
peace to certified Sachi. He says when you pull the mask off, Pan-African is a white man behind it all. Hey, bro, certified Sachi, you're late to the party. I just said that, and I reminded my chat. I said that 6,000 years, not 6,000. I said that I've been simping. I said that I've been sipping a little wine, not 6,000 years ago. I said that 6 years ago. I said Pan-Africanism is really white racism painted black. It's reverse white racism. They just put a black face on whatever the KKK was talking. They just put a black face on it. So you are on point, but a little late. But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the acknowledgement. Yeah, so you get it.
And the ratchet this and the 304 girls and the Instagram model and the
Yeah, so LH, I never participated in gender wars. It was sad to see. LH, we're unfamiliar with gender wars. Like, I don't know a gender war. You might want to update us. I don't recall a gender war. I recall a tether war. You dig? I recall a diaspora war. I recall a racist, white supremacist, systemic racism war. But I don't recall a large gender war. Gender wars don't happen. That happened in small, tiny spaces. That's not real. Okay, there are no gender wars, right? If you're heterosexual, men like women, women like men. Period. Yeah, there are no gender wars. You made that up. But there are diaspora wars, and there are racist wars. That's real. Yeah. I told you, man. But no. It's no certified Sachi. Yo, are you trolling me, bro? Because I already said that too. I said they play good cop, bad cop on us. I already said that. Yo, are you trolling me, bro? Using my talking points? Are you just in line with us like that? You did, because that's dope. If you never heard me say that and you're saying things that I said, that's dope. That's fire. But if you already know I said that, that's cool. But if you didn't know that and you're saying it, that's dope. That means that the lineage think alike, for real.
Yeah.
We had to stumble over that. It's always putting something in our way of progress.
You know what I think, Griff? I think some of the stuff it starts off organic and then it gets usurped and then it turns into an inorganic, like you say it's a
LH. We didn't see no trending videos and we're not interested, LH. We have a title here, you dig, and we're discussing a title, LH. You know, that's disrespectful to come on another person's platform and not go with the title. Okay, I'm letting you know in advance. Like, stop it. No, we're not interested in nothing you're talking about. You came here, that means you're interested in what we're talking about, or I gotta block you because you're distracting us, and I got zero tolerance for that. That's disrespectful. I never do that. I never go to nobody's channel changing the subject.
becomes a pissing match, you know, a mudslinging contest. Some of the grievances are real,
you do it again. If you're not talking about the topic, LH, I gotta block you.
Then it becomes like, okay, somebody gets in the middle and says, oh, how can we push a different agenda? You know, like you said.
I think they're just trying to slow our progress down. Door L,
what progress?
Think?
Infiltration.
Okay, wait a minute. No. I can't just can't just go along with that.
Right.
Can you hear me? We know what hair means or don't mean to black women, right?
Who's speaking right now? Who's speaking?
Roguish son.
Okay, go along with what? Be clear.
Be clear.
To go along with is that it's not that it's trivial how a black woman perceives going into the culture of of hair design and interacting with other cultures, whether they be respectful or not. If they deem it to be such, I would like to understand why. Like I don't know nothing about, you know, African braiding salons versus Black American braiding salons, but I would like to try to understand why the sister has the view that she has.
Hey, yo,
Son,
this dude is a nut. Yo, family, y'all been here for over 8 hours. I'm about to say 8 years. I'm drinking. Family, this is a nut. Yo, he will not entertain any pushback on Africans or those of the diaspora and the wrong they're doing. He won't entertain shit. He shuts it down right away. Listen to this goddamn nut. He's more than a nut. He's a creep.
To try to understand why the sister has the view that she has.
Son, can I ask you something, bro?
Look, right away.
You don't think that's a conversation she shouldn't put on all Africans? That's a conversation she should just talk about that one.
Right.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, son. I hear where you're coming from, and I'm feeling you. I don't want to get too personal. I don't want to get too personal, but you see this? Hold on, Empress. Hold on.
All right, here you go.
Shit, I'm losing up here.
I already got mine going, cuz.
Yo, put that nappy peppercorn hat back
you would
on.
think, right?
Yeah.
You know how many barbers I had to go to find out who could cut this kind of hair?
None.
I didn't get fucking mad at them and blame the whole race of them. Fuck.
What are you talking about?
Everybody.
That's a stupid. Hey, fam, y'all. Do I gotta keep doing this? Yo, he refused to put any blame, any accountability on Tethers. Like he comes to their defense no matter. Yo, we're just making shit up in his mind. Every Tether is just innocent.
No protest, no rally, no damn. Let's come on, bro.
But the thing is, the block is hot for them right now, and they don't really help it out. Especially what you and Brother Rich experienced the other night. That didn't help out nothing. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, the block is already hot, and they don't be goose stepping when they should, homie. That's the issue.
Yeah, you're right. Bro. Yeah.
My apologies. I came in late and I had no idea that this derived out of braiding. I actually am a braider. I live in Los Angeles. I'm a Chickasaw Aboriginal, and wow. Okay, so
that's what this conversation started. That's how it started.
This is my take. I came in late, so I had no idea. But this is my take on the entire plant that's being done on the internet right now as far as braiding is concerned. They coming for the spiritual matriarchs at the root, literally. If you can start a root war between the bearers of the fruits of the nation, then you ain't got to worry about the rest of them if you got mamas fighting.
Thank you.
They coming at the root, figurative, literally, and physically.
Yep.
And I think that we should avoid it by all means necessary. What more divide do we need? If we ain't gonna have nobody, if they did rise against any of us, we ain't gonna have nobody to stand because we are already in-house fighting.
Right.
But what's the divide? What's the divide if culturally, based off of our own cultural foundation of perceiving and being a filter of what is respectable and not, when they arrive, not just perceivably disrespectful, but culturally out of pocket, right?
Okay.
That's different. That is completely different. When Black people declare something to be out of pocket, that is of the utmost disrespect to us, is it not? Culture, just as you asked Brother Griff about when Earth, Wind, and Fire come on and we had a gathering and we know what to do.
That was Frankie Beverly, but go ahead, yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Frankie Beverly Mays. All the respect. Ow, right? But shout out to Cameo. But the thing is, we know to put that plate down, right? We know respect. We know reflexively to put that plate down because it's a cultural thing. Well, when we say out of pocket, and we might feel, we should permit ourselves to feel that people are culturally disrespectful to the point of being declared out of pocket with us. That's something that is different. We don't go about that lightly with one another. We tell each other all skin folk ain't kinfolk, and we are beholden to some form of cultural filter, very strict amongst ourselves. So you mean that everybody else gets to here participate as a so-called black person as well, and they are exempt to all of the cultural filters that we place on one another? Not here, cuz that ain't happening.
No, son, listen, I don't mean to, listen, you're absolutely correct. The only thing I'm saying to you is that needs to be a conversation and not a worldwide fucking global protest.
Right. The conversation about what?
I'm not sure if y'all saw the original thing that she put out. She said, we're going to boycott and protest African salons, restaurants, businesses. I'm like, sis, that's a bit much because somebody jacked up your hair. You understand?
Yeah, true that.
Like, come on, sis. Come on, don't do that. That's why I came on and I called this "Do not boycott or protest African businesses" in a direct response to these black women saying they had a jacked up experience at the hair salon. I had some fucked up experiences at the barbershop growing up. I don't take it out on all barbers. Trust me, I don't. I kind of don't, man.
Hey, family, this is an undermining piece of shit individual. I'm sorry. This is the undermine every look. What we boycott is our business. Okay, this is all he did for hours on his podcast is justify dirty tactics from Tethers. That's all he did. He puts no blame, accountability, nothing on Tethers. This is a piece of shit dude, man. And that's why he's always been canceled. Everywhere he went, he's been canceled. He's been a loser. His fake ass activism, he's been a loser. He's been a failure. He has never gathered anybody. He's never galvanized anybody. He's been a loser his entire existence on Earth. He's a fake activist, a failure Pan-Africanist, a Tether sympathizer. He's a piece of shit, man. He just is, man. He's disregarding the boycott. He don't want to understand it. He in his mind, it just can't happen. We have to give Tethers a pass by all means necessary. He wants to give them a pass the same way he wants the government to give illegals a pass to live in this country. You dig? Stop it. Like this is it's really disgusting, man. It's really pissing me off. It's gaslighting me. It's really, not cool. That's why I just spazzed out. Like this dude is a piece of shit, man. He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit, man. Yeah, so Ray Babinox said the talking is over. Let me give you Roy. I'm sorry, Roy. Let me give you a lineage wrench, Roy. Just take a minute, just like the video, and that's it, brother. You got a wrench, a lineage wrench.
So hold on one second, family.
But we're looking at the surface.
Exactly. Door of L, are you on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. I didn't want to just overlook you.
Okay. I just want to. Can you hear me still?
Yeah,
Jovan, peace. Jovan.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want to read a little.
This dude is nuts.
You went out, brother. You went out.
Okay, so let me read some things. So Aspiring Heights. Yeah, he old and senile. Right. Senile. Aspiring Heights says Tether Elite are making our reparation a worldwide global reparation using our $1.7 trillion spending power. Yep. I went into that yesterday and the day before. I read the website. They're full of shit. Sister with the language I can't read. She said they're stuck in the 1950s. What language is that? Ricardo Flott says we need to stop including African in anything we say or do. FBAs got the message. Yeah, there ain't nothing. I don't put African in shit. Certified Sachi says the point is they need to learn to respect our dollar. He don't want to get it right at all. Certified Sachi back in the chat. He says the Essence Fest is proof they don't respect our dollar. Yep. Now George Trusty says that when men get to a certain age, that part of the brain that involves flexible thinking, logical thinking shuts off and they become stubborn, right? George Trusty, you're correct. Let me give you a lineage wrench. George, I'm gonna give you a wrench. All I ask in return is to like the video, and I gotta admit, my family been liking the video. There's no complaints here. So George, do the same. But George, I call that the way I phrase that, I say that he has aged out. Agedou2. He has aged out. He's no longer a part of anything we got going on. He's out of touch with reality. He's stuck in his 60s, man. This guy still think he's fighting for civil rights. All right, that's him. Like he's still in that Black Power shit.
You went out.
Yeah, he went out.
Oh, okay. So you gave me a language. You said it's Telugu. My name is Chandra, pronounced like Chandra. I still don't know. Is that Chandra or Chandra? I've been telling you in the chat. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I've been like trying to watch the video, and like the Georgia sun, the goddamn sun glaze on his laptop. I can't read anything. The sun glaze. Like I gotta come out here, like no cap. I gotta come out. Y'all see me live. I have my camera on. I gotta come out with an umbrella around like the 5:30 to 7:45 p.m. The umbrella, because I can't see anything on the goddamn screen. This Georgia sun is ridiculous. Okay. Yes. So it's Chandra. Is it like like okay? Listen, is it Charles CH or is it Sheena CH? But spelled with an A. Right. So is it CH spelled like, is it pronounced like Charles or Sheena? That's what I want to know. His generation is when they drill African to them, right? The generation before him didn't even learn about Africa at school, right? Yeah, this is a government psyop agent, 100%. I'm thoroughly convinced. And I don't use that term on people like that. But this guy is definitely a psyop. He's definitely an agent. He's somebody's agent. I don't know if it's government, Tether. He's somebody's agent. He's definitely an agent. Some way, fashion, or form. 100%. Okay, so it's pronounced like, okay, now I just said Charles or Sheena. You didn't want to answer that. So I guess it's Chan, like Charles. Okay. Chandra. Okay. Nice, interesting name. All right. Interesting name too. Let me see. Do you have okay, so I'm looking at you. Okay, you got a channel. What's your channel? Put your channel in the chat. You got 50. Put your channel. You've been online for 8 years. All right. Put your channel link in the chat. Let folks know what you be talking about.
Yeah, like I still don't get it because I work with Africans and they cool people with me. Like when I sit down and we mingle, we talk, we actually, you know what I'm saying, exchange knowledge
Russia
from
do
one
not
another. Like
got an
they teach
agency.
me
They
some
are
things
hired
about their
Africans to
culture.
control us
I
called
teach them some
the
things
Internet
about
Research
here.
Agency.
Like
Okay, that's a bunch. Okay, that
one of
makes
my
sense. That makes sense. He ain't a Russian bot. The Russian bots ain't hired him. It was some bullshit scamming agencies in Africa. That makes sense.
nurses first came and she knew what an African American was.
No, I just tried to look your channel up. Just go to your channel, right? And you'll see at the top the HTTP. It'll say go to your channel, click it, make sure it's your channel. It's going to have an HTTP. And it's going to have your channel name right there at the end of it. Copy that whole link, paste it here.
But see, but that's
I
why I
tried to view
said
it.
though, right now, the block is
Oh, okay.
high.
Now I got it.
If
I'm my fault.
anything,
I got it. You ain't got to do it. I'll do it for
you
you.
know, people should
I
understand
got it.
when, you know, black people ain't taking it, you know,
No, you're
and
right.
like Griff said, yeah, this is egregious. This is
I
very
got it.
egregious as far as her talking about boycott all African businesses because she got a problem with one hairdresser
I got you.
or maybe an experience at a booth at a you know what I'm saying, beauty shop or something like that.
But
Yeah,
You ain't got too many
that's hella
views.
egregious.
But that's an assumption, though. She might have like correlated with other sisters that have similar experiences or caught like, yo, they be, you know, somebody be talking stuff in they native tongue, and you know, we don't speak the
Okay, so
language,
yeah, I
they
see
don't
the
speak
whole
the
name
language.
right
So
there.
when you get,
Nick,
yeah,
I don't mean to cut you off, bro, but no, that's not
All
it,
right.
bro.
So
The woman, one of the sisters
let me
actually
put
speak
your
French.
link
So she was
in
in
the
the shop
chat
and they was speaking in
in case
French,
folks want to know
thinking
what
that
you be
she didn't
talking about.
understand.
so that just gives
Yeah,
credence
this
to
dude's a
her.
nut.
She she speaks French, and what she did was she kind of turned to them and checked them, like Son was just saying.
Yeah.
She checked them in French to let them know that's not cool. You can't treat black people in America that way, because I'm a part of this culture. I just understanding what y'all was saying. The same thing that goes down in the Asian shops. You understand what I'm saying? They don't think we understand.
Right. And so then you got caught. It's just like when I hear a Caribbean cat
thinking this is
like
you
talking
on
stuff, and I
IG,
hear it
so
all the
I
time
gave you
because
a
I'm a Rasta,
follow.
so they assume that I'm
I
Jamaican.
see your
You know what
name
I'm
is
saying?
there.
And I just got Trini. I'm Trini and American, and so when they get to talking that stuff, I can understand patois very, very clear.
Okay, so
You know, and
Chandra, I
it's like,
gave you a
oh
follow on
snap!
IG. I'm
Like, but
trying to
they don't
support you.
know that I'm
Again, you might
American. Like
want to,
my
look at
people
accept
come
that. I
from
think your account is
slaves.
private, so
You
go ahead and
know,
accept
and so
that
it's like,
if
yo,
you
man,
want.
what are you doing?
You be killing me.
Aspiring Heights says they need to take our name and history of the sixth region. The boycott is not a joke. Right. Come on, man. He's trying to. Yeah. So, So your channel is there, folks can support. And I followed your IG, but it's private, so you gotta accept it. You know, mine's private too. So folks gotta, if you follow me, I'm saying subscribe. If you guys follow me, you gotta let me know, because I gotta accept it. I got a lot of tethers who be trying to send me a friend request to troll me, and I do not accept it.
No, I say that privately because only my people can get through that. That's not an embarrassment on me. That's an embarrassment on white folks, on Caucasoids. Only my people can come out of slavery and be strong like that. You know what I'm saying? That's never an embarrassment. It's never an embarrassment to me.
Certified says I tried to take my mama to an African to do her hair. She said bald headed holes in her hair is a no. Yeah, you are crazy. She said, "Bet I'll add you." Yeah. So I don't really. Yeah. So IG is like more of a it's like really just a link like a link like to connect. Like, 'cause I really don't post shit ever on my IG. So you ain't gonna never see nothing no time soon on my IG. Like, I might be active later in the year, maybe next year, but it's really just to unite with my family, link up my, conversate in case somebody got a link. I'm offline and resources, shit like that. But I really never post. If y'all notice, those who sent me a follow and I follow back, you're never gonna really see anything on my IG other than what I already posted. I already got stuff there. I stopped posting, but I may start posting back. You dig? When I get to Jersey, possibly. But I haven't posted anything in like years, like 2-3 years for sure. Probably the whole pandemic. And after the pandemic. All right.
I'm just laughing because I'm thinking,
But that goes to what Griff was saying. Like, he had some bad experiences in the barbershop. Like, just because one dude cut his hair, like, you can't just blame it on all of them. Know what I'm saying?
No, you can't.
No, but the thing, but hold up, it's your cultural informing of a people that lets you get out of pocket to that degree. My thing is black.
Yes, I just checked my my follow requests on IG. It's a bunch of just okay. So I'm thinking Ronnie who? I'm thinking that's FBA Ronnie. So I accept that. But I see people here and I guess I'ma just accept it. I don't even know. But I don't be knowing who's who. So I'd be like reluctant. But I'm gonna look at this shit first. I see people who sent me requests. Let me look at their profile or their shit first. But I'd be really reluctant.
People in our spaces, just amongst ourselves, who are we talking foul about amongst the world? That where they're not around us?
Nobody.
Who do we?
Ourselves.
We don't.
I would say everybody. Black people talk about everybody.
No, we don't. No, we do not. Not in spaces.
Yeah, but not we did at the comedy session, but we talking about outside of the comedy session.
He talked the most shit.
Girl bust out laughing.
let's be honest with ourselves, and that's the problem. We putting on these presentations.
I am being honest with ourselves, and I'm not going to let you do this, sister, because black people do not have any scorn amongst ourselves culturally for any other people who ain't us when we're just amongst ourselves. That is not something that you just hear us talking about any old random people here and there.
That's son. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Respectfully, I'm gonna let the sister talk, but respectfully.
Okay, so I forgot. I had an Uber driver that took me to Walmart, me and my son, and we had it's funny, yo. Listen, the Walmart is literally a mile and a half from where I'm at. Okay, the sun is so ridiculous. The walk was unfathomable, and I normally walk when early in the morning before the sun, like 8 a.m., or I go like 7:30, 7:45 ish after the sun go down. It sets and go down. Okay, but I had to go there, so I got an Uber because the walk was unthinkable. So we got a ride there from an Uber lady, she FBA, and I'm telling you again, it's only a listen. This is how sociable and relative I am with my FBA family. It's a sister, right? Probably my age, right? The drive got to be 5 minutes, and in that 5 minute time span, we follow each other on IG. So I looked at somebody requesting me. I'm like, who the hell is this? And I see her. Oh, that's the Uber driver. Yo, that's how relative and sociable I am. And I didn't even force the conversation. It just came natural. Okay. So that fast, 5 minute drive, and we're following each other. But that's how. So what I do on social media, it ain't internet. That's how I am in real life. Like I'm a relative person. Like people rock with me in real life in a real way. And Tethers hate that because they're undesirable. Nobody fuck with them. They can't be trusted. They hate their own homeland. You dig? So that's why I say, man, I always maintain where if there's FBA there, I'll survive. I don't care about except for California with the political gang shit. But anywhere outside of California, if it's FBA there, I'll survive. I don't need nothing. I'll survive. I know how to get along with my people. I don't give a damn what type of country stuff y'all got going on. St. Louis, Mississippi, I will adapt quick and I'll survive. I'm that confident. And like I said, 5 minute drive, and we conversed enough where we're following each other. You know what I mean? So I'm real.
Yeah,
ain't no internet,
crew,
nothing.
We talk about every damn body. Them barbershops, man. That conversation gets going. We talk about
but we don't single nobody out though.
In the barbershop,
we don't single nobody out.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do, son.
Cultures, that shit right there make you hurt yourself, pissing on yourself, laughing at the stuff that fly out of their mouth. Black people are some of the most racist, indignant people when they ain't around.
Right.
And they act.
Yeah, but sister, respectfully, that holds no
weight. Name the racist black bank. Name the racist black hospital. Name the racist.
Right.
The racist.
Yeah. Now this that same sister that says that be using the pronoun they, the plural pronoun they, and she got a nerve to come back and blame us. Yeah, they will listen, family. Listen, what's going on here, as you witness yourself from this channel, this podcast, this grifter, Professor Grifter, the King Grifter. He's a professional at grifting. He calls himself Professor Grifter. These guys gave a pass to all accountability that the dirt that Tethers do. And she just kept saying the entire time here, the only blame she ever put was on FBAs. She did it again. Her and Professor Grift. All they've been doing is justifying tether hatred, tether tactics, tether strategies, right? Tetherism. But when it comes to us, we are our own worst enemy. This is agent talk. I'm gonna go back again one more time. This is agent talk.
Yeah, but sister, respectfully, that holds no
weight. Name the racist black bank. Name the racist black hospital. Name the racist the racist black.
I'm gonna go back further when she blames.
My crew. We talk about every damn body. Them barbershops, man. That conversation gets going. We talk about
but we don't single nobody out though.
In the barbershop,
we don't single nobody out.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do, son.
Well, hold on. You heard Professor Griff. He said, "Yes, we do. Yes, we do." Family. He just justified every tether tactic all the tether hatred. You can't blame all African salons off one. But when it comes to us, he group us all in. He said, yes, we do. But we can't group all tether salons together from one bad experience that he says. But he can group all of 43 FBAs off one bad experience. I'm gonna listen one more time, Chad. I want you to hear him say, yes, we do.
Yeah, my crew, we talk about every damn body. Them barbershops, man. That conversation
You see. So he's putting blame on us. Like we're the ones talking about everybody. Like this is sick and sad.
Yeah. Respectfully, I'm gonna let the sister talk, but respectfully, yeah, my crew, we talk about every damn body. Them barbershops, man. That conversation gets going. We talk
Okay,
about
but we don't single nobody.
Okay, so Haitians, Africans, and their salons, they don't talk about nobody. They just reading the Bible all day. Like, come on, man.
Son, okay,
Yeah.
Respectfully, I'm gonna let the sister talk, but respectfully, yeah, my crew, we talk about every damn body. Them barbershops, man. That conversation gets going. We talk
Okay,
about
but we don't single nobody out though.
In the barbershop,
we don't single nobody out.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So listen, Africa is holy. Africa is immune to accountability, and FBAs are the problems of the black world, the black diaspora.
Cultures, that shit right there make you hurt yourself, pissing on yourself, laughing at the stuff that fly out of their mouth. Black people are some of the most racist, indignant people when they ain't around.
Right.
Okay, so you see the blame. They didn't justify all tether hatred towards us, and they came back with black people. So when we say black people, it's talking about us. FBAs, we're the problem. We're the most racist. We're the issue. And Professor Grift is saying, right.
Fly out of their mouth. Black people are some of the most racist, indignant people when they ain't around.
Right.
And they act
sister, respectfully, that
Hold
holds
up.
no
Name
weight.
the racist black bank. Name the racist black hospital. Name the racist the racist black insurance company.
I don't think she
it got nothing to do with us amongst ourselves talking as common folk.
No, you can't. Nah, this is that same TikTok shit. Everybody's trying to say black people's racist now in this day and age and everything. I don't go for that at all.
It holds no weight.
Hey, yo, this is an undermining piece of shit grifter, Professor Griff. You are the scum of the fucking earth, my boy. You are 100% an agent. You and that goddamn Empress lady, you guys are agents, yo. I don't give a damn what agency you're agent to. I know you're an agent. I know you are, my man. You sabotage FBAs. Nick Cannon, Chuck D, you're on record for sabotaging people, bringing great people down. You are a piece of shit, my boy, and your Empress lady is no better. She's a piece of shit too, man. This is terrible.
It holds no. Respectfully. No, it's all respectful.
Okay, let me read the chat. Okay, so let me see. I'm waiting on. All right. Okay. Let me see. Okay. So Certified Sachi back in the chat. No. Sister Chandra said she'll be back later, soon B1 and Ron. I gotta do a few things around the house. I haven't got to. Yeah, okay. Yep, handle your business. Certified Sachi says read The Color American March 4th, 1837. You know what? Let me look into that because I love history. I love history. And I love FBA history most above all. So I'm actually going to look into that right now. Okay. I put it in the thing. Okay. Matter of fact, let me share my screen. I love history and I love to know as much as I can. I like to be the smartest person in the room, as y'all might imagine, but I ain't wrong like Tether Grift. Okay. On March 4th, 1837, the Weekly Advocate, a New York-based paper published by and for African Americans, was renamed the Colored American. Okay. Now, this right here, this term, I don't like this. That there's no such thing as that at that time. African American was renamed the color. Maybe it was. I mean, maybe it was. Maybe it was called this. You dig? Maybe it was. I might be misrepresenting the article. Maybe it was called that. All right. I don't know. Okay, but let me finish reading. Let me start over. On March 4th, 1837, the Weekly Advocate, a New York-based newspaper published by and for African Americans, was renamed the Colored American. This change in name coincided with a shift in the paper's focus as it began to address broader social and political issues relevant to the African American community, including abolition and civil rights. This is good information right here. Here's a more detailed breakdown. The Weekly Advocate, initially launched on January 7, 1837, by Samuel Cornish, Philip A. Bell, and Charles Bennett Ray, it served as a platform for the African American community. Name change on March. It was established in January, and then 2-3 months later, it changed its name. Okay, it was changed to the Colored American. This is interesting. Oh, I'm gonna cook niggas on this shit. Okay, the Colored American aimed to elevate the moral, social, and political standing of free people of color, as well as advocate for the peaceful emancipation of enslaved people. Yeah, you might have just gave me a jewel, bro. You just gave me a battle axe. You just gave me a nuclear bomb. The paper covered a wide range of topics, including abolition, civil rights, political strategies. So civil rights way back then. God damn. Self-improvement, education.
They just give like just like what's the name? I'm really deep, so I can't go into different exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm just picking up little bits what he did.
Yeah.
Like he just got all these people land. He's in a group, it's a group that he formed, and he's a doctor, and he's getting people with land without put it like this, getting land back that was stolen from them. And a lot of what's that fucking name? Elon Musk.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'll look into it. All right, Dr. Tanner. Okay, I'll look into that. Okay, so the paper covered a wide range of topics, including abolition, civil rights, political strategy, self-improvement, education, and even the appropriate name for Black Americans. The colored American played a crucial role in the fight for abolition and civil rights. Civil rights, that's important because a Tether like Kwame said civil rights started with Stokely Carmichael, God damn, the fool. Providing a voice and a sense of community for African Americans in the antebellum periods. You guys gotta know what antebellum is. Google antebellum. Okay. Matter of fact, let's do it. I know what it is, but let's read it together. Antebellum period. So antebellum is the period. You'll get used to this term. I'm gonna say this a lot when I go live and talk about around that time. Okay, so antebellum period in the United States refers to the time between the end of the war of 1812, 1815, and the start of the Civil War. Okay, so the end of the war, 1812, 1815, and the start of the Civil War, 1861. That's antebellum. Is characterized by significant industrial growth, westward expansion, and societal reforms movement. So you will hear me say post antebellum, and you will hear me say pre antebellum. So pre antebellum is before 1812, obviously. And if I say antebellum, I'm talking about what 40, 50-year time span, 1812 to 1861. All right. Anyway, so the colored American played a crucial role in the fight for abolition and civil rights, providing a voice and a sensibility for African Americans in the antebellum period, 1812, 1860. It also highlighted the challenges and aspirations of the African American community. This is interesting. So now I want to see what else you said about this, Sachi. I want to see how you incorporate this into everything else. Okay, so hold on. Now I'm interested. What else you know about that? All right, hold on. So I just looked it up, and this sun is cooking me. The sun is cooking me. Okay, then you said you have to put belts to ass today. They're trying to get in our spaces to stop our delineation. Of course, and boycotting. Yep. Whenever we stand up for ourselves, everybody blame FBAs and protect Tethers. Exactly. I'm so glad we're on one accord about that. It's protect Tethers and blame FBAs. He got a leather mouth. He licking boots. Yep, he's mush mouth too. We get grouped as a whole, and Tethers are seen as individuals. 100%. Same thing they do for white supremacists. They're lone wolves when they express their hatred physically. But us, we get the all. What's that shit called in New York? The gang rules, everybody included. I forgot what it's called, but a bunch of bootlicking going on. Yep, I see why Grift talks about barbershops. Just looked at his head. Yeah, he's traumatized. Delineation couldn't have happened sooner. Yep, get the PDF and read why they renamed it. I do that. So you put the link in there. Great, thank you. And you don't know you armed me to cockroach stop haters, trolls, and tethers and white supremacists and Afrocentrics. I hate them. Pan-African. I don't hate all Pan-Africanists. I hate all Afrocentrics. I hate all tethers, but I don't hate all Pan-Africans because some of them do good. You dig? But I hate most of them or a large part of them. All right. So yeah. So chat. Let me wake my son up. I'll be back in an hour, 7 o'clock. Cause right now the sun is the shade I had is gone. This sun is cooking me. You dig? I'm for dinner right now. So family, I appreciate y'all. Like the video on your way out, please. You dig?